There's pictures that people have. There's
We can barely
pictures that
hear you.
people have. I heard them. There's pictures that people have of the sun where it looks like it's sitting in the clouds.
You just cut out for me. I'm sorry. Can you repeat what you just said?
There's pictures that people have of the sun that looks like it's like sitting in the clouds, like a ball sitting in the clouds. Like we don't know what the sun is. We can't verify what the sun is, but we
What do you
know
mean?
that.
Well, there's no chance the sun is in a sphere in the cloud. I mean, that wouldn't make sense. How could it like light up the whole Earth? If it was sitting on clouds, that would mean that it's very small, wouldn't it?
I'm gonna show you a picture.
No. Listen. He's not.
Oh my
saying
God.
He's not saying it is. Am I coming in clear now? Or?
Nigel, where are you, by the way?
He's outside. Listen, Harry, if you look in live stream voice chat, there's a nice GIF of some guy showing like balls on a surface. One is like a half sphere, one's like a circle, one's a full sphere, and then the other's a flat piece of paper, and you can see how they would all look essentially the same, but it's four different things.
Where is this GIF? I would like to see. Where is it?
It's in live stream voice text. It was posted at 3:20 p.m.
So the point that they're trying to make is you can't go off of what it looks like, because it looks like a lot of things sometimes. So it would be special pleading or cherry picking for you to say that, well, the sun is this or the moon is this because it looks like this. Because when someone says, well, the sun looks like it is setting into the ocean, or the sun is sitting in the clouds, well, they have just as much justification for saying that than you did, which is zero, because you don't know what it is or what it's doing. That's just what it looks like.
Yeah, but how can the sun be in the ocean? Like, I mean, sitting on the ocean.
Listen to that. No one said that it is. We're saying that's what it looks like, with no other way to engage our senses. If all we're doing is using our eyes as the basis for an argument, obviously that's a fallacious position, because no, you can't look at the sun even though it looks like it's setting in the clouds. Say, hey, that's the sun, it's an orb and it's setting in the clouds. You also cannot assume that it's a sphere because it looks like a sphere. That's the point.
But you can't assume that the Earth is flat just because it doesn't feel like it's not flat.
It does feel like it's flat.
But hold on, guys, relax. I don't answer people's questions with answers to the questions. Actually, your logic was fallacious there. That was a non sequitur. It had nothing to do with what we were talking about. Only reason I'm talking about this is because of a bad argument you put forth previously about what things look like.
Yeah, no, the argument with that was just that basically, because we can't physically. I mean, I'm assuming. Let's say we ignore like evidence of the Earth and stuff like that. I'm saying that we can see, other planets, like look just how the evidence is, of the Earth.
Are you ignoring the one thing you live on?
That's the bottom. But the bottom line, I'm gonna finish this point with him.
Yeah,
the bottom line is you can't look at something to say, oh, I've made a conclusion based off of what something looks like. You can't do that. Nor is it reasonable to ask us to explain what it is if it isn't what it looks like. That's not logical. Now, I could post a picture of my streetlights that, by the way, aren't spherical, but they all look like spherical orbs of light. Next to the moon, that also looks like a spherical orb, except that was a crescent moon that night. But guess what? Just because I'm taking out my camera and that's what it looks like, doesn't mean that that's what it is.
Okay, I mean, I don't know what to add on that, because like, I mean, I told you, like,
And you
There's
just
like-
agree and go, okay, what other angle can we approach this to make a determination of what the shape of the earth is? Maybe looking at things in the sky is not appropriate for that. Like you said, we can't assume that the earth is flat. Would you like to know how we know it's flat versus assuming it is?
I mean, for sure, yeah. That's why I'm here.
All right, take it away, guys. Sorry.
No, yeah. If you look in the live stream voice chat, people will show you all kinds of visual information to help you get a different perspective on things that maybe you're not grasping abstractly. But if anybody's got anything on the Black Swan, obviously that's a first go-to. Like there's a formula out there to find curvature, because if you have a ball, then you have a circumference. If you have a circumference, then you have a diameter. If you have a diameter, you get a radius. If you got a radius, then you can measure an arc. And so if you got all of that, then you get these formulas, and we have formulas, 8 inches per mile squared, or another one the one that we use for the Black Swan. There's a formula 1.225 miles times square root of the height of the observer. If you take the square root of 1, it's 1 times 1.225 miles, which means we should only be able to see 1.225 miles to the physical horizon before a curvature should begin. And if anybody's posted that picture or the video,
I didn't quite get the math, but I want to see the picture of the video. I didn't.
well, this
tell
is
me
their
the
math.
but-
This isn't our math. This is their math.
I know. Yeah, I'm just saying I didn't, catch it.
Did anybody
You
drop
said
the
it.
picture or video? Do you see it in the live stream chat?
Also, all right. Like, I mean, you guys say that, just by looking off of something,
No.
isn't an efficient way of
No.
like knowing if that.
Yeah, for knowing if something is 3-dimensional or 2-dimensional. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you see
Sure.
do you see a horizon line in that image?
Okay. Wait. Let me see that.
There's someone. It should be labeled Black Swan.
Nah,
with the,
someone.
oil rig and over some water, and off in the distance, it just keeps going and going. So that oil rig is, there's one that's 6 point something miles and one that's 9.41 miles. And then do you see a horizon in that picture?
When you
A
say,
physical horizon.
what do you mean by physical horizon?
Do you see any kind of a line in that picture where the air meets a physical object?
I don't think so. No.
I don't think you understand what a physical horizon is.
Hold on. Do you know what a horizon is?
I mean, in the sense that.
Do you know what a horizon is? Yes or no?
Sure.
Yes, no.
I mean, isn't it like a line at the surface where I think it's where it's where I think the sky's supposed to, like, I don't know, meet the earth in a way, something like that. Probably.
Okay, exactly. That's what he's asking you. What's the problem? Do you see that in the image?
I don't, but I don't get how that is related.
I know,
to
you got to
the
go
earth.
with it, fam. In order to know how it's related, you have to listen to what we're trying to lead you with, because you don't have enough information. No disrespect. So you kind
I
of
know.
have to be like, right? Like, imagine this is class, and the teacher is leading you to an ultimate conclusion.
There's no way.
I don't know. I don't think you're gonna get it, dude.
But no, he will. It's just that he has too many. He doesn't understand what any. You know what? I'll help you out because he doesn't understand what this has to do with anything. Okay.
Right.
So already he has a wall built up only because we just told him you can't look at stuff to determine what stuff looks like. So right now he's thinking being hypocritical by showing him this photo. You tried to tell him the difference between, talking about looking at something and assuming it's 3D or not. And that's totally different from this, specifically because this also isn't our claim. We're trying to point out to you what the globe claim is. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then the horizon is a geometric distance from your feet based on your height above the ground, above sea level. Whatever your height is, you use the formula, Pythagorean theorem, to figure out what the distance to that horizon is, if it is the physical edge of the Earth that's curving away from you. That is not our claim, that is the claim. Do you need to look at an ABC video that's 1 minute and 30 seconds long to illustrate this point? Just 1 minute and 30 seconds long.
Do you understand what a straight line is and what the visual straight line is?
Yeah.
Okay.
The reason I'm asking him if he understands that, or if he needs a visual representation, I guess I didn't ask that nicely. I'm being kind of crass, but okay. I have 1 minute and 30 second video about the horizon on YouTube. It's not a flat earthers video. It's just videos that they've been putting out for years. I think it's like 10 years, 12 years old. So they tell you what the horizon is and what you would expect because we live on a globe, right? So we're trying to get you to know what that is, because remember when you came in here, it was either you or the other guy. I said, in order to understand why we're here, you have to actually know what the globe is. That's what I said. That's what this is. Us telling you what the claim is. There's a literal obstruction of view in the distance because the Earth is not flat. That's what you believe, right? That's why we can't see the entire Earth. That's what you believe, right?
It's the bulge of the Earth.
A physical horizon.
So that's why the horizon is relevant. So if you can have a little patience and let the man lead you, that would be nice. But if you need the video so that will help you, I can provide that. We can sit. You know what? No, fuck it. We got to go through it. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds.
But so what we're trying to say is, like, just because you can't tell something three-dimensional doesn't mean you can't observe, what's in the picture. I mean, call a circle for what it is, a circle. Don't call it a ball unless you can physically identify it as a ball.
See, the difference here is what the horizon is supposed to be is blockage, obstruction, kind of like a wall or a person who walks in front of your line of sight of seeing a really pretty girl. Okay, they're in the way. In the same sense, the horizon is in the floor that you're standing on is in the way of seeing the rest of the ground that's curving from beneath your feet because you live on a sphere.
Because it rolls away from you and it rolls downward. That's what the globe model says. Because it's a ball, right? It has to continually do a curving motion to go all the way around and complete circumference. It has to curve away, curve downward, right? That's what a ball does?
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
So is there anybody in the chat that can play this video?
Okay, give me a second.
Like, who has the bot? I'm about to post it right now.
Drop the link.
Yeah, I'm dropping it. 3, 2, there it is. It's crazy because this could be Matthew Learn's brother or something, man. He sounds just like him.
That's brain stuff, yeah.
There we go.
Hi, I'm Josh Clark, and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very important question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked down on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? You know, where the sky meets the sea, that's the horizon. Well, it turns out because the Earth is curved that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like, I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon. Isn't that amazing? Going from 8 inches above water, 5.5 feet above water, is the distance between 2 miles between you and the horizon. Mind-blowing, if you ask me. If you like this video, there's plenty more where it came from. You can subscribe to us on this YouTube channel. You can like us. You can just spend the rest of your life watching Brain Stuff videos. I advise it.
So there you go. That is the relevance of us talking about the horizon. I hope that helps. Now,
I think it did, yeah.
So do you have any questions about what the geometric horizon is and what the physical horizon is?
Honestly, no. I think maybe I need to look into this. Like I understood like the main part of this, but like maybe I need to look a little bit this maybe deeper. But I think it's kind of pointless for me to talk because I don't even know it. I don't even know. I don't have any evidence to back up anything.
Let us finish this because we haven't even gotten to like the understanding of the evidence that we're presenting, and I want you to understand the full aspect of it. So, like, you understand that, like, after a certain point, like the bottom of an object should be obscured, right? Like, the further away it gets, the more obscured it's going to be, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if you're looking at what they call the black swan. And I'm not in the chat. And you're looking at the black swan, and you see an oil rig off in the distance, and you see the legs sticking into the ground off in the distance. And you're told that the geometric horizon should be at 1.225 miles, right? Because you're 12 inches off the ground. You're a foot off the ground. So the square root of 1 is 1, right? We agree with that?
Yeah, what do you mean?
Square root of 1. If you got 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height, that'll tell you where the curvature should be. Yeah, so, like, if you were 5 feet tall, it'd be square root of 5 times 1.225. That's where you use the geometric.
I just want to interject here. Just remember, it's not worthwhile to focus on the oil rigs or the pillars or anything, because remember, the argument is strictly about where the horizon is. It should be at 1.22 miles, but it's photographed far beyond.
Right. That's what I'm trying to say, though. Like, even at 6.21 miles or 9.41 miles, and you see the oil rig legs sticking into the water, right? You see that? Sasha posted that picture for you.
I do, yeah.
Yeah, but dude, listen. Right. It doesn't matter where the oil rig legs are.
That's my next question.
It doesn't matter. Like,
where do you see where the sky meets the water? Where do you see that? Is it you see it behind the oil rigs?
Do you guys hear me?
Or is it in front of the oil rig?
The what?
The where the sky meets the water.
Yes.
All right. Where's the horizon at? Donato put a good picture there. If multiple choice, A, B, or C, where is the horizon at?
There's no A, B, or C. What do you mean? Oh, I see you. Yeah. Well, I guess the horizon is a... Or is it a...
A, right? So does that horizon line, does that look like it's closer than 9.41 miles or further than 9.41 miles?
From the, it looks like it's closer in a way.
Are you sure? It doesn't look like it's like if it was closer, it would be cutting off that oil rig leg. Wouldn't it? I know this is critical thinking, dude, but this is what we do here.
It's not a trick question, bro.
It's not.
You're not going to get in trouble for making a different answer. You just say what you see, man. Like, it's not that hard.
I'm trying to grasp at this. Look,
yeah, it's not that difficult, man. You just look at the picture and you say, "Where's the horizon?" And then you just give an answer, and you're not going to be wrong, or no one's going to start yelling at you. Just answer the question, and then the conversation can move forward.
That horizon looks like it's behind the oil rig, does it not?
It does.
It does. So that horizon looks like it's further than 9.41 miles, right?
But in a way, yeah, it does. No, if you look at it, yeah, you can't see that the horizon.
But the horizon should be 1.22 miles, not 10 miles. It's 10 times further than it should be, dude. That's what we're trying to say. Where is the curvature? We're told there's a curvature. We're given a formula. Where is it?
Legit, yeah. Okay.
It also demonstrates that the horizon isn't a physical location that you could measure to. It just appears beyond the further.
But was that ever the case? Was that ever the case that it was something physical?
Yes.
That's the claim.
That's the claim. Let me show you another picture, all right? It's a picture image used for perspective. Go ahead.
I still think he's not grasping horizon and the curvature of the Earth. What do you mean? Is that what they're claiming? Is it physical? Of course it's physical. That's what they're telling us.
He's got it. Okay. We just saw the video, and then there's this. He might be skeptical of what this is and what we're telling him, but the bottom line is the method that we just gave you, the method that we just spent time showing you the video, giving you this information that actually what I would have done after sharing the video with you, I would have gave you an EDU to go ahead and validate what was being said in that video, because that is the claim. So basically, it's a tangent, a line to a tangent point, a point on the sphere. That is where the horizon is. They give you a diagram, they explain it just like the guy did in the video, but you didn't see it, you only heard it, so fair enough. So anyway, like I said, it wouldn't be a source from us. Again, it'd be some university or something that we would pick because we don't really care. As a matter of fact, you could look it up right now. Google distance to horizon. Look at all the diagrams. Read to your heart's content. Boom. That's the claim. So the point is, you as a person should be able to go out and validate that what that guy said in the video is true. So you could go out to your beach.
Yeah, of course.
Get a shipping tracker and figure out whether the horizon is where they claim it is. If you have something for demarcation, like those oil rigs, or like a ship, or buoy that you can know the distance to, whatever it is that's out there. This is what you want to be using to help validate this thing that we all believed when we were coming up. It's their claim. It's clear as day. You saw it in the video. You can see it in the diagrams if you look. So the bottom line is the claim is very clear, and you should be able to either validate that is the true reality or that it's not. At least in this instance, we're showing you images of a video, because these aren't just images. It's of a video where you can see the guy put the camera close to the water, literally 1 foot above the ground at the beach, where he zooms into those oil rigs and the horizon is behind the boat. So you might be thinking it can't be that simple. It actually is. That's why we're flat earthers, because
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean,
I know,
same
it's-
question. Is it that simple?
Yeah, sphere must curve. That's simple.
Yep. That's exactly, Sasha.
Bro,
The sphere must come. That's it. It's that simple.
I mean, it's geometry. That's why. It's simple as that.
look at the link I just posted in the chat. The sphere has to curve, dude.
Yeah, astronomical horizon, true horizon. So that's what it will be if it was.
Look at what the true horizon. Look at what the true horizon is, right? You see how you look straight out, and then eventually the ball curves downward away from the observer.
Yeah.
That's your physical horizon. We're seeing past that.
Right, because on a sphere there should be a limit to how much of the sphere you can see.
Oh, I get what you guys mean. Okay, it took me a bit, but I understand what you guys say.
And you was correct. It was correct about horizon. It's a parent place where the sky meets the water or ground. That means we don't think that it's physical location, but they globe Earth model saying that it is that it's saying that it must be like that, and with precision, how to say, numbers. The dimension.
I get it.
So, someone drop a link for.
Where do you guys come up with these conclusions, though? I mean, it's
it's insane. What channel are you posting?
Hold on.
It's no. I'm saying it's not in a negative way. I mean, it's in a good way.
Hold on. Go ahead.
It's this simple. Some people are curious and some people are not. How did we come up with how to think about these things? Well, a lot of people have went to school. The problem is 99% of the people who believe it's a globe haven't thought about it. But they're brilliant engineers, brilliant chemists, brilliant a lot of things that we have right here in this community. Okay? So the thing is, when someone, like someone who knows math, I know the noise in the train, but when someone who knows math, you ask them simply, okay, well, you know the geometry, where should the horizon be? Oh, it should be this far. How come it's this far? That's it. We wanted to know what the curvature was so we can test it. That's it. Very simple.
I mean, look. First of all, I mean, thanks for the info and like everything. But what you guys are saying, like, just looking at it right now, in a way, makes sense. I mean, but I mean, it makes sense. And I mean, I don't know what to say, honestly. It does make sense, and it's kind of weird that it does make sense.
It's not weird because it's not weird because it's reality, and it's just observations of what's happening in reality. So when you step outside, it's not spinning, it looks flat. Therefore, we should come to a conclusion that it's stationary and flat. Now, they've told us that we're spinning and it's curved, but we don't observe that. So that's why, like you asked that question before, how do you guys come up with these conclusions? It's just observations and measurements. It's pretty simple, man. Like, they make the globe really complicated, and where we live is, it's complicated, but a lot of it's simple. Right. Like we look over there, we see that. They're telling us we look over there and the light's refracted. We're not actually seeing that. What's the most? Illusion. What's the better kind of? What makes more sense and what's more logical? That we're actually looking there and seeing it. Yeah. And it looks flat and stationary. So
here's the weird part that's going to blow your mind, Harry. We all here were globers at one point, dude. We all here were sitting in the same shoes that you were saying. Like, it makes sense, dude. Why does this make sense? Why is like it was supposed to be complicated?
Yeah. I mean, sure.
So I think you're in the right place to learn some things, dude.
I mean, look, it's very interesting how you guys like, collect information and like, just look at it from a bigger perspective. but I think for me to like even have an opinion, I should like know more, I guess. So, I mean,
do lots of research.
Yeah.
Has anyone gone over the atmosphere argument with you? Like atmosphere and vacuum of space?
No. We didn't even go down that rabbit hole. Yeah. We were just we wanted to get the physical horizon.
I just showed like a 20-minute like thing on the live stream. That was it.
Wait, you said you heard it yesterday?
No. I mean that I joined yesterday the server, just out of curiosity why people believe that the Earth is flat, and I just this is the first time I've ever like interacted. So that's what I mean. I didn't even have a.
Yeah, there's some weirdos on here, but we sound pretty normal, don't we?
Yeah, you
sound pretty normal. Look at you.
Yeah. Okay. No. Yeah. Of course.
Lots of logic here. Lots of logic. And you'll hear, if you sit around long enough, you'll hear us argue amongst ourselves. Like, you can't say that. You can't verify that.
Oh, no, trust me.
And it's true. Like, we only are all out here to seek the truth of everything. And so we refine each other and make each other better in trying to figure out.
I've heard you guys fight over your own opinions.
And just for a little example perspective, I used to be a little computer science. I wanted to be a programmer, do machine learning. I wanted to be just like Elon Musk. I wanted to go to space, all that shit. Yeah. No, my worldview's changed a lot.
There's some people here that have like used to work for NASA, or probably still do. I don't know.
What do you mean, like actually, like engineers?
Engineers, dude. Engineers, or people that have built like massive construction projects in places like Utah or just anywhere, like massive building projects where like you have to find level ground, dude. You have to make it even in level, and they use lasers to confirm all that stuff.
Yeah,
and they never thought about it. I was gonna say they never thought about it before, and then one day someone brought flat Earth to them, and they're like, "Holy shit, dude! Like that explains why I use lasers."
Well, I mean, the hardest part is still just believing everyone lied. That's just a ridiculous thing to try and wrap your head around. And I still struggle with that to this day, but that's the main blocking point. It's just the fact that, well, everyone's fucking lying, which is insane. Not something you should normally believe.
Yeah, well, it's that was probably the hardest thing for me to grasp as well. But when you start realizing that, there's so many things that, you got to ask yourself one question: does the government lie? And if the answer is yes, then that means they can lie about anything, pretty much.
Oh, they lie. I mean, the government lying is very like, it's very normal in many areas. But I mean, what I can get around, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Like, why, this all you guys said, it makes sense, right? I haven't taken the time to look at it. It's like I'm also pretty tired. I'm like can't even like
don't ask that question.
Fully grasp it, but I can get it. But like,
what you to dissect it a bit for yourself.
There's but
here it
what
comes.
Do you guys think? Look, I want you guys' opinion. What do you guys think? Like, there's them lying about certain topics which actually gets them like some benefit from it. But what is this? The shape of the Earth. What does this have?
Power, control.
Dude, I had no reason to believe in God before this. None. They do it.
Oh wait, another question. Are you guys religious?
I am now.
I just became religious.
Spiritual, I guess you could say.
Some are not.
It depends on how you use that word in definition, because religion has a negative connotation.
We're pretty much all Christians.
I'm less religious.
Like, because I don't know any other religions. Just say like Christian, the Catholic Church.
Do you know what is the biggest religion?
What is what?
The biggest religion in the world.
Can you repeat again?
What is the biggest religion in the world?
What is the biggest religion in the world?
I mean, I don't know. What is it?
Globe religion.
Heliocentrism.
Heliocentrism, man.
Because you're talking about what you're talking.
You guys are talking. Wait, there's a lot of people talking. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
All right.
What did you say? What is the biggest religion in the world?
Heliocentrism.
Oh, globe religion. You said.
Yeah, heliocentrism.
Oh.
Yeah, but you're
going to make a really good comment. Then I know where he was going with that. Do you want to go, T-Wad? Because I think that makes a lot of sense where you were going.
Just quickly, I just wanted to say, what you're talking about is organized religion versus acknowledging a creation and a creator.
Good job.
No, that's not what I meant when I said that question. When I said that question, I purely meant because you guys, from what I understand, like to view things not the way they're given to you, but to look at them like even further, I guess. So I'm saying, are you guys religious? Which is a question of, because I mean I don't know, but I'm thinking religion is the most like a part that where we know nothing. Like there's no. I guess really? There's like stories of people, but like there's nothing like tangible in a way you can like grasp.
Do you know
if that makes sense?
Do you have? I understand. Do you know any religion that has a globe in their narrative?
No.
That's interesting. For example, I will post you now ancient cultures. They have all of kind dome and flat surface on their religious beliefs. There is
you mean there's no like a globe and like
there is no beliefs in any religion about globe. Only globe religion.
Right, like all the old ancient cultures all agreed somehow miraculously that the Earth was flat and there was a dome over it. And only until NASA came was there the idea of a ball. So that's their religion is the globe.
Yeah, but they didn't have the internet, so what did they know, right?
I mean, for that, I don't know about that. But like my main point was like, okay, so that's what you guys mean when you guys say you're religious in a way that it's.
Well, we're spiritual, dude. There had to have been a creator to create all of this, and you can't have gas pressure without a container. And so that alludes to the idea that there's got to be something over our heads keeping everything in. There is no space. Space is fake.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah,
sure. So high up, and then you hit a container wall.
Conclusion.
It's a logical conclusion.
Yeah, it's a logical conclusion, and
we can't prove that, but. So the second law of thermodynamics says that you can't have gas pressure without a.
Right, and amongst all flat earthers, right, you'll see a diversity of background, and religions and spiritual beliefs and things like that.
You'll even see Wiccans. You'll even see Wiccans in that, dude.
Yeah, exactly, and agnostic, where they think they've concluded that that's unknowable, but they don't discount there being a creator.
Right.
So they just haven't chosen to follow a particular doctrine of faith or belief. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, yeah, sure. Look,
so it's not a religious thing. This is like factually based, evidential based. Like, we don't know what the creator is, but we can all agree that something had to have created it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, that's
it's too intelligent.
I mean,
yeah.
Look, it's kind of cool that we always see the same face of the moon, right? That's pretty interesting. Little just tidbit of life. It'd be pretty hard.
It might not even be a man.
And plus, nobody proved the rotation also.
Right.
How come I don't feel it? If we're rotating at 1,000 miles per hour, I don't feel it.
Have you ever been on a gravitron at the fair or at a carnival?
I have, and there's something called centripetal force that you feel when something's rotating. But for some reason on the Earth that's rotating at 1,000 miles per hour, you don't feel that.
Like, I don't get dizzy at any given moment. Like, you have these wonderful things in your ears called vestibular tubes.
They pick up motion, right?
Vestibular system.
The vestibular system.
Look, yo, it's been very interesting talking to you. Like I've learned a bunch of stuff, I think. And but I think if I stay any longer, it's quite late for me. I think I'm gonna go start like overthinking everything.
Oh, you're scared you're gonna get unindoctrinated?
No,
yeah,
dude,
I think I'm overthinking as well.
This is heavy.
Too much to think.
Complete
Dude, hey, real quick, Harry. I had a dude in here one time, and he was a surfer, right? And he always thought it was a globe. And I was like, dude, I was like, perfect, you're a surfer. I was like, have you ever gone out to go surf a wave? And you sit out there and you look around, man, it sure is fucking flat. And he's like, maybe once or twice, but now that you mentioned it, now I got to go back out there and look for myself. I haven't seen the dude since then. I think he's been the whole time.
There's a lot of overthinking that goes into your guys' conclusions, I swear.
It's heavy ass shit, dude.
No, it's all right. If you
this is the final exam.
What the hell is that soundboard, man?
Yeah, somebody's got soundboard stuff.
What the fuck was that?
That's the surfer laugh. Come on, bro. You already know this.
Did you say that you... Did you say that you...
But yeah, it's a lot of critical thinking into the information you're being received. So yeah, chew it, dissect it in your own way, and come back whenever you feel like listening more to, learning more. It's always.
Do you live by the ocean at all?
Of course I know. Yeah, I have.
No. You do? No, do you? Do you live there now? Is it easy access for you to do?
What do you mean?
A large body of water or anything like that? Like just go out somewhere like where there's a large body of water.
Oh, no, where I am right now, there's no access to it. No access. I mean, there's. It's pretty. I mean, I've been to the biggest I think like beach I've been to. I think it's like probably.
Do you? I guess I don't know if you're going to a beach anytime soon, but if you go to a beach, just go out there and look and just, like observe the beauty for what it is. It's a lot of shit.
I mean, what did you say? Like, repeat that again.
It's flat. It's flat as shit. Flat as fuck.
It is.
Flat AF.
Even in a plane.
No denying it. Yeah. Like you're like, oh, I'm looking through the window. No, put your eyes all the way up to the window. Press your nose on the window and look out and tell me that you see curvature.
Yeah, don't let them do any window magic tree with a little curve on the little side of it.
Yeah.
Or do experiment like this. Go to any delta of river, any river delta, and turn around in the direction of the source of the river, and now ask yourself how much curvature it's to the source.
What do you mean, like following the horizon line, 360, or
following the river, like a canal.
Following the river in opposite direction. It must be curved, but river it's coming down from the mountain. But you're on delta.
Can we see hill of water also?
Ask Bob.
Interesting fact, by the way, Harry. Water always travels downward to its level, and so if it always travels downward, there's an elevation. And how can there be curvature if it's traveling downward?
Yeah, imagine curvature. It would be going uphill as well. Where have we ever seen that?
You sometimes see water curve, but that's only in its smallest form, not its largest.
Yeah. Like when it's changing elevation, it'll curve a little bit, but it's
How do you
always
guys
flat.
even grasp with your own questions? Like, there's so many.
Ask them.
We all were there, dude. We were all there at one point where like we had to fucking sit on it, and learn it.
Y'all are missing the opportunity to tell him about the eclipse.
Look, no,
Oh yeah, but now there's an eclipse. Do you live on the East Coast? You live on the East Coast? Where do you live? Do you mind if we ask where you live? You don't have to say.
I live in Europe. Yeah.
You live where?
Which part?
Huh?
What language do you speak?
I speak Greek. I'm from Greece, actually.
Bro, oh my god, I wanted to learn Italian.
Well, I mean, it's not really related.
Baklava, melanzana salata, tarama salata.
A lot of people confuse Greek with Spanish, actually.
Terama? Is that Romanian?
So I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but there's an event called the Selenelian Eclipse coming up. It's once in 25 years or something like that occurs.
No,
not a Selenelian.
No,
Selenium Eclipse. Selenium Eclipse. I think. No.
Every year.
I can't hear you. Every year. Elijah knows more about the moon and the sun than a lot of us do because he likes the moon.
I mean, sure. Look, we can keep that for another conversation.
But there's a Selenelian eclipse happening tonight at 6:34 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I don't know what that would be over in Greece, but from New York.
Harry, good luck trying to find anywhere else more intellectually stimulating. We'll see you back.
11:30. What's that? Geometrical meridian in Glasgow time. Glasgow time would be 11:34 a.m. So whatever that is in reference to you. Selenelian eclipse. I don't know if you're gonna be able to see that.
Yeah, he can Google search it on his own time zone where it is.
I mean, for sure, yeah. I'll research about it. But anyways, thank you guys for the talk. It was interesting.
Thanks for visiting.
Yeah, sure. We'll probably talk soon.
Come back.
Yeah, man. Take care.
Goodbye.
For now.
Flat Earth has long been denigrated, derided, and disparaged as being the most crackpot of all conspiracy theories, marginalized, mocked, and ridiculed for centuries as being an ignorant, ancient, unscientific worldview. But the facts of the matter are far from what you have been told. When thoroughly examined and diligently researched with an open mind, any skeptical, critical thinker will find it is actually the tilting, wobbling, spinning spaceball Earth promoted by NASA and taught in schools that is truly ridiculous and unscientific. The following are 20 ways anyone can prove for themselves that Earth is a level, stationary plane. 1. Common sense. It cannot be overstated or overemphasized. The most important thing to realize and most obvious way to know you are not spinning on a ball is your own common sense and lived experience. You have always and will always experience yourself as living right side up on a motionless Earth, with the sun, moon, and stars revolving over and around you. This is common sense, and what everyone in the world personally experiences every day of their lives. We are taught to believe otherwise, however, many things completely contrary to our own common sense and experience from a very early age. We are told that people living down under the spinning ball Earth in Australia are actually living upside down relative to those residing in the northern hemisphere, while an invisible force, strong enough to hold people, buildings, and oceans stuck to the underside of a rapidly rotating ball, but weak enough to allow birds, bugs, and planes to take off and fly with ease, keeps Earth's atmosphere spinning in perfect balance and holds everyone firmly to the surface without crushing us. We can clearly see that the horizon is horizontal, but we are told it curves. We can feel that the Earth under our feet is motionless, but we are told it moves. We can observe the luminaries revolving around us, but we are told it is us that revolves. It is obvious that stars are stars, but we are told that stars are suns. We can see the sun is bigger than the stars, but we are told stars are bigger than the sun. We can see the sun and moon are the same size, but we are told the sun is 400 times larger. It is obvious that up is up and down is down, but we are told there is no such thing. As stated by Flat Earth author David Wardlaw Scott, with the modern astronomer, there is theoretically neither up nor down, though his experience belies his assertion every time he looks up to the heavens or down to the ground. Such aberration of intellect is really to be pitied. The 3rd century philosopher Lactantius was similarly perturbed about the idea, stating, "A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground? The ancient wonder of the hanging gardens of Babylon dwindle into nothing in comparison to the fields, seas, towns, and mountains that pagan philosophers believed to be hanging from the earth without support. Truly, the idea that people are standing, ships are sailing, and planes are flying upside down on certain parts of Earth, while others are tilted at 90 degrees and all other impossible angles, is utter absurdity and an affront to common sense. In fact, common sense is the first casualty of globe belief. No child or unindoctrinated man would ever conclude or even conceive, if given to their own devices, based on their own personal observations, that Earth was a spinning ball revolving around the sun. When children are indoctrinated from a very early age to abandon their common sense and lived experience of a geocentric plain Earth in favor of this nonsensical, heliocentric globe model taught in schools, a schism occurs in their psyche. No longer can they trust their own senses and experience, and instead must trust information completely contrary to it, taught by supposed experts and authority figures who insist their version of reality is correct. When children see that every adult around them believes wholeheartedly in the spinning globe, and hear that only our ignorant, unscientific ancestors believed otherwise, they readily abandon the empirical evidence of their senses and adopt the prevailing nonsensical model. As stated by Flat Earth author E. Eschini, the one thing the fable of the revolving Earth has done, it has shown the terrible power of a lie. A lie has the power to make a man a mental slave, so that he dares not back the evidence of his own senses, to deny the plain and obvious movement of the sun he sees before him. When he feels himself standing on an earth utterly devoid of motion, at the suggestion of someone else, he is prepared to accept that he is spinning furiously round. When he sees a bird flying and gaining over the ground, he is prepared to believe that the ground is really traveling a great number of times faster than the bird. And finally, in order to uphold the imagination of a madman, he is prepared to accuse his maker of forming him a sensiferous lie. 2. Fake photographs. One of the main reasons the average person believes the world is a globe is because of the globular Earth images and video footage provided by NASA and other space agencies. Hundreds of such pictures and thousands of videos featuring a globe Earth are freely available on the internet, yet most people never critically examine them with a skeptical eye. From the earliest photographs to the latest live streams, NASA and the world's other space agencies continue to be exposed for their Hollywood-style trickery. When conscientiously compared, contrasted, and investigated for inconsistencies, it turns out every single image and video showing a globular Earth has been manipulated in some way. All globe videos, for example, are achieved using either a fisheye lens to curve the horizon or created completely through CGI technology. One clear instance of the latter is NASA's 1990 time-lapse video of Earth supposedly filmed by their Galileo Space Telescope from 1.3 million miles away. This video features the Earth globe spinning in space uncut for 25 hours and shows the exact same clouds present without ever dissipating, changing shape or location the entire time. In reality, if you watch clouds in the sky for several minutes, three things will inevitably happen. The clouds will all move, some will morph, gradually changing shape, and others will dissipate and disappear completely. In NASA's official footage of the spinning ball Earth, however, the entire world's cloud cover doesn't dissipate, morph, or move for 25 hours, which is, of course, impossible. and proof of fakery. A good example of fisheye lens fakery is the famous 2012 GoPro Red Bull jump, where skydiver Felix Baumgartner was lifted to a record-breaking 128,000 feet in a stratospheric balloon, then jumped back to Earth. 7 GoPro cameras on the outside of the craft and strapped to Felix himself recorded the entire ascent and descent. Astute observers will notice that from ground level all the way up to the 24-mile apex, the horizon is significantly curved and remains equally so for the entire ascent. This is because the curve is artificial and being caused by the GoPro camera's standard-issue fisheye lens. Once Felix reaches his peak altitude and the door of his craft opens, an inside camera mounted behind him without a fisheye lens reveals the truth, showing a perfectly flat horizon still at eye level, 128,000 feet high. As for the hundreds of supposed photographs available of the globe, NASA readily admits that these are composite images and not actual photographs. They claim the composites are made by taking strips of data sent from satellites, spliced together in Photoshop, and colorized for the final creation. NASA's senior program analyst and lead data visualizer, Robert Simon, admitted in an interview that they are photoshopped because they have to be. When compared side by side and viewed with a discerning eye, the inconsistencies become obvious. The coloration of the land and oceans and relative size of the continents drastically changes between images, and they often feature far too little land mass for 50% of a globe. Several of NASA's blue marble Earth images have repeat instances of exact cloud patterns clearly copied and pasted into place. Computer enhancements done on Earth images taken during the Apollo missions also show similar photo trickery. When hues are removed from the black backgrounds and brightness enhanced, distinct rectangular artifacts appear around the globe where they were pasted in, again proving them to be doctored composites. Furthermore, when NASA's Earth pictures are compared with those from the Russians, Chinese, and other space agencies, the differences become evident, and the fact that they are all simply Photoshop images becomes obvious. If NASA and the world's space agencies could provide real, legitimate photographs and videos of a globe, they most certainly would. So the fact that they continue producing and pumping out nothing but fisheye fakery and CGI cartoons is strong evidence that Earth is not what they claim. 3. Water. The natural physics of water are that once contained and undisturbed, the surface will always remain horizontal. This fundamental physical property of water is why it has been used as a leveling tool by builders and engineers for millennia. Whether in a bucket, bathtub, pond, lake, or an ocean, the surface of water at rest always remains flat and doesn't have the ability to show convexity or any shape whatsoever upon its surface. This fact is easily demonstrable and empirically verifiable, but completely at odds with what we are told about the globe. For Earth to be globular and over 70% covered in water, the oceans must be somehow curving around and sticking to all sides of a rapidly spinning ball suspended in space. It is simply impossible to make water behave this way. As anyone can experiment for themselves, bodies of water will not stick to the underside of a ball and cannot show convexity or any other shape upon their surface. Globe defenders will often point to water droplets, meniscus, surface tension, or adhesion, claiming these are examples of water bending or sticking to a surface, which is nothing but a fallacy of false equivalency, as these only happen at a very small scale, the size of a coffee cup. The claim is entire oceans wrapping around and sticking to the underside of a spinning ball, not a water droplet or the meniscus in a glass filled to the brim. NASA has also recently taken to faking CGI water balls using augmented virtual reality technology in an attempt to convince the public that water can behave this way. This kind of demonstration, done in a reference frame inaccessible to 99.99% of the population, however, is unrepeatable by the world's scientists and skeptics, and is therefore not scientific or permissible as proof of anything. First, they claim only massive objects the size of Earth have this attractive property. Then, as evidence, they show a phenomenon allegedly outside of our earthly reference frame. In other words, they are claiming bodies of water can bend around, stick to a ball, and show curvature upon their surface, but only at a scale too big for the public to recreate. Then they are claiming water can ball up and float suspended in air, but only in a reference frame too far for the public to recreate. As for water level, globe defenders have actually attempted to completely redefine the term level just to fit with their dogma. The true definition of level is a flat horizontal plane with no deviation in elevation along its surface. Water always reliably seeks and maintains its own level, and that is why it has been used in spirit levels and construction projects from time immemorial to create perfectly horizontal structures, no matter their size. Globe zealots, however, unsatisfied with this obvious truth and clear definition, have attempted to redefine level to instead mean curved. Their globe-friendly version of level means equal heights around a ball when measured from a central point. The fact of the matter is, however, that nobody has ever reached this hypothetical center point of the hypothetical Earth globe, so their redefined term cannot be tested or falsified. Until that day, rest assured there is good reason we call it sea level and not sea curve. 4. The horizon. The horizon is always perfectly horizontal, 360 degrees around the observer, regardless of altitude. If Earth was actually a globe, no matter how large, as an observer ascended, the horizon would remain fixed in position and fall below the observer the higher climbed. In reality, all amateur balloon, rocket, plane, and drone footage filmed without a fisheye lens at maximum altitudes of over 20 miles high show a completely flat horizon still rising to eye level. Only in NASA and other space agency footage does the horizon ever curve or appear below the observer's eye level. In the heliocentric model, the horizon is claimed to be the physical curvature of their globe, and the reason boats receding from a shore-bound observer disappear from view. This was actually one of the original alleged globe Earth proofs presented by Aristotle and still parroted by believers today. But by using modern zoom technology, we now know that the horizon is not the physical curvature of a globe, and those boats can be zoomed back into full view. This is because the horizon is not an objective physical phenomenon at all, but rather a subjective optical phenomenon based on an individual observer's perspective. If the horizon was actually the objective physical curvature of a globe, then objects receding beyond it could not be zoomed back into view, and it would remain fixed as an observer ascended. In reality, however, the horizon rises along with the observer no matter how high, and modern zoom technology can bring objects receding beyond it back into full view. This proves the horizon line is not some objective point of curvature on a convex Earth, but rather the subjective vanishing line of perspective from a given observer's point of view. Quoting Earth Not a Globe by Dr. Samuel Robotham, on the shore near Waterloo, a few miles to the north of Liverpool, a good telescope was fixed at an elevation of 6 feet above the water. It was directed to a large steamer just leaving the River Mersey and sailing out to Dublin. Gradually, the masthead of the receding vessel came nearer to the horizon, until, at length, after more than 4 hours had elapsed, it disappeared. The ordinary rate of sailing of the Dublin steamers was fully 8 miles an hour, so that the vessel would be at least 32 miles distant when the masthead came to the horizon. The 6 feet of elevation of the telescope would require 3 miles to be deducted for convexity, which would leave 29 miles, the square of which, multiplied by 8 inches, gives 560 feet, deducting 80 feet for the height of the main mast, and we find that, according to the doctrine of rotundity, the masthead of the outward-bound steamer should have been 480 feet below the horizon. Many other experiments of this kind have been made upon sea-going steamers, and always with results entirely incompatible with the theory that the Earth is a globe. 5. Gyroscopes. Gyroscopes are precision instruments consisting of a wheel mounted inside 2 or 3 gimbals, which provide pivoting support and allow the wheel to rotate about a single axis. As the entire contraption moves and shifts angles, the gimbals move and shift accordingly, but the inner wheel never changes its angle with respect to its initial reference frame. This unique property is called rigidity in space, meaning the inner wheel maintains its orientation and axis of rotation in relation to space and not to the surface of the Earth. This means that the base of a gyroscope set in motion with its axis in a vertical position, then placed on a table for 6 hours, should rotate 90 degrees with the spinning globe Earth. As the globe turns under the gyroscope for 6 hours, the axis should slowly turn from vertical to horizontal. This experiment has been tested many times with several full-length videos available online, and never does the gyroscope's vertical axis shift whatsoever. If the heliocentric model were true, not only would the gyroscope detect the alleged 1,000-mile-per-hour spin of the globe, but also the 67,000-mile-per-hour revolution around the Sun, the entire solar system's 500,000-mile-per-hour spiral around the Milky Way galaxy, and the entire galaxy's multi-million-mile-per-hour journey through the universe. Since these hypothetical motions never register on precision gyroscopes, it is clear that they, just like the spinning ball Earth they're based on, do not exist. Gyroscopes are also the technology behind inertial guidance systems and airplane artificial horizon indicators. When military jets are performing loops, barrel rolls, and other dogfighting maneuvers, the artificial horizon allows pilots to easily see their exact orientation relative to Earth without having to rely on looking out the window. If Earth was truly a sphere, by simply flying level, airplane artificial horizon indicators should show a steady decline unless pilots constantly correct their altitudes downwards so as not to fly straight off into so-called outer space. For example, a pilot traveling 500 miles per hour over a globe Earth 24,900 miles in circumference would have to descend an average of 2,777 feet, or over half a mile per minute. Otherwise, in 1 hour's time, the plane would be 31.5 miles higher than desired. In fact, if Earth was really a ball, there should be no reason to use rockets for flying into outer space, because simply flying an airplane straight at any altitude for long enough would already inevitably send you there. 6. Compasses. The mariner's compass is another precision instrument which can only work on a level plane Earth, and is an impossible and nonsensical tool for use on a globe. It simultaneously points north and south over a flat surface, and must be held flat to work, yet claims to be pinpointing 2 constantly moving geomagnetic poles at opposite ends of a spinning sphere originating from a hypothetical molten metal core. If compass needles were actually drawn to the north pole of a globe, the opposing south needle would actually be pointing up and off into outer space. Likewise, observers holding a compass in Antarctica would be at the bottom of the ball, so to show north, the needle would have to point down at their feet. If the so-called South Pole in Antarctica were truly the southern pole of a magnet, observers would be able to walk in a circle with their backs to the South Pole and have their compass needles show north being in front of them in every direction. This feat has never and will never be achieved because the so-called South Pole is simply an arbitrary point along the Antarctic ice marked with a red and white barbershop pole and topped with a little metal ball Earth. The actual type of magnetism present on Earth is similar to a ring magnet found in loudspeakers, which have a central North Pole, with the opposite South Pole being all points along the outer circumference. This perfectly describes the magnetism of our flat Earth, whereas the alleged source of magnetism in the globe model is emitted from a hypothetical molten magnetic core in the center of the ball, which they claim conveniently causes both poles to constantly move and thus forever evade independent verification at their two ceremonial poles. 7. Plain sailing. Ship captains in navigating great distances at sea never need to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their calculations. Both plain sailing and great circle sailing, the most popular navigation methods, use plane, not spherical trigonometry, making all mathematical calculations on the assumption that the Earth is perfectly flat. If the Earth were in fact a sphere, such an errant assumption would lead to constantly glaring inaccuracies. Plain sailing has worked perfectly fine in both theory and practice for thousands of years, and plane trigonometry has time and again proven more accurate than spherical trigonometry in determining distances across the oceans. It is so commonly used at sea, Navigation in Theory and Practice states that, in practice, scarcely any other rules are used but those derived from plain sailing. The great and serious objection to plain sailing is that longitude cannot be found by it accurately, although in practice it is more frequently found by it than any other method. So both latitude and longitude are found most often and most accurately by assuming Earth to be flat, more accurately even than assuming the Earth to be spherical. Quoting 100 Proofs Earth is Not a Globe by William Carpenter, "If the Earth were a globe, a small model globe would be the very best, because the truest, thing for the navigator to take to sea with him. But such a thing as that is not known. With such a toy as a guide, the mariner would wreck his ship of a certainty. This is a proof that Earth is not a globe." 8. Construction. Surveyors, engineers, architects, and builders are never required to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their projects. Plumb bobs are used to establish plumb vertical datums, with spirit levels then used to establish horizontal datums and lay flat foundations across great expanses. If Earth was actually a globe of given proportions, builders would find themselves constantly deviating from both their established vertical and horizontal datum lines. But in reality, canals, railways, bridges, tunnels, and other large projects are always cut and laid horizontally, often over hundreds of miles, without any allowance for curvature, and no deviation from established datums. As stated by surveyor T. Westwood in Earth Review magazine, quote, "In leveling, I work from ordnance marks, or canal levels, to get the height above sea level. The puzzle to me used to be that over several miles, each level was and is treated throughout its whole length as the same level from end to end, not the least allowance being made for curvature." The Suez Canal, which connects the Mediterranean Sea with the Gulf of Suez on the Red Sea, is one clear proof of both the Earth's and water's non-convexity. The canal is 100 miles long and without any locks, so the water within is an uninterrupted continuation of the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea. When it was constructed, the Earth's supposed curvature was not taken into account. It was dug along a horizontal datum line 26 feet below sea level, passing through several lakes from one sea to the other, with the datum line and the water's surface running perfectly parallel over the 100 miles. Another good example is the Dunyang Kunshan Bridge, the longest bridge in the world, just over 102 miles long, which runs parallel to the Yangtze River and connects the Shanghai and Nanjing provinces. This bridge is approximately the same length as the Suez Canal, and was also built without factoring the alleged curvature of the Earth. If Earth was actually a globe 24,900 miles in circumference, spherical trigonometry dictates that the center of both the Suez Canal and the Dunyang Kunshan Bridge would bulge over 1,666 feet higher than either end. Engineer W. Winkler was published in the Earth Review regarding the Earth's supposed curvature, stating, "As an engineer of many years' standing, I saw that this absurd allowance is only permitted in school books. No engineer would dream of allowing anything of the kind. I have projected many miles of railways and many more of canals, and the allowance has not even been thought of, much less allowed for. This allowance for curvature means this: that it is 8 inches for the first mile of a canal, and increasing at the ratio by the square of the distance in miles. Thus, a small navigable canal for boats, say 30 miles long, will have, by the above rule, an allowance for curvature of 600 feet. Think of that, and then please credit engineers as not being quite such fools. Nothing of the sort is allowed. We no more think of allowing 600 feet for a line of 30 miles of railway or canal than of wasting our time trying to square the circle. Railroads are another example of large-scale construction projects spanning hundreds or even thousands of miles, working from an established datum line and without deviating for the entire length. The Manchester Ship Canal Company, in an official statement published in Earth Review magazine, confirmed, quote, "It is customary in railway and canal constructions for all levels to be referred to a datum which is nominally horizontal and is so shown on all sections. It is not the practice in laying out public works to make allowances for the curvature of the earth." As an example, the London and North Western Railway forms a straight line 180 miles long between London and Liverpool. The railroad's highest point, midway at Birmingham Station, is only 240 feet above sea level. But if Earth was actually a globe of given proportions, the 180-mile stretch of rail would form an arc with its center point at Birmingham raising over a mile, a full 5,400 feet above London and Liverpool. A surveyor and engineer of 30 years, published in the Birmingham Weekly Mercury, stated, "I am thoroughly acquainted with the theory and practice of civil engineering. However bigoted some of our professors may be in the theory of surveying according to the prescribed rules, yet it is well known amongst us that such theoretical measurements are incapable of any practical illustration. All our locomotives are designed to run on what may be regarded as true levels or flats. There are, of course, partial inclines or gradients here and there, but they are always accurately defined and must be carefully traversed. But anything approaching to 8 inches in the mile, increasing as the square of the distance, could not be worked by any engine that was ever yet constructed. Taking one station with another all over England and Scotland, it may be stated that all the platforms are on the same relative level. The distance between eastern and western coasts of England may be set down as 300 miles. If the prescribed curvature was indeed as represented, the central stations at Rugby or Warwick ought to be close upon 3 miles higher than a chord drawn from the two extremities. If such was the case, there is not a driver or stoker within the kingdom that would be found to take charge of the train. We can only laugh at those of your readers who seriously give us credit for such venturesome exploits as running trains round spherical curves. Horizontal curves on levels are dangerous enough. Vertical curves would be 1,000 times worse, and with our rolling stock constructed as at present, physically impossible. 9. Long-distance photography. We are consistently able to observe objects at incredibly long distances, far beyond what would be possible if Earth was actually a globe of given proportions. By inputting the observer height and distance viewed into an Earth curvature calculator, it is easy to check how much a target should be obstructed on a globe Earth. For example, it is often possible to see the Chicago skyline from sea level 60 miles away across Lake Michigan. In 2015, after photographer Joshua Nowicki photographed this phenomenon, several news channels quickly claimed his picture to be a superior mirage, an atmospheric anomaly caused by temperature inversion. While these certainly do occur, the skyline in question was facing right side up and clearly seen, unlike a hazy, illusory mirage, and on a ball Earth 24,900 miles in circumference should be a full 2,400 feet below the horizon. In Genoa, Italy, from only 70 feet above sea level, on clear days it is possible to see the distant islands of Elba, Gorgona, Caprea, and Corsica, which are 81, 99, 102, and 125 miles away. If Earth was truly a globe of given proportions, all 4 islands could never be visible for such an observer, and would be hidden behind 3,300, 5,200, 5,600, and 8,700 feet of curved water. From Anchorage, Alaska, At an elevation of 102 feet, on clear days, both Mount Foraker and Mount McKinley can be seen in their entirety, standing straight from base to summit with the naked eye from 120 and 130 miles away, respectively. If Earth was really a ball of given circumference, both mountains should be leaning back away from the observer, with the lower half of each mountain completely obstructed from view. Based on verifiable curvature calculations, 7,719 feet of Mount Foraker's 17,400-foot summit and 9,220 feet of Mount McKinley's 20,320-foot summit should be hidden behind a giant bulge of curved globular Earth. The current record-breaking longest-distance zoom photograph recently captured Pic Gaspard from Pic de Finestrelles, a whopping 275 miles away, with an observer height of approximately 9,000 feet, from which, based on correct curvature calculations, the entire 12,740-foot mountain should be invisible behind nearly 6 miles of curved Earth. Even more recently, flat earthers like J. Tolan Media have been filming using infrared zoom cameras at high altitudes to capture lakes, mountains, and other landmarks up to an incredible 1,000 miles away. If Earth was really a globe the size we are told, many of the landmarks photographed would be hidden behind upwards of 70 miles of curved Earth. 10. Lighthouses. The distance from which various lighthouse lights around the world are visible at sea also far exceeds what could be found on a globe of given proportions. For example, the Dunkirk light in southern France, at an altitude of 194 feet, is visible from a boat 10 feet above sea level, 28 miles away. Spherical trigonometry dictates that if Earth was a globe with the given curvature rate, this light should be hidden 190 feet below the horizon. The Port Nicholson light in New Zealand is 420 feet above sea level and visible from 35 miles away, where it should be 220 feet below the horizon. The Agero light in Norway is 154 feet above high water and visible from 28 statute miles, where it should be 230 feet below the horizon. The light at Madras on the Esplanade is 132 feet high and visible from 28 miles away, where it should be 250 feet below the line of sight. The Cordonin light on the west coast of France is 207 feet high and visible from 31 miles away, where it should be 280 feet below the line of sight. The light at Cape Bonavista, Newfoundland, is 150 feet above sea level and visible at 35 miles, where it should be 491 feet below the horizon. The lighthouse steeple of St. Botolph's Parish Church in Boston is 290 feet tall and visible from over 40 miles away, where it should be hidden a full 800 feet below the horizon. The Isle of Wight Lighthouse in England is 180 feet high and can be seen up to 42 miles away, a distance at which modern astronomers say the light should fall 996 feet below the line of sight. The Cape Legulas Lighthouse in South Africa is 33 feet high, 238 feet above sea level, and can be seen for over 50 miles. If the world was a globe, this light would fall 1,400 feet below an observer's line of sight. And finally, the lighthouse at Port Said, Egypt, at an elevation of only 60 feet, has been seen an astonishing 58 miles away, where according to modern astronomy, it should be 2,182 feet below the line of sight. 11. Impossible atmosphere. If Earth was truly a globe, constantly spinning eastwards at over 1,000 miles per hour, it stands to reason that helicopters and hot air balloons should be able to simply hover over the surface of the Earth and wait for their destinations to come to them. For example, during the Red Bull Stratosphere dive, Felix Baumgartner, spending 3 hours ascending over New Mexico, should have landed 2,500 miles west into the Pacific Ocean, but instead actually landed a few dozen miles east of the takeoff point. Likewise, vertically fired cannonballs and other projectiles should fall significantly due west on an eastward spinning ball. In actual fact, however, whenever this has been tested, vertically fired cannonballs shoot upwards an average of 14 seconds ascending, 14 seconds descending, and fall back to the ground no more than 2 feet away from the cannon, sometimes directly back into the muzzle. To account for this problem, globe defenders claim that gravity somehow magically and inexplicably drags the entire lower atmosphere of the Earth in perfect synchronization up to some undetermined height, where this progressively faster and faster spinning atmosphere gives way to the non-spinning, non-gravitized, non-atmosphere of supposed infinite vacuum space. NASA refuses to answer at what altitude this impossible feat allegedly happens, but the effect such a transition would have on a craft traversing it would be disastrous. It is also scientifically refuted by the simple fact that vacuums cannot exist connected to non-vacuums while maintaining the properties of a vacuum. As anyone who has punctured an aerosol can knows, two adjacent pressure systems, not separated by some kind of barrier or membrane, will equilibrate. If gravity magically dragged the atmosphere along with the spinning ball Earth, that would mean the atmosphere at the poles would be spinning at 0 miles per hour, while over the mid-latitudes it would be spinning around 500 miles per hour, and gradually faster until reaching the equator, where Earth and the atmosphere would be spinning together at over 1,000 miles per hour. Not only would this gravitized atmosphere increase speed from poles to the equator, but would also necessarily progressively increase speed the higher the altitude. In reality, however, the atmosphere at every point on Earth is equally unaffected by this alleged force, as it has never been measured and is proven non-existent by the ability of airplanes to fly unabated in any direction without experiencing any such atmospheric changes. Landing airplanes on such fast-moving runways, facing all manner of directions, north, south, east, west, and otherwise, would also be practically impossible. Not to mention rain, fireworks, birds, bugs, clouds, smoke, balloons, and projectiles would all behave very differently if the Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning. Tests were conducted in the 19th century with cannons facing each of the cardinal directions, which proved Earth and its atmosphere are not spinning. If they were, then north and south-facing cannons would establish a control, while east-firing cannonballs should fall significantly farther than all others, while west-firing cannonballs should fall significantly closer. In actual fact, however, regardless of which direction cannons are fired, the distance covered is always the same. Common sense tells us if Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastwards over 1,000 miles per hour, this should somewhere, somehow, be seen, heard, felt, or measured by someone, yet no one in history has ever experienced this alleged eastward motion. Meanwhile, however, we can hear, feel, and experimentally measure even the slightest westward breeze. Furthermore, clouds, wind, and weather patterns casually and unpredictably meander every which way, with clouds often traveling in opposing directions at varying altitudes simultaneously. This is altogether incompatible with the theory of a rapidly rotating Earth and atmosphere. 12. Flight times. If Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastwards over 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, then the average commercial airliner traveling 500 miles per hour should never be able to reach its eastward destinations before they come speeding up from behind. Likewise, westward destinations should be arrived at thrice the speed, but this is not the case. In reality, the differences between eastbound and westbound flight durations usually amount to a matter of minutes, and nothing near what would occur on a spinning globe. As Gabrielle Henriette stated in her book Heaven and Earth, if flying had been invented at the time of Copernicus, there is no doubt that he would have soon realized that his contention regarding the rotation of the Earth was wrong, on account of the relation existing between the speed of an aircraft and that of the Earth's rotation. If the Earth rotates, as it is said, at 1,000 miles an hour, and a plane flies in the same direction at only 500 miles, it is obvious that its place of destination will be farther removed every minute. On the other hand, if flying took place in the direction opposite to that of the rotation, a distance of 1,500 miles would be covered in 1 hour, instead of 500, since the speed of the rotation is to be added to that of the plane. It could also be pointed out that such a flying speed of 1,000 miles an hour, which is supposed to be that of the Earth's rotation, has recently been achieved, so that an aircraft flying at this rate in the same direction as that of the rotation could not cover any ground at all. It would remain suspended in midair over the spot from which it took off, since both speeds are equal. The spinning globe model dictates that Earth and its atmosphere would be moving together 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, and progressively slower, approaching zero closer to the poles. The following examples all take place at the mid-latitudes, where the globe model claims that Earth and its atmosphere should be moving together at approximately 500 miles per hour, the same as the average flight speed of a commercial airliner. Flights from Los Angeles to New York City, traveling east with the alleged rotation of the Earth, take an average of 5.5 hours, for instance, so the return flight west should only take 2 3/4 hours. But in fact, the average New York City to LA flight actually takes upward of 6 hours, a time totally inconsistent with the spinning globe model. Flights eastward with the alleged spin of the Earth from Tokyo to Los Angeles take an average of 10.5 hours. Therefore, return flights westward against the alleged spin should take an average of 5.25 hours, but in actual fact take an average of 11.5 hours. Another flight duration totally inconsistent with the globe model. Eastbound flights from New York to London take an average of 7 hours. Therefore, the westbound flights against the alleged spin should take an average of 3.5 hours, but in reality, they take an average of 7.5 hours. Eastward flights from Chicago to Boston with the alleged spin of the Earth take an average of 2.25 hours. Therefore, the return flights westward against the alleged spin should take an average of just over an hour, but in reality, they take an average of 2.75 hours. Flights eastward from Paris to Rome take an average of 2 hours. Therefore, the return flights westward against the alleged spin should take only 1 hour, but in actual fact have an average flight duration of 2 hours and 10 minutes. All of these flight times are impossible on a 1,000-mile-per-hour eastward spinning ball, but are consistent with what would be expected over a stationary Earth. 13. Flight paths. If Earth was truly a ball, then there are several flights in the southern hemisphere which would have their quickest, straightest path over the Antarctic continent, such as Santiago, Chile, to Sydney, Australia. Instead of taking the shortest, quickest route in a straight line over Antarctica, however, all such flights detour all manner of directions away from Antarctica, instead claiming the temperatures are too cold for airplane travel. Considering the fact that there are plenty of flights to, from, and over Antarctica, and NASA claims to have technology keeping them in conditions far colder and far hotter than any experienced on Earth, such an excuse is clearly just an excuse, and these flights aren't made because they are impossible. If Earth was a ball and Antarctica was too cold to fly over, the only logical way to fly from Sydney to Santiago would be a straight shot over the Pacific, staying in the southern hemisphere the entire way. Refueling could be done in New Zealand or other southern hemisphere destinations along the way, if absolutely necessary. But in reality, Santiago to Sydney flights go into the northern hemisphere, making stopovers at LAX and other North American airports before continuing back down to the southern hemisphere. Such ridiculously wayward detours make no sense on the globe, but make perfect sense and form nearly straight lines when shown on a flat Earth map. On a globe, Johannesburg, South Africa to Perth, Australia should be a straight shot over the Indian Ocean, with convenient refueling possibilities on Mauritius or Madagascar. In actual practice, however, most Johannesburg to Perth flights curiously stop over either in Dubai, Hong Kong, or Malaysia, all of which make no sense on the ball model, but are completely understandable when mapped on a flat Earth. On a globe, Cape Town, South Africa to Buenos Aires, Argentina should be a straight shot over the Atlantic, following the same line of latitude across. But instead, every flight goes to connecting locations in the northern hemisphere first, stopping over anywhere from London to Turkey to Dubai. Once again, these make absolutely no sense on the ball model, but are completely understandable options when mapped on a flat Earth. On a globe, Santiago, Chile to Johannesburg, South Africa should be an easy flight, all taking place below the Tropic of Capricorn in the southern hemisphere. Yet every listed flight makes a curious refueling stop in Senegal near the Tropic of Cancer in the north hemisphere first. When mapped on a flat Earth, the reason why is clear to see, because Senegal is actually directly in a straight line path halfway between the two. On a globe, Johannesburg, South Africa to Sao Paulo, Brazil should be a quick straight shot along the 25th southern latitude, but instead, nearly every flight makes a refueling stop at the 50th degree north latitude in London first. The only reason such ridiculous stopovers work in reality is because the Earth is not a spinning ball. 14. Latitude and longitude. If Earth was truly a globe, then every line of latitude south of the equator would have to measure a gradually smaller and smaller circumference the farther south traveled. If Earth is an extended plane, however, then every line of latitude south of the equator should measure a gradually larger and larger circumference the farther south traveled. Practical distance measurements taken from the Australian Handbook, Almanac, Shippers and Importers Directory state that the straight line distance between Sydney and Nelson is 1,550 statute miles with a given difference in longitude of 22 degrees, 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Therefore, if 22 degrees, 2 minutes and 14 seconds out of 360 degrees is 1,550 miles, the entirety would measure 25,182 miles, which is not only larger than the globe is said to be at the equator, but a whole 4,262 miles greater than it would be at Sydney's southern latitude on a globe of given proportions. From near Cape Horn, Chile, to Port Phillip in Melbourne, Australia, the distance is 10,500 miles, or 143 degrees of longitude away. Factoring the remaining degrees to 360 makes for a total distance of 26,430 miles around this particular latitude, which is over 1,500 miles wider than Earth is supposed to be at the equator, and many more thousands of miles wider than it is supposed to be at such southern latitudes. Similar calculations made from the Cape of Good Hope, South Africa, to Melbourne, Australia, at an average latitude of 35.5 degrees south, have given an approximate figure of over 25,000 miles, which is again greater than the Earth's supposed circumference at the equator. Meanwhile, calculations from Sydney, Australia to Wellington, New Zealand, at an average of 37.5 degrees south, have given an approximate circumference of 25,500 miles, greater still. According to the globe model, the circumference of Earth at 37.5 degrees south latitude should be only 19,757 statute miles, almost 6,000 miles less than such practical measurements. The fact that many captains navigating south of the equator, assuming the globular theory, have found themselves drastically out of reckoning, more so the farther south traveled, also testifies to the fact that the Earth is not a ball. For example, during Captain James Clark Ross's voyages around the Antarctic circumference, he often wrote in his journal perplexed at how they routinely found themselves out of accordance with their charts, stating that they found themselves an average of 12 to 16 miles outside their reckoning every day, later on farther south as much as 29 miles. Lieutenant Charles Wilkes commanded a United States Navy exploration expedition to the Antarctic from 1838 to 1842, and in his journals also mentioned being consistently east of his reckoning, sometimes over 20 miles in less than 18 hours. Quoting Reverend Thomas Milner, "In the South Hemisphere, navigators to India have often fancied themselves east of the Cape when still west, and have been driven ashore on the African coast, which, according to their reckoning, lay behind them. This misfortune happened to a fine frigate, the Challenger, in 1845. How came Her Majesty's ship Conqueror to be lost? How have so many other noble vessels, perfectly sound, perfectly manned, perfectly navigated, been wrecked in calm weather, not only in dark night or in a fog, but in broad daylight and sunshine, in the former case upon the coasts, and in the latter, upon sunken rocks, from being out of reckoning? The simple answer is that Earth is not a ball. In the globe model, Antarctica is an ice continent which covers the bottom of the ball from 78 degrees south latitude to 90, and is therefore not much more than 12,000 miles in circumference. Many early explorers, including Captain Cook and James Clark Ross, however, in attempting to circumnavigate Antarctica, took upwards of 3 to 4 years and clocked between 50,000 and 60,000 miles around. Captain George Nares, on his Challenger expedition, also made an indirect but complete circumnavigation of Antarctica, traversing 69,000 miles, which is entirely inconsistent with the globe model. Hervé Raboni, who circumnavigated the world during the 1993 Whitbread yacht race, has recently become a flat earther himself, and claims that the deception is done through the hoax of magnetic declination. Hervé insists that on our flat Earth, magnetic declination does not exist, and the addition of this globe-based chart and mathematics to navigation calculations is what keeps pilots and sailors on course. 15. Arctic versus Antarctic. If Earth was truly a globe, the Arctic and Antarctic polar regions and areas of comparable latitude north and south of the equator should share similar conditions and characteristics, such as comparable temperatures, seasonal changes, length of daylight, plant and animal life. In reality, however, the Arctic and Antarctic regions and areas of comparable latitude north and south of the equator differ greatly in many ways, entirely inconsistent with the globe model, but exactly as expected on a flat Earth. For example, Antarctica is by far the coldest place on Earth, with an average annual temperature of approximately negative 57 degrees Fahrenheit, and a record low of negative 135.8. The average annual temperature at the North Pole, however, is a comparatively warm 4 degrees. Throughout the year, temperatures in the Antarctic vary less than half the amount at comparable Arctic latitudes, and the northern Arctic region enjoys moderately warm summers and manageable winters, whereas the southern Antarctic region never even warms enough to melt the perpetual snow and ice. On a tilting, wobbling ball Earth spinning uniformly around the sun, Arctic and Antarctic temperatures and seasons should not vary so greatly. In the Arctic, there are 4 clearly distinguished seasons, warm summers, and an abundance of plant and animal life, none of which can be said of the Antarctic. The Eskimo also live as far north as the 79th parallel, whereas in the south, no native man is found beyond the 56th. Iceland, at 65 degrees north latitude, is home to 870 species of native plants and abundant various animal life. Compare this with the Isle of Georgia, at just 54 degrees south latitude, where there are only 18 species of native plants, and animal life is almost non-existent. At the same latitude as Canada or England in the north, where dense forests of various tall trees abound, Captain Cook wrote of Georgia that he was unable to find a single shrub large enough to make a toothpick. Cook wrote, "Not a tree was to be seen. The lands which lie to the south are doomed by nature to perpetual frigidness, never to feel the warmth of the sun's rays, whose horrible and savage aspect I have not words to describe. Even marine life is sparse in certain tracts of vast extent, and the seabird is seldom observed flying over such lonely wastes. The contrasts between the limits of organic life in the Arctic and Antarctic zones is very remarkable and significant. At places of comparable latitude north and south, the sun also behaves very differently than it should on the globe model, but exactly as expected over a flat Earth. For example, in the north, dawn and dusk come slowly and last far longer than in the south, where they come and go very quickly. Certain places in the north, twilight can last for over an hour, while at comparable southern latitudes, within a few minutes the sunlight completely disappears. Also, the longest summer days north of the equator are much longer than those south of the equator, and the shortest winter days north of the equator are much shorter than the shortest south of the equator. These facts are inexplicable on a uniformly spinning, wobbling ball Earth, but make perfect sense on a flat Earth with a sun traveling faster, wider circles over the south and slower, narrower circles over the north. 16. The Midnight Sun. The midnight sun is an Arctic phenomenon occurring annually during the summer solstice, where for several days straight, observers north of the Arctic Circle can watch the sun traveling circles overhead, rising and falling throughout the day, but never fully setting for upwards of 72 plus hours. If the Earth was actually a spinning globe revolving around the sun, the only place such a phenomenon as the midnight sun could be observed would be at the poles. Any other vantage point, from 89 degrees latitude downwards, could never, regardless of any tilt or inclination, see the sun for over 24 hours straight. To do so on a spinning globe, at a point other than the poles, you would have to be looking through miles and miles of land and sea for part of the revolution. Some people claim there is a similar phenomenon in Antarctica, but they coincidentally don't have any uncut videos showing this. The few videos available online have been suspiciously edited or manipulated, and the Antarctic Treaty doesn't allow independent explorers to travel there during the winter solstice to verify or refute these claims. Conversely, there are dozens of uncut videos publicly available showing the Arctic midnight sun, and it has been verified beyond any shadow of a doubt, as anyone can travel and confirm for themselves. Furthermore, every year from the 71st degree south latitude onwards, the sun sets on May 17th, and is not seen above the horizon again until July 21st. This is totally at odds with the globe model, but easily explained on a flat Earth. The midnight sun is seen within the Arctic Circle during summer solstice because the sun, at its innermost cycle, is circling tightly enough around the polar center that it constantly remains visible above the horizon for someone at such a vantage point. Likewise, in extreme southern latitudes during that time, the sun completely disappears from view for over 2 months because there at the northern tropic, at the innermost cycle of its boomerang journey, the sun is circling the northern center too tightly to be seen from the southern circumference. 17. Polaris. In the heliocentric model, they claim Earth is a globe spinning 1,000 miles per hour around its axis, while revolving tens of thousands of miles per hour around the sun, while the entire solar system circles hundreds of thousands of miles per hour around the Milky Way, and the entire galaxy shoots millions of miles per hour more off through infinite space. In reality, no one in history has ever seen, heard, felt, or measured such motions, and everyone can clearly see for themselves that Polaris, the pole star, situated directly over the North Pole center of Earth, never moves, night after night, year after year, century after century, with all the other fixed stars remaining fixed in their relative constellations, revolving perfect circles around it. Such circular star trails around an unmoving pole star, seen in time-lapse photos, prove that it is the stars themselves moving and not the Earth. If Earth was truly a tilting, wobbling, spinning space ball undergoing these multiple contradictory motions through the universe, you would only ever see irregular, random, spiral-shaped star trails, and the night sky would never be the same twice. It would be impossible for constellations to exist whatsoever if Earth was truly performing all these various theoretical motions. Quoting 100 Proofs Earth is Not a Globe by William Carpenter, "Why in the name of common sense should observers have to fix their telescopes on solid stone bases so that they should not move a hair's breadth if the Earth on which they fix them moves at the rate of 19 miles in a second? Indeed, to believe that 6,000 million tons is rolling, surging, flying, darting on through space forever, with a velocity compared with which a shot from a cannon is a very slow coach, with such unerring accuracy that a telescope fixed on granite pillars in an observatory will not enable a lynx-eyed astronomer to detect a variation in its onward motion of the 1,000th part of a hair's breadth, is to conceive a miracle compared with which all the miracles on record put together would sink into utter insignificance. Since we can, in middle north latitudes, see the North Star on looking out of a window that faces it, and out of the very same corner of the very same pane of glass in the very same window all the year round, it is proof enough for any man in his senses that we have made no motion at all, and that the Earth is not a globe. 18. Sigma Octantis. Sigma Octantis is claimed to be a southern central pole star similar to Polaris, around which the southern hemisphere stars all rotate around the opposite direction. Unlike Polaris, however, Sigma Octantis cannot be seen simultaneously from every point along the same latitude. It is not central, but allegedly 1 degree off-center. It is not motionless, and in fact cannot be seen at all using commercially available telescopes. There is legitimate speculation regarding whether Sigma Octantis even exists. The heliocentric model claims stars south of the equator revolve the opposite direction around Sigma Octantis, but in reality, all the luminaries revolve the same direction east to west around Polaris, like in a planetarium dome. Our Earth planetarium, however, is too vast for any observer to see all the stars simultaneously from one vantage point, so their apparent motion, angle, and inclination changes based on perspective and the exact direction faced. Quoting Earth Not a Globe by Dr. Samuel Robotham, "Another thing is certain, that from within the equator, the North Pole star, and the constellations Ursa Major, Ursa Minor, and many others, can be seen from every meridian simultaneously, whereas in the south, from the equator, neither the so-called South Pole star nor the remarkable constellation of the Southern Cross can be seen simultaneously from every meridian, showing that all the constellations of the South Pole star included sweep over a great southern arc and across the meridian, from their rise in the evening to their setting in the morning. But if the Earth is a globe, Sigma Octantis, a South Pole star, and the Southern Cross, a southern circumpolar constellation, they would all be visible at the same time from every longitude on the same latitude, as is the case with the Northern Pole star and the northern circumpolar constellations. Such, however, is not the case. 19. Local sun. Heliocentrists' astronomical figures always sound perfectly precise, but they have historically been notorious for regularly and drastically changing them to suit their various models. For instance, in his time, Copernicus calculated the sun's distance from Earth to be exactly 3,391,200 miles. The next century, Johannes Kepler decided it was actually 12,376,800 miles away. Isaac Newton said during his time that, quote, "It matters not whether we reckon it 28 or 54 million miles distant, for either would do just as well." Benjamin Martin calculated between 81 and 82 million miles. Thomas Dilworth claimed 93,726,900 miles. John Hind stated positively 95,298,260 miles. Benjamin Gould said more than 96 million miles, and Christian Mayer thought it was more than 104 million. Nowadays, current heliocentric theorists have settled on a figure of 93 million miles, but all of these ridiculous distances are easily proven wrong by the same method flat earthers have used for centuries. Measuring with sextants and calculating with plane trigonometry, both the sun and moon figure to be only approximately 30 miles in diameter and less than 3,000 miles away. Furthermore, amateur balloon footage taken above the clouds has provided stunning visual proof that the sun cannot be millions of miles away. In several shots, you can see a clear hot spot reflecting on the clouds directly below the sun's spotlight-like influence. If the sun were actually millions of miles away, such a small, localized hot spot could not occur. Another proof the sun is not millions of miles away is found by tracing the angle of sun rays back to their source above the clouds. There are countless pictures and videos showing how sunlight comes down through cloud cover at a variance of converging angles. The area of convergence is of course the sun, and is clearly not millions of miles away, but rather relatively close to Earth. The fact that the sun and moon's reflections on water always form a straight line path from the horizon all the way to the observer also proves Earth is not a ball. If Earth's surface was curved, it would be impossible for the reflected light to bend over the ball. 20. Scientific experiments. Several experiments have been performed and repeated by notable scientists like Albert Michelson, Edward Morley, George Airy, and George Sagnac, proving that it is the stars that revolve around a stationary Earth, and not the other way around. The conclusive results of their experiments are not contested or even mentioned in modern astronomy books, but rather conveniently swept under the carpet to keep prying minds from seeing through the lies. For example, the experiment known as Airy's failure, since it failed to confirm heliocentricity, proved that the stars move relative to a stationary Earth, and not the other way around. By first filling a telescope with water to slow down the speed of light inside, then calculating the tilt necessary to get the starlight directly down the tube, Airy failed to prove the heliocentric theory, since the starlight was already coming in the correct angle, with no change necessary, and instead proved the geocentric model. The Michelson-Morley, Michelson-Gale, and Sagnac experiments also attempted to measure the change in speed of light due to Earth's assumed motion through space. After measuring in every possible different direction in various locations, they all failed to detect any significant change whatsoever, again proving the stationary geocentric model. Suffice to say, these 20 points are just scratching the surface, and there are many, many more proofs available, both in William Carpenter's book, 100 Proofs Earth is Not a Globe, and my own book, 200 Proofs Earth is Not a Spinning Ball.
You guys are gonna hate me for this.
What?
You know what I want? I want one example, Eddie, of why we should believe the Earth is flat. That's what I want.
Are you kidding me?
You son
of a bitch.
I want it so bad, and I am high and drunk.
Listen. I don't. We can
And
talk
you
about
guys want
flat
it
Earth
too.
as long as it's a joke and it's funny.
I'm
Because
cool.
if it gets angry,
Dude,
then it's not fun.
I'm not married to that.
If it's
round.
if it's jokey,
I'm not married to it.
Yeah.
Jokey. Convince me that it's flat.
There's no way I could do that, man.
God, really? There's not one example?
It takes about a year and a half of like one.
Year and a half? That's too much.
It's very hard. The
All right.
indoctrination's so strong. You look at your son's cartoons, it's all space. I look at all my shit, all the shit my son likes. His everything is there taking space.
I'm doing research on this currently.
Space.
I want to direct everyone to hashtag space is fake. Because I've been doing research on
check
space
that
being
out.
fake.
Is that real? That's a real site?
Yeah, hashtag space is fake is something I'm investigating for my next hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Really?
I'm for legitimately looking deep into
Dude,
people
flat
that
Earth, there's
flat
so much
earthers
material
mock
there.
them.
There's
Flat
so-
Earth is like, what? Space is fake. What?
No.
You dumb
You
motherfucker.
flat earthers
No,
like
flat
flat
earthers
earthers.
walk away
No,
from
it's
them.
the same thing.
Okay.
You got it all wrong. You got it all wrong.
Is
Well,
everybody
Eddie,
that
I've
believes
got to
the flat-
think this is not
everybody-
very organized.
No, what I'm saying is
I got to think I
everybody that
couldn't have it
thinks-
all wrong.
No,
There's
everybody,
no way.
anybody that thinks the Earth is flat, they totally don't believe what we're taught about what's above us. So when
the
people
sun?
say space
Wait a
is
minute.
fake,
What about the sun?
They mean all the information we're getting. You're lying about that shit. That it's not that it doesn't exist. Of course it exists. We see
Right,
it.
of course.
But space is fake sounds ridiculous. Like
There's something
we're
up
looking
there.
at it and it's fake. That's ridiculous. That's
just
not what
the
it means. It
Truman
means
Show.
that all the information we got about all
We're
those
off.
lights in the sky.
Yeah, something else?
They're lying
NASA's
to
lying?
us. They're lying to us.
Why would NASA lie?
And there's a reason.
Well,
and
why
I can sit
wouldn't
here
they,
and tell you,
Brian?
but you guys don't want to hear it.
Hold on.
So I don't want to talk
Can you
about
give us the cliff notes?
The cliff notes are man.
Have you studied any kind of a?
He doesn't need to, B. Let's hear just a few of it.
The goal has always been for the most powerful emperors is a one world government. They always wanted a one world government. All the Roman emperors, they try to figure out, they try to do different combinations. How about and they would fall, and a new emperor would come and go, you know what? I'm gonna fucking rule
World
the world
domination, in other words.
Aztecs.
I'm not gonna let my soldiers get married. That way we'll have a stronger army. They have different philosophies. Everyone believed different shit. But they all wanted a one world government. There's no way to have a fucking one world government. Nobody's into that shit.
Right.
Not even other rulers from small countries are like, one world government, that's going to put me out of a job. Fuck your one world government. People that don't know shit about politics don't want a one world government. There's no way you're going to sell a one world government. It's impossible. The only way to make a one world government work is to have the people embrace it. They have to want it because nobody wants it. So the trick is to make people want it, to embrace it. There's only one way.
I gotta pee.
There's only
Hold
one
on,
way.
Joe. This is very
You're gonna
important.
miss
I've
out
heard
on
this. I know this.
Okay, I don't know
The
that.
only way, And they've known this forever. The Vatican knew this. The Vatican, the Pope wanted to rule the world. They all knew it, but they couldn't do it. They all knew it, but they knew one way, but there's no way how they're going to pull it off.
Man?
The only way is if there was some extraterrestrial threat from up above us. That would be the only way to have everyone embrace the one world government. They all knew that for years.
But it didn't work
That's
so far.
the plan. They could never
It's a
make it
shitty plan,
work.
though.
They didn't have the technology 500 years ago. The Vatican knew about it. They wanted it. And you go to the Vatican, you see paintings of like
Have you been there?
UFOs with aliens in them. And back when I used to believe in UFOs, but before I figured out that UFOs they want us to believe in UFOs. They're preparing us for a fake alien invasion. That's always been the plan. A one world government. The only way to do it is to get us to embrace it. And the only way to embrace it is from an alien attack. Ronald Reagan talked about it many times at the UN, CFR. He talked about it because wouldn't it make, he looked at all the leaders of the nation, of the world, and said, wouldn't it make our lives easier if we just had some kind of extraterrestrial threat? He said that shit. He said that in front of the UN. Like he's trying to get everybody into
I don't think he ever said that.
believing. No, he said that many times. It's on video many times.
Ronald Reagan?
Ronald
Ever
Reagan.
heard of him, Brian? Ever heard of him?
George
a lot of
Bush
speeches.
was vice president.
Right.
He was talking about, and there's many videos of him saying, what lies before us. He's in front of the nation doing a State of the Union address, saying what lies before us is the opportunity to forge a new world order, an order. Because he's talking about like
Do you
it's
think
time.
that means the space is fake?
Yes.
No. When people ask me why would they fake space, it's always been about a fake alien attack. You can't have a fake alien attack.
I've never heard a politician ever talk about
You can't have a fake alien attack
though.
without space.
But I've never heard a politician
You
talk
have to have
about
space first. So they always, you know who promoted space more than anybody? Who wanted
Nazis.
Who wanted Nazis?
Russians.
But before the Nazis, you know who wanted
Cavemen.
space?
Aztecs.
No, the Vatican.
Mayans.
The Vatican. They have all the biggest. They have all the astronomers. They're all Jesuit Vaticans. All of them. All the ones that are giving us this information about space. They all come from the Vatican. The Vatican has the most
the
powerful
Vatican said
telescope.
that the Earth-
You know what the name of the
Wait a
Vatican
minute, the
telescope
Vatican
is?
doesn't have the most powerful
Yes,
telescope.
they do. You know what its name is?
What
It
is
has
it called?
the most powerful telescope, the Vatican. And you know what name it is? I've
What?
done the research on YouTube.
on
I have the
YouTube.
links.
But
You know what the name of this? Do you know
Isn't
what the
the biggest
name
one in
of
Chile?
this? The most powerful telescope in the world. It's in the Vatican.
What
Do
is
you know
it?
the
What's the name?
Lucifer?
Lucifer's
What?
dick balls.
Lucifer?
Lucifer's dick and balls.
I've never seen this fucking telescope.
Yeah, it's legit, dude. I think the biggest one's in Chile. I think they have to be in high
It's in
altitude.
the Vatican.
Yeah, I don't think it's in
No,
the Vatican.
You guys didn't. So when people ask me why would they fake all this shit?
Well, I don't think that's the biggest
this
telescope,
This
Eddie.
is just a crazy theory.
It certainly is.
We're
Now,
talking
I've
a
never
theory.
heard-
It's
Here's the
funny.
thing,
It's a funny theory.
But Eddie, these new Chile Very Large Array telescopes that they're creating are fucking gigantic, and they
These
take
guys
over
know.
enormous pieces
listen,
of land.
Listen, I
F-
was with you.
Google
I
the
was with
Very
you.
Large
Listen, I was with
Array.
you. It's called the Very Large Telescope. I watched the documentary with you at your house. It was like 2001, and
Yeah, I
it said in
think-
5 years
Yeah.
there's a documentary about them putting together the Very Large Telescope in Chile, and they're talking about by the year 2005 we're gonna have 3 telescopes linked with a computer to make us. We're gonna see further into space than ever before. None of that shit came.
What are you talking about?
None
I
of
think
that shit came.
Is that
They
up?
said-
Is the Very Large Array up yet? Nope,
It's a very
not up.
large telescope. It's
But I know they
all
have
images.
they have them in Hawaii.
Isn't it weird? Isn't it weird that every space documentary, all the series, I had them all. Joe had them all. We watch them all the time. I try to remember all the shit about a neutron star and a superhypernova. I was balls deep. Me and Joe
Hypernova.
were balls deep into space. And then
So
every
high.
now and then we'd watch this documentary after documentary. Morgan Freeman got the universe. We had
Yeah, that
all
shit
that
was
shit.
good.
I DVR'd all that shit. Anything that said space.
Will Smith
I was
has a new
fucking
one.
ball. I thought I was better than people and shit because I knew so much about space. And every now and then I'd watch all that shit and wonder what. This is all cartoons.
Eddie, why not?
This is all
hold on a
cartoons.
second.
And then I go, okay, whatever. And then I keep watching. All DVDs on space are all CGI. There's nothing real. And everyone watches that. They believe it. The narration is all programming. What's above us and what we're on, we're being lied to. Once you go flat, you never go back. Listen,
this is a campaign.
Listen, they're lying to us about everything, dude.
Who is they, though?
It's not about.
Who are they, Eddie?
Here's the one thing I want to say.
Okay.
It's like it's not that we believe something ridiculous and you don't believe it. We're gullible. We're gullible. We believe some weird shit about the flat earth. We believe some weird shit. You don't believe it, you're smart. It's not about that. It's about we actually don't know what we're on, and we always say that. We don't know, but based on all the shit that we got by the mainstream, we don't believe that.
Here's what
you believe that. So it's not that we believe something crazy and you don't because you smell it, the bullshit.
But isn't there a scientific tradition?
We look at it totally different. We look at it as you believe
you use
all
this,
the shit from NASA. Hold on. And we don't believe any of that shit.
Yeah, but you use that.
We don't
wait,
believe that
Eddie,
shit.
you use that microphone, you use a cell phone, right?
It's science.
Hold on.
I believe in it.
That's science.
I believe in it.
Okay, why do you believe in that? And
because
why don't you
I don't
believe
need a study. I don't need to read something to verify.
But you benefit from science.
I experience
you
it.
benefit from science every day.
I know. I love science.
So why wouldn't you believe that those?
I think we gotta cut this off. It's 10 o'clock.
Man, we gotta get out of here.
It's 10 o'clock.
Come see me in Vancouver at the Vogue Theater and in Salt Lake City at Wise Guys, March 1 and 2.
I love science too.
I love science. I don't want to fight. I want to laugh about it. I'm an idiot. I believe in flat Earth. I'm crazy. That's all you need to know.
In the flat Earth model of the cosmos, the North Pole is the immovable center of the world and the entire universe. Polaris, the North Star, sits straight over the North Pole at the highest point in the heavens, and like a slowly rotating planetarium dome, all the celestial bodies revolve around Polaris and over the Earth once per day. The Sun circles over and around the circumference of Earth every 24 hours, steadily traveling each day from the equator during the March vernal equinox up to the Tropic of Cancer at the June summer solstice, back down to the equator for the September autumnal equinox, and all the way down to the Tropic of Capricorn on the December winter solstice. In the flat Earth model, the South Pole does not exist at all, and Antarctica is instead a gigantic ice wall extending the circumference of Earth, holding in the oceans like a giant bowl or a World Cup. As strange as this concept may sound at first, it is a fact that if you set a bearing due south from anywhere on Earth, inevitably at or before 78 degrees southern latitude, you will find yourself face to face with an enormous ice wall towering 100 to 200 feet in the air, extending to the east and west the entire circumference of the world. General Greely in Antarctica, or the hypothetical southern continent, wrote, "The ice barrier, so frequently referred to in accounts of the Antarctic regions, is the forefront of the enormous glacier covering or ice cap, which, accumulating in vast undulating fields from the heavy snowfall, and ultimately attaining hundreds if not thousands of feet in thickness, creeps from the continent of Antarctica into the polar sea. The ice barrier, yet a part of the parent ice cap, presents itself to the navigator who has boldness enough to approach its fearful front as a solid perpendicular wall of marble-like ice ranging from 1,000 to 2,000 feet in thickness, of which from 100 to 200 feet rises above, and from 800 to 1,800 feet sinks below the level of the sea." Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "It has been demonstrated that the Earth is a plane, the surface center of which is immediately underneath the star called Polaris, and the extremities of which are bounded by a vast region of ice and water and irregular masses of land. The whole terminates in fog and darkness, where snow and driving hail, piercing sleet, and boisterous winds, howling storms, madly mounting waves, and clashing icebergs are almost constant." Antarctica is not the tiny ice continent found confined to the underside antipode of astronomers' globes. Quite the contrary, Antarctica literally surrounds us 360 degrees, encircles every continent, and acts as a barrier holding in the oceans. The most commonly asked questions and the greatest mysteries yet to be solved are: how far does the Antarctic ice extend outwards? Is there a limit? What lies beyond, or is it just snow and ice forever? Thanks to UN treaties and constant military surveillance, the North Pole and Antarctica remain cloaked in government secrecy, both purported no-fly and no-sail zones, with several reports of civilian pilots and captains being shooed away and escorted back under threats of violence. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "How far the ice extends, how it terminates, and what exists beyond it are questions to which no present human experience can reply. All we at present know is that snow and hail, howling winds, and indescribable storms and hurricanes prevail, and that in every direction human ingress is barred by unsealed escarpments of perpetual ice, extending farther than the eye or telescope can penetrate, and becoming lost in gloom and darkness." Before reaching the Antarctic ice wall, navigating the increasingly tumultuous southern oceans, explorers encounter the longest, darkest, coldest nights and the most dangerous seas and storms anywhere on Earth. Vasco da Gama, an early 16th century Portuguese explorer of the South Seas, wrote how the waves rise like mountains in height, ships are heaved up to the clouds and apparently precipitated by circling whirlpools to the bed of the ocean. The winds are piercing cold, and so boisterous that the pilot's voice can seldom be heard, whilst a dismal and almost continual darkness adds greatly to the danger. In 1773, Captain Cook became the first modern explorer known to have breached the Antarctic Circle and reached the ice barrier. During 3 voyages lasting 3 years and 8 days, Captain Cook and his crew sailed a total of 60,000 miles along the Antarctic coastline, never once finding an inlet or path through or beyond the massive glacial wall. Captain Cook wrote, "The ice extended east and west far beyond the reach of our sight, while the southern half of the horizon was illuminated by rays of light, which were reflected from the ice to a considerable height. It was indeed my opinion that this ice extends quite to the pole, or perhaps joins some land to which it has been fixed since creation." On October 5, 1839, another explorer, James Clark Ross, began a series of Antarctic voyages lasting a total of 4 years and 5 months. Ross and his crew sailed 2 heavily armored warships thousands of miles, losing many men from hurricanes and icebergs, looking for an entry point beyond the southern glacial wall. Upon first confronting the massive barrier, Captain Ross wrote of the wall, "Extending from its eastern extreme point as far as the eye could discern to the eastward, it presented an extraordinary appearance, gradually increasing in height as we got nearer to it, and proving at length to be a perpendicular cliff of ice, between 150 feet and 200 feet above the level of the sea, perfectly flat and level at the top, and without any fissures or promontories on its even seaward face. We might, with equal chance of success, try to sail through the cliffs of Dover as penetrate such a mass." William Carpenter wrote, "Yes, but we can circumnavigate the south easily enough, is often said by those who don't know. The British ship Challenger recently completed the circuit of the southern region, indirectly to be sure, but she was 3 years about it, and traversed nearly 69,000 miles, a stretch long enough to have taken her 6 times round on the globular hypothesis." Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "If we now consider the fact that when we travel by land or sea, and from any part of the known world in a direction towards the North Polar Star, we shall arrive at one and the same point, we are forced to the conclusion that what has hitherto been called the North Polar region is really the center of the earth, that from this northern center the land diverges and stretches out, of necessity, towards a circumference, which must now be called the southern region, which is a vast circle, and not a pole or center, In this and other ways, all the great navigators have been frustrated in their efforts, and have been more or less confounded in their attempts to sail round the earth upon or beyond the Antarctic Circle. But if the southern region is a pole or center, like the north, there would be little difficulty in circumnavigating it, for the distance round would be comparatively small. When it is seen that the earth is not a sphere, but a plane, having only one center, the north, and that the south is the vast icy boundary of the world, the difficulties experienced by circumnavigators can be easily understood. If the earth were truly a globe, then every line of latitude south of the equator would have to measure a gradually smaller and smaller circumference the farther south traveled. In other words, the circumference at 10 degrees south latitude would comprise a smaller circle than at the equator, 20 degrees south latitude would comprise a circle smaller than 10, and so on. If, however, the earth is an extended plane, then every line of latitude south of the equator should measure a gradually larger and larger circumference the farther south traveled. 10 degrees south latitude will comprise a larger circle than the equator, 20 degrees south latitude will comprise a circle larger than 10, and so on. Likewise, if the earth were a globe, lines of longitude would bubble out at the equator while converging at the poles, whereas if earth is an extended plane, lines of longitude should simply expand straight outwards from the North Pole. So which is actually the case? David Wardlaw Scott wrote, "Upon the principle as taught by Scripture and common observation that the world is not a planet but consists of vast masses of land stretched out upon level seas, the north being the center of the system, it is evident that the degrees of longitude will gradually increase in width the whole way from the north center to the icy boundary of the great southern circumference, in consequence of the difference between the actual extent of longitudes and that allowed for them by the nautical authorities, which difference, at the latitude of the Cape of Good Hope, has been estimated to amount to a great number of miles. Many shipmasters have lost their reckoning, and many vessels have been wrecked. Ship captains, who have been educated in the globular theory, know not how to account for their getting so much out of their course in southern latitudes, and generally put it down to currents. But this reason is futile, for although currents may exist, they do not usually run in opposite directions, and vessels are frequently wrecked whether sailing east or west. During Captain James Clark Ross's voyages around the Antarctic circumference, he often wrote in his journal, perplexed at how they routinely found themselves out of accordance with their charts, stating that they found themselves an average of 12 to 16 miles outside their reckoning every day, some days as much as 29 miles. Lieutenant Charles Wilkes commanded a United States Navy exploration expedition to the Antarctic from August 18, 1838 to June 10, 1842. Almost 4 years spent exploring and surveying the Southern Ocean. In his journals, Lieutenant Wilkes also mentioned being consistently east of his reckoning, sometimes over 20 miles in less than 18 hours. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "The commanders of these various expeditions were, of course, with their education and belief in the earth's rotundity, unable to conceive of any other cause for the differences between log and chronometer results than the existence of currents. But one simple fact is entirely fatal to such an explanation, that when the route taken is east or west, the same results are experienced. The water of the southern region cannot be running in two opposite directions at the same time, and hence, although various local and variable currents have been noticed, they cannot be shown to be the cause of the discrepancies so generally observed in high southern latitudes between time and log results. The conclusion is one of necessity, forced upon us by the sum of the evidence collected that the degrees of longitude in any given southern latitude are larger than the degrees in any latitude nearer to the northern center, thus proving the already more than sufficiently demonstrated fact that the earth is a plane, having a northern center, in relation to which degrees of latitude are concentric, and from which degrees of longitude are diverging lines, continually increasing in their distance from each other as they are prolonged towards the great glacial southern circumference." Reverend Thomas Milner wrote, "In the southern hemisphere, navigators to India have often fancied themselves east of the Cape when still west, and have been driven ashore on the African coast, which, according to their reckoning, lay behind them. This misfortune happened to a fine frigate, the Challenger, in 1845. How came Her Majesty's ship Conqueror to be lost? How have so many other noble vessels, perfectly sound, perfectly manned, perfectly navigated, been wrecked in calm weather, not only in dark night or in a fog, but in broad daylight and sunshine, in the former case upon the coasts, in the latter upon sunken rocks, from being out of reckoning, under circumstances which until now have baffled every satisfactory explanation? The equatorial circumference of the supposed ball earth is said to be 24,900 statute, or 21,600 nautical miles. A nautical mile is the distance following the supposed curvature of the earth from 1 minute of latitude to the next. A statute mile is the straight line distance between the two, not taking into account Earth's alleged curvature. The Australian Handbook Almanac Shippers and Importers Directory states that the distance between Sydney and Nelson is 1,400 nautical or 1,633 statute miles. Allowing a more than sufficient 83 miles as the distance for rounding Cape Farewell and sailing up Tasman Bay to Nelson leaves 1,550 statute miles as the straight line distance from the meridian of Sydney to the meridian of Nelson. Their given difference in longitude is 22 degrees, 2 minutes, 14 seconds. Therefore, if 22 degrees, 2 minutes, 14 seconds out of 360 is 1,550 miles, the entirety measures 25,182 miles. This is larger than the Earth is said to be at the equator, and 4,262 miles greater than it would be at Sydney's southern latitude on a globe of said proportions. 1/360th part of 25,182 gives 70 miles as the distance between each degree of longitude at Sydney's 34° southern latitude. On a globe 25,000 miles in equatorial circumference, however, degrees of longitude at 34 degrees latitude would be only 58 miles, a full 12 miles per degree less than reality. This perfectly explains why Ross and other navigators in the deep south experienced 12+ mile daily discrepancies between their reckoning and reality. The farther south traveled, the farther the divide. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "From near Cape Horn, Chile, to Port Phillip in Melbourne, Australia, the distance is 9,000 miles. These two places are 143 degrees of longitude from each other. Therefore the whole extent of the Earth's circumference is a mere arithmetical question. If 143 degrees make 9,000 miles, what will be the distance made by the whole 360 degrees into which the surface is divided? The answer is 22,657 miles, or 8,357 miles more than the theory of rotundity would permit. It must be borne in mind, however, that the above distances are nautical measure, which, reduced to statute miles, gives the actual distance round the southern region at a given latitude as 26,433 statute miles, or nearly 1,500 miles more than the largest circumference ever assigned to the Earth at the equator. Similar calculations made from the Cape of Good Hope, South Africa, to Melbourne, Australia, at an average latitude of 35.5 degrees south, have given an approximate figure of over 25,000 miles, which is again equal to or greater than the Earth's supposed greatest circumference at the equator. Calculations from Sydney, Australia to Wellington, New Zealand, at an average of 37.5 degrees south, have given an approximate circumference of 25,500 miles, greater still. According to the ball earth theory, the circumference of the Earth at 37.5 degrees southern latitude should be only 19,757 statute miles, almost 6,000 miles less than such practical measurements. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "The above calculations are, as already stated, only approximate, but as liberal allowances have been made for irregularities of route, etc., they are sufficiently accurate to prove that the degrees of longitude, as we proceed southwards, do not diminish as they would upon a globe, but expand or increase as they must if the Earth is a plane, or, in other words, the farthest point, or greatest latitude south, must have the greatest circumference and degrees of longitude." And William Carpenter wrote, "Parallels of latitude only, of all imaginary lines on the surface of the Earth, are circles. which increase progressively from the northern center to the southern circumference. The mariner's course in the direction of any one of these concentric circles is his longitude, the degrees of which increase to such an extent beyond the equator, going southwards, that hundreds of vessels have been wrecked because of the false idea created by the untruthfulness of the charts and the globular theory together, causing the sailor to be continually getting out of his reckoning. With a map of the earth in its true form, all difficulty is done away with, and ships may be conducted anywhere with perfect safety. This, then, is a very important practical proof that the earth is not a globe.
I phoned up Antarctica. There's like a tourist umbrella you have to go through, and I sort of said, "Oh, I've got loads of money. I've got boats in Hawaii and India," which I don't. And me and some friends were going to hack down to Antarctica and walk across it. And I got loads of emails off these people saying, "No, you don't. No, you don't. Fill out your permits. You got Orange membership. And I'm fill out this. Why are you coming?" I got like totally hammered just for saying I'm coming to Antarctica. What I found is you're only allowed in through New Zealand, South America at the bottom, and South Africa at the bottom. And they take you in, you see some penguins, you sleep somewhere cold, and they throw you back out, all for like $5,000. Now, it's totally locked down, and I did an article about it where I looked at the Treaty of Antarctica, which is some countries got together and locked it down. They've got a lot of science research going on there, and they just don't let anyone in. Now, where this treaty meet, they have a big table that's shaped in a pyramid with the top half, which is, you can call me a conspiracy theorist, but there's obviously something there. What would you like to add on the Antarctica rim model, Eric?
Yeah, so Antarctica is not just the tiny ice continent on the bottom of the globe that it shows, but it is the case that no matter where you are on Earth, if you go southwards from there, you'll hit Antarctica. So if you imagine expanding that little Antarctic continent on the bottom of the globe out to an ice rim all the way across, around the Earth, the North Pole being in the center, anywhere you go in a straight line, you will end up going to the ice wall.
Yeah, and many boats through, since the 40s, 50s have talked about my instruments went crazy, there were ice walls for hundreds of miles, I got lost. There's so many of these stories.
Yeah, and so they say that there's a South Pole somewhere too on part of that guided tour that you're talking about. They've got an arbitrary point along the Antarctic ice that they've put a red and white barbershop pole with a ball earth on top of it and claim that that's the South Pole. But they even admit that it's not the real South Pole because the real geomagnetic South Pole is constantly moving. So since it's constantly moving, you're never really going to be able to see it. But the reality is they can't have people going down there with a compass and checking to see if it really is the South Pole.
Last year, Prince Harry was down there, and he basically just made some filming. He was with Rupert and Tarquin and a few of his friends. And the story was, it was on all the mainstream news, Prince Harry in Antarctica. Oh, we had to go back, it was just too cold, my foot got blisters and frostbite. What the message to the subconscious is, it doesn't matter how rich you are, don't go there, it's too cold.
They know that Prince Harry and a team of injured servicemen and women have been walking to the South Pole. Well, they've got there, they've completed the 200-mile Walking with the Wounded South Pole Challenge, that's its proper name. They've spent more than 3 weeks trekking through Antarctica, and this was what it sounded like at the moment when they arrived at the bottom of the world.
Let's go!
It sounds quite restrained, doesn't it, after all that effort? Well, they spent 20 hours in a cold chamber. This was the prince and the other competitors who were with him to prepare for the conditions that they were going to find down there. The expedition was supposed to be a race. You might remember it being billed that way before it started, but the weather became so bad as they went along that they scrapped the competitive side of things and just joined up as one big team instead. And this was how Harry reacted after completing the mission.
We're here, we made it. It's Friday the 13th. We've had so many things go against us. We've had beautiful weather, but bad weather before, and bad terrain, and injuries and stuff like that, but everyone's made it, all 12 of them, the whole group of 20, whatever it is, but the 12 wounded soldiers have made it. couldn't have made it without everyone's help, especially back home. You know, the founders, Ed and Simon as well. But everyone is so happy. Everyone's touched the ball. We've all had photos. We've all had hugs, a few tears here and there. But all in all, mission success, basically.
If you're wondering about that ball that he was talking about, it's the ceremonial South Pole at the Amundsen Scott South Pole Station. It's like a metal sphere on a red and white pole, and it's partly surrounded by the flags of the signatories of the Antarctic Treaty. So it's lovely for a photo, but the problem with it is it's not the real South Pole. It's about 300 meters away.
So at the real South Pole, what is that?
Well, there's nothing. That's the thing. You can't see. To do it properly, to cover all your bases, you have to do both. You have to do the picture with the ball, and then you have to go and kind of hang around at the exact
why don't they move
longitude
the
and
ball to where
latitude.
the actual thing is?
Well, that's a very sensible question. It's not one I can answer, but it's a very good.
Earth is a level, motionless plane with the sun, moon, and stars revolving over and around us just as you experience every day. The North Pole is the magnetic monopole center point, with Polaris, the North Pole star, situated directly above. Polaris is the only motionless star in the heavens, with all the other constellations revolving perfect circles over the Earth every night. The so-called planets, known to the ancients as wandering stars, were named such because they were observed then, as we can observe today, to wander the heavens, taking their own unique spirograph-like patterns, making both forward and retrograde motions over and around the Earth during their cycles. Meanwhile, the fixed stars were named such because they were observed then, as we can observe today, to stay fixed in their constellation patterns night after night, year after year, century after century, never changing their relative positions. If Earth was truly a tilting, wobbling, spinning space ball, as NASA and modern astronomy proclaim, rotating 1,000 miles per hour on its axis, revolving 67,000 miles per hour around the sun, spiraling 500,000 miles per hour around the galaxy, and shooting off several million more miles per hour through the universe, the star patterns would never look the same 2 nights in a row, let alone be fixed in exactly the same constellations for thousands upon thousands of years. The reality is that the Earth and Polaris do not move, while everything else in the heavens revolves over Earth and around Polaris, east to west, like in a planetarium dome. Our Earth planetarium, however, is so vast that perspective won't allow any observer to see all the stars simultaneously from any one vantage point. We can see Polaris, Ursa Major and Minor, and other northern constellations from every point north of the equator simultaneously, but conversely cannot see the so-called South Pole star, Sigma Octantis, the Southern Cross, or other outer constellations simultaneously from every point south of the equator, because they all sweep over a great southern arc from their rise in the evening to their setting in the morning. Facing north, the stars turn counterclockwise from right to left. Facing south, they turn clockwise from left to right. Facing east, they rise in front and set behind, while facing west, they rise behind and set in front. So their apparent motion, angle, and inclination changes depending where you are on Earth and what direction you are facing. But their actual movement is always east to west.
So human beings who live on the globe spinning in space with curved water and with these type of satellites, I seriously do not understand you. Why are you so hypocrite? You're such hypocrites and you're anti-scientific and you're anti-reality. I don't understand you. So let's see science and reality and stuff, and let's make you feel disgusted with yourself. This is a message for people who live on the globe spinning in space with curved water. Why do you accept these satellites? I mean, everybody knows this is video games, 3D, three-dimensional computer graphics made on a computer, cartoons, invented stuff. Everybody knows this is fake. So why do you keep on accepting that this is reality? I'm going to show you the reality right now, which is going to make short circuit. This is what you say is reality, according to you. 3D CGI animations on computer software. And I'm going to show you reality in the real world, in places like South America and Brazil. And not only, this is just an example. We have satellites that crashed in the back garden of normal people, normal peasants. And all these satellites, what they have in common is they float with helium balloons on the surface of the Earth. Helium balloons because they float, because the density of helium is less than the density of air. Therefore, it floats. There's no gravity. There's no globe Earth. There's nothing. So I understand you're frustrated with your lives and that you only care about insulting and stuff. These are the satellites. I'm going to show you more pictures. Stay tuned. Keep on staying with me, because you're gonna hate me for this, because I'm going to show you reality and the truth. But hey, I don't care. I mean, I am a real human being, not like you. So this is like a crashed satellite in Brazil. It's just satellites exist. The thing is, they do not exist the way that you believe it exists. They don't exist floating around the globe, spinning in space, and gravity keeps them. No, everything is helium globes like this. And because helium floats, because the density of helium is less than density of air, there is no gravity. Everything is density and buoyancy. That is pure science. You are anti-scientific, my friend, and that's the truth. So this is NASA. This is official NASA footage. This is not something like a stupid flat earther in the basement of his mother, like you say, is doing. This is original footage from NASA, pure science. This is what NASA does when they're sending, since the 1950s, after the Second World War, they're sending the satellites in space, above the Earth, what we call space, with floating helium balloons. There is no such thing as what you see in cartoons and movies. This is what happens in real life. So do you tell me, is real life and reality inferior in your brain compared to what you want to believe? This is like footage from the 1950s. Back in the day, in the 1950s, because the world was so primitive, the only way to launch helium balloons up in the air was from aircraft, like aircraft carriers, because they were so huge and big and gigantic. They had to be in the middle of the ocean. And I believe they had to be in the middle of the ocean as well, because it was away from the public eye, so nobody would have actually had the camera or like the capacity to actually follow the army or the navy onto the ocean and see them that for themselves. But that's what they were doing back in the 1950s and 60s. And today, this is what they're doing. NASA has programs. NASA is actually the largest helium consumer in the world. You can check it out. It's not made up. NASA consumes helium like no other company in the world. Why would NASA need so much helium if the world works with gravity and globe spinning in space with curved water? Because there is no gravity. Everything is helium, and they need this to launch the satellites. And they have people like scientists and retired NASA Goddard Space Flight Center speaking about the importance of buoyancy and density and how the satellites float, thanks to the fact that the Earth is not a globe. It's flat and it's motionless. It doesn't move. And I don't even know what to say anymore. So you have the footage. You have this, for example, this person who's chief technologist for the balloon program. There, she was saying, and this is like public knowledge, that when they fabricate these balloons to actually launch the satellites, each one of these balloons, when it's inflated and when it's ready to launch, it has the size of a football stadium. This is American football, but who cares? American football, European football, a domed football stadium. So that's the size of those things that are up there in space somewhere above the surface of the flat motionless Earth. And also many of these, look at this, this is official, this is how satellites are being launched, and they're launched from Antarctica. Lots of the satellites are launched from Antarctica, from the places where common mortal human beings like you and me, because we are useless birth certificates, we do not have access to go there. And that's why they're launching them from so far away in Antarctica, because there's nobody there to actually film it, so there will be no witnesses, so therefore they can get away with it. But this is actually the truth. This exists. This is reality. Why the heck do you keep on saying that your reality is this? Why do you accept this reality? Because this is just like invented cartoon and computer graphics. This is reality. They're launching satellites with helium globes, helium balloons from Antarctica, where nobody has access, like you and me, only the military and themselves, because that's the way the world works. And this is public knowledge. This is not something invented or conspiracy. So the only reason why you keep on insulting people who search for the truth and people who accept the truth is because you're frustrated and you're a hypocrite and you hate your life. And that's it. So you accept this because, I don't know, because you know that nothing is going to change in the world. Therefore, you have a reason to be happy, to insult and to laugh at people who just accept the truth for what it is. It's unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. I actually feel disgusted and ashamed to share the same DNA with people who live on a globe with curved water spinning in space. I feel super disgusted. And you're going to say now, why do you keep on focusing your video, like this type of video, with people who live on the globe Earth? Well, very simple, because you people who know the truth, you're fine. You don't need help. People who need help and to go to a psychologist are those who live on a globe spinning in space with curved water. So that's why I'm trying to help people here. I'm actually a good human being, you know. This is what a person with his Nikon P900 camera, those cameras that make super zooms, the P900 and the P1000, and cameras that you just insult because you tell people buy yourself a telescope or something. Or this is something you can use your camera for. And this is a satellite with a helium balloon or globe floating around in front of the moon. And that's it. That's what you see with 83 times zoom. That's the P900. And the P1000 has 120. And by the way, everywhere you look right now, they're out of stock. Probably there's a reason why these cameras are out of stock, in my opinion. Anyway, so yeah, it's very simple. And this was seen in The Simpsons. It's not like The Simpsons tells you the future. It's more like in The Simpsons, they're actually telling you the truth, because that's the way that politics and the world works. They're showing it to you in cartoons in The Simpsons and stuff. They're showing you reality, and this is reality. From Antarctica, from the North Pole, which is not actually the North Pole, it's just a central part of this crater, because we do not have access there. It's forbidden. So that's how they launch the satellites. Buoyancy, density, there is no gravity. The only reason why you keep on insulting people that speak the truth, it's because I would say something right now, but I'm not gonna say it because probably YouTube is not gonna like it. So anyway, that's the whole thing. I didn't do anything bad. I'm just showing you reality versus invented cartoons and 3D CGI and video games. I love video games, I love cartoons, I love 3D CGI, but when it comes to the truth, when it comes to actually understand how the world works and what's reality, this is reality. This is not reality. And what else? What else here? And was the other satellite here? And this is not reality. This is fake. This is just animation. Reality is this. On the moon, reality is what you see in Antarctica when they launch satellites with helium balloons, because helium floats and the Earth does not move. There is no spinning. There is no curvature. There is no gravity. NASA knows this. Of course, they have their own program for the public, because that's the whole part of the whole system and the whole process, right? But the videos exist, the documentaries exist, science exists. If you go in front of a judge right now, and you want to prove these things, the judge is going to give you, the person who actually speaks the truth, the right to actually go out clean, because a judge has to respect the truth if you have the materials. And these are the materials, and this is science, and this is irrefutable science. And this is something that I know, it's just I am ashamed of the human race, of 90%, 99% of the human race, because it's so simple. It's just a matter of like sitting your ass or your butt on a chair for like an hour to actually understand this with your human intellect, and you're just going to realize, okay, I was lied all my life, I feel frustrated and I feel like a piece of crap, but who cares? At least I know the truth, right? That's the big thing that people don't want to do. They don't want to sit on their asses and just understand with their human intellect. Oh, it's easier to just insult flat earthers because, you know, that's a norm. That's simple. what can you do, right? So I'm hoping that at least one of the people who actually lives on his fantasy globe Earth spinning in space, they're gonna actually watch my video and they're just gonna actually sit down for a second or for a minute or for a day and just think. Use your human intellect. Don't be like a monkey, because monkeys don't think. They just eat bananas and they have sex in the jungle. Just, just think for a bit, and probably you're gonna realize the truth. And I don't care if it's frustrating for you or if you're gonna go crazy or something. That's your problem. Hey, the truth is the truth, and if you cannot handle it, then that's your problem, my friend. So, and that's it. I'll see you guys in the next one.
getting live views, do you think, from the car?
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible. And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly. Like, we'd have way better CGI if it was fake. And, you know, the colors all look kind of real in space.
People just research what your eyes do. Research what your eyes do. As soon as you do that, then everything, all the pieces start falling into place. Then you'll understand what you're looking at. And these globies just don't get it. They're like, I'm like, well, it's scientific fact. I mean, you can Google it right now. I mean, look at how your eyes work. I mean, you're saying no, like we're taught no. The
problem is, you know, I don't care if somebody doesn't believe me, but when you don't even look, and then you tell me how wrong I am, and it's like, dude. And it's like, I mean, you've seen some of my shows, and I've seen your posts, and you just as well as I and others. I mean, we break it down really simple for these people.
Schon gar nicht leicht.
Everybody put your hands up.
I wrote this out in 2019, dropping it for the end of 2020 and Agenda 21 for the Flu World Order. So let's go.
Hip-hop and the truth can't be stopped. I'm climbing to the top so I can sip as I got. While we sip and collide, while the listen to bars. Tries the thought, Roddy's thought I gotta keep it behind bars. Now I love this hip-hop and the truth can't be stopped. I'm climbing to the top so I can sip as I got. While we sip and collide, while the listen to bars. Tries the thought, Roddy's thought I gotta keep it behind bars. Now I shatter glass ceiling, strap metal with degree. Orange tag on the beam, true troopers on the scene. And this could be the anthem when I'm claiming that fee. For planting seeds all around me with the truth that I see. So step up and get rocked, and smack to get dropped. From the power that we got, from the armor we got. Everybody stand up, true trooper squad up. Drums and G-Mars, really back to rock, keep up. This age-old concept destroys a globe object. Evolution turned to rubbish like the disk Star Trek. 2019, focus cameras, what we see. CGI images claiming to be what we be. No stars and no moon and no galaxy. Claiming space is real, flipping another 60. On this green screen, altered reality. You blindly believe in programmed by the TV. And Neil deGrasse says the tiny ass is not large, well enough to earth to notice the track. To notice any curvature with that appears flat. So go and drop the mic and watch these globies react.
Well, these sticks and stones and these shadows alone to prove the earth is curved. So why don't you go wrong? The fat tarts alone, the bastard, you're wrong. The why can't you see China outside of my home? Show me the edge and now show me the dome. I got proof where we came from this bone. We ground from this explosion. From poop soup to monkey goop to homosexual.
This is ludicrous. A flying space is the root of it. Pagan sun god worshipping ritual Jesuits. Sundog, Masonic, Nimrod, the Illuminate. Fallen gods take charge, then they end up ruining. Just before God cracks open up the firmament, just sound the trumpet loud. It's a turn of the permanent, and ain't no stopping it. God's word is the ultimate. It testing all things. In the end, it'll be positive. Gospel to the opposite. Hostile environment. The apostles stood for the Messiah. Now we're honoring, so go and bound wonder. The true God of thunder with more power, more powerful than any other one. So I shatter glass ceiling, strap metal with degree. Orange tag on the beam, true troopers on the scene. And this could be the anthem when I'm claiming that fee. For planting seeds all around me with the truth that I see. So step up and get rocked, and smack to get dropped. From the power that we got, from the armor we got. Everybody stand up, true troopers squad up. Drums and G to carry weight, no wrong, keep up. Theoretical philosopher, truth trooper officer, radical, tactical, even lateral, the monster. Why bother globe, God would even be on it with your worthless, pathetic, redundant, circular argument. Playground bullies with your loser asking tactics, grade 2 attitude, high school antics, and I don't talk about it, I mean all about it. Crooked cows ain't got nothing, verbal showers every hour that you want it, teaming up with some of the most incredible. Streaming live shows straight to your telephone. I know what you know and what you refuse to know, and all my views are on mine and on mine alone. And time will show with all these lies they throw and how they compromise your home and how your child will grow. Indoctrination, globe told operation, my control, occupation, stay woke and tell the nation while these kids is getting raped and killed in the pavement while you meet in the street and debate out your enslavement. Divide and conquer is what they gonna aim with. Religion, skin color, history, you name it. Mystery up and hidden from the public. Reptilian, the Vatican, and the Queen's got all of it. Locking away providence, God's documents, his promise to his creation, which is us, and we should honor it. Shatter glass ceiling, strap metal with degree. Orange tag on the beam, true troopers on the scene. And this could be the anthem when I'm claiming that fee. For planting seeds all around me with the truth that I see. So step up and get rocked, and smack to get dropped. From the power that we got, from the armor we got. Everybody stand up, true trooper squad up. From Zenji, Nathan G to Ross Skiba. West Place Jones. Right. Yo, I love this hip-hop and the truth can't be stopped. I'm climbing to the top so I can sip a cigar while we sip and collide. While the listen to bars, tries to thought, what each thought I gotta keep it behind bars. Now I love this hip-hop and the truth can't be stopped. I'm climbing to the top so I can sip a cigar while we sip and collide. While the listen to bars, tries to thought, what each thought I gotta keep it behind bars. Now I shatter glass, ceiling strap, metal with degree, orange tag on the beam, true troopers on the scene. And this could be the anthem when I'm claiming that fee for planting seeds all around me with the truth that I see. So step up and get rocked, and smack to get dropped. From the power that we got, from the armor we got. Everybody stand up, true trooper squad up. From Zenji to Johnny B to Rob Skiba. And I would like to end with some of these, so please, geez. 50 years of NASA-derived technologies, web-based mapping the world at your fingertips. CGI cartoons, pieces made out of paper clips, curtain rods, tinfoil, scotch tape, and vacant bits. This is how it sounds when I see you be faking it. Paper mache, while you laughing in my face, telling me you got robots searching out up in space.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Prosthetics again, health and medicine, I'm sorry, what again? Just a minute, on Pettit said some shit again. Now they admit it can't go the moon, my friend. I don't get it, this is ludicrous, every bit of it. And if you're new to this, stop the track and get in with it, cause we be winning it. True trooper who be killing it. Globe gob, little toms, acting like Olympic kids. I wipe them off some little bombs, tying up the kitty bits. And give them the globe and distract them like it always is. And throw them off the edge, it's the only thing they know of it. Who you kidding? When you acting like your little bricks. This is my music, stuff that I might can see where it is. It's just in my name, and Robert misses me with nothing but a flat tall bombard me an idiot. The joke's on you, though you're real tough talking. Someone already told you globe model was caca. Flat earth experts, I might hit you where it hurts. Between the skirts of folk, we told it dippity dirt. Belong, call, cruise dirt. See the stars desert, the globe Mars be hurt. Flat tall be birth, before your meme and lurk. The 3D band to work, to vote a clan victory. To here we go, we'll birth, so let's go. I'ma jump off the ropes, I got a chokehold on this globe, choke on my skull. Shattered glass, ceiling strap, metal with degree, orange tag on the beam, true troopers on the scene. And this could be the anthem when I'm claiming that fee for planting seeds all around me with the truth that I see. So step up and get rocked, and smack to get dropped. From the power that we got, from the armor we got. Everybody stand up, true trooper squad up. From Zenji back to me to Rob Skiba. You globe robbers ain't got
Alrighty, MIDI HC. Yeah, that's a funny meme. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. Thank you. What brings you here? And be honest, what shape do you think the Earth is? I'm just here to troll.
The world is a stage, Shakespeare. You think you live on a fake sphere. There are no curvatures, ain't there? That means it's not an oblate pair. NASA's lying, it's obvious, yeah. Look at the bloopers of sloppiest. Like they're not even trying to fool half the audience, yet this will buy it up. You say you're woke, but it's diet, yeah. Want a debate, do not try it, yeah. Leave them unpacking and crying, yeah. Take up the rinse and then dry it, yeah. If you got proof, then provide it. You are VC verified, and either you're seeking the truth or you will just go into hiding. Give it me, debug FE. Give it me, gravity. Give it me, philosophy. Give it me, pure comedy. Give it me, debug FE. Give it me, gravity. Give it me, philosophy. Give it me, pure comedy.
You gotta admit, sometimes this is just pure comedy. I mean, you know, don't get me wrong, we're looking for some evidence for this globe theory, but it's pretty funny.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privation. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck with all these fake ass apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums. No demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all. No specificity. Get with me. Get that geometry your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like your army needs copper bleeds. With no wall to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-line or scientific. All the sicker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this. You ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead. So many reasons mad at me. Cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy. All of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe charge, step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, no containment. It's automatic. You sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic. Anytime there was Socratic, defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charge wind up like Sub-Zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make it hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into nigga that's sweet. You points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head. She keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FB, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you ballers never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. It's crunch time. Your whack model getting it ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what y'all hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since that shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately fuck off the space. We understanding no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to see the ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up hope on your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wiser. Realize he's smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up for the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously. Maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Grace Leonidas, 24/7 Discord Flat Earth. Welcome to the arena, gladiator. You wanted an edge? I'll spare so strong a formation of edge. It's time to push you to the ledge. Your fallacious sword will shatter on our shield. The Spartans victorious upon the battlefield. Only by the spear of truth can you make us yield.
This is where we hold them. This is where we fight. This is where they die. And these shields rise. This is Sparta.
The specificity of your claim requires you to step up your game. It needs to be substantiated, authenticated. Don't just sit there, get it correlated. Stop getting frustrated while vaccinated, thinking you're educated. Are you really illuminated while being acclimated clown, subjugated, with unabated propaganda permeated? Your arguments are constipated, your history is misstated. All your proofs are long awaited, your counters are unrelated. You're just pontificated and obfuscated. Sorry, friend. Are you medicated?
Calm yourself.
I am sorry, my friend. But not all of us were meant to be soldiers.
It is clear you're aggravated when a fallacy is generated and a Spartan denigrated. Next time, try to reformulate it. But since you got moderated, it's time for you to get re-educated. Here, sophistry gets dominated, arguments decimated. Don't just sit there being domesticated, accepting being indoctrinated with vile claims, evidenced and substantiated? That's madness incorporated. Be sophisticated and underestimated, unaffiliated and rejuvenated, stimulated and motivated, get animated, activated, rehabilitated with your mind repopulated, not automated and sedated, blindly opinionated and physically degenerated, with hearts exasperated and minds overestimated. I call that being uneducated.
Spartans! What is your profession?
See, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.
It's not complicated. Globe model was evaluated, radius invalidated, black swan reverberated, percolated, and penetrated, and the globe deflated. Do you understand what is communicated? Light attenuated, perspective appropriated, density understated, entropy violated, Saros cycle assimilated, and the Coriolis conflated. Or do you need it illustrated, perhaps translated? Is it really necessitated to be restated? Gas dissipated, yet container is ventilated. You should feel liberated, it's been corroborated. Religion has evaporated while blind faith was annihilated. Do not be humiliated. This was dictated, slated and fated. Now outdated, antiquated, needs to be updated and thoroughly investigated with science invigorated, its potential unmitigated. Be elated, elevated, fascinated. Don't you feel exhilarated? It's long been belated. It's something to be celebrated, not debated.
Find trust.
This was all premeditated, all of it orchestrated, perpetrated, perpetuated, all of us regulated, designated, and desecrated. The whole world manipulated. We were told it rotated, that it was calculated and demonstrated, when it was really estimated and speculated and fabricated and misappropriated. The lies are completely overrated. It's time for the truth to be reinstated.
Go spread the word. Let every Greek assemble know the truth of this. Let each among them search his own soul. And while you're at it, search your own.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's the 10 Black Commandments. Yeah. This globe, you can't tell me about this earth. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. I'm a real truthist. Truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon PE shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number 2, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never trust nobody. The science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fallacy to tore it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit, this bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should've been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in BC. If the teammates get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out, straight out to cog this. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement. Strictly for honest men, if not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. All these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 20 for trolls who won't wake up. Truth hit your mental, watch your mind shake up. You were sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play some. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up, 24/7. Discord. CB, yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values, lobby gang, yeah. It's your boy CB. in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to Indio, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Effie in the house. Tell him bounce.
Drace, 24/7, Flat Earth Discord, with Robert Tarr on the beat. Shout out to Gemsy for his tireless service and great ideas. Judgments have a way of festering until you become what you hate. So don't hate and don't judge. Understand and transmute hate into love, rising above the cycle. Don't be the cycle, break the cycle, and be free as you were meant to be, operating empirically, embracing your destiny, living in reality. The globe is a no-show, the Antarctica no-go. The seafloor plateau, you don't know what you don't know. The story I just saw. Paddle knows, uh-oh. Status quo, no photo, the only curve is a GoPro. Fight the flow, the fallacious combo. Metal judo, the FP commando. With knowledge as ammo. A 3-point KO. Lost your wig, bro? It's a belief, yo. Celestial navigation, relative to the location. It's called exploration, using the constellation for thousands of years without deviation. Not possible within orbital imagination. It's a faulty conceptualization. Your ears are not just for decoration. You feel no sensation. The vestibular operation proves there's no axis to rotation. All sight has limitation. Perspective is our vision. We see by light propagation, but light has attenuation and diffusion, so seeing forever is a pure delusion. Space is a privation, not a bendy dilation. Einstein's melt position is a dated apparition. FE has no competition. Its opposition is only repetition, a supposition, and superstition. We're all around faulty cognition. Welcome to the globe deposition, the lie abolition, or the truth petition. Don't give up your critical thinking of your own volition, even if it has become tradition. That is submission to the mathematician, the sophistic cognition tactician, bringing you the war of attrition and the contradicting redefinition. Become like us, a logician, a sophistry demolition technician. Requisition your intuition, transition to erudition. But be quick, the mission to dumb down the population is so close to fruition. We pay our tuition for our own indoctrination with lies and a mission, when learning the truth should be your ambition, regardless of the optics and previous conviction. That's the true ammunition, the power of the truth coalition, on a sacred mission, restoration from sedition, a disposition of the Most High's opposition, of the very same wardens that guarded your mental prison. There is no addition, no prize of admission. We get no commission and all the suspicion. But there's one condition, be honest. This is not a competition, it's a collaborative exhibition, a recognition of rhetoric superstition, with 24/7 repetition, a non-stop globe demolition. I have become a globe funeral mortician.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be chucking and jiving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauded. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite my nuts is not a bore, you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts where they store is. Entering your mind irrespective of a warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron who's not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Anti-astronauts monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn. Learn with the horizon swan. We eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong. What they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies life on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and power like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. Don't need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed at your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9 to 5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
And there is this kind of thought. So that be Batman. Nothing else. That's the here. All those YouTube secrets. Happy Thanksgiving. So that's season.
Flat in this bitch, globe confusion with the drip drop. It's flat everywhere. I got facts up in my Ziploc. Flat up in this place, no globe model, that's for kid bops. You ain't on flat earth, you can kick rocks, okay? Flat, hey, flatten, smack, smack. Flatten, smack, smack. Flatten, smack, smack. Flat, flat, smack, yeah. Globe got no curve, bitch. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, flatten, smack, smack, flatten, flat, smack, smack, flat, flat, smack, 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 flat, flat. Globe gone flat, got no curve, bitch, I'm flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch, yes, I'm flat. Hey, take it off, yeah, globe off, yeah, live stream, yeah, everybody here, bringing up air, gas pressure, yeah. Flat is my fate, the globe is gon' hate, the truth I chase, and it don't break, we just killed space, yeah, it's all fake, back in the safe, now hit me that tape, 10 toes in the mud, measured earth, and it's flat, yeah, Glober dunked on in his fields, and that's facts, yeah, I ain't tryna fight you too emotional, now take this flat smack like it's supposed to go, made it out the globe, had to bounce right quick, wonder how I drop out, learn to count like this, got a folder with no earth curve where I keep my shit, hit up bay first with a laser, ain't no curve in this bitch. Okay, I'm flat. Hey, flat, smack, smack, flat, flat, smack, smack, flat, flat, smack, yeah, flat, smack, flat, yeah. Globe, no curve, turn that flat into facts, turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch. Yes, it's flat. Hey, flat, smacking, smacking, flat, flat, smacks, yeah, flat, flat, smack, smack, flat, smack, smack. Globe gone flat, got no curve, bitch, I'm flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch, yes, I'm flat. I'm a globe destroyer, yeah. F.E. Doyum, Doyum globe smoking ass nigga, huh? In the live stream joking, took his globe like it's stolen. Broke brain can't focus ass nigga, huh? Pause about, we gotta call up nigga, he gon' chop his head off. Can't run the game round here, bruh. Cause we're hang no sphere, bruh. Lil nigga, do you got a problem? What? Lil nigga will come and solve it. Yeah. Facts coming in, can't stop it. We getting to the money, y'all jogging. Yeah. Good times represent victory. To the same globe's just dead to me. God. A washed up blurf don't mean shit to me. Nothing. I'ma surf off the curve in a Tiffany. Globers do nothing for me unless you leaving BC where the curve be. I'm flat gang, savage free. Globers get smoked just trying to diss me. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, flatten, flat. Yeah, flatten, smack, smack. Flat, flat, smack, smack, flat. Yeah, flat. Yeah. globe gone flat. Ain't no curve, bitch, it's flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch, yes, it's flat. Hey, flat, I'm smacking, smack. Flat, flat, smack, smack. Flat, flat, smack, 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 yeah, flat, yeah. Globe gone flat. Ain't no curve, bitch, it's flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch, yes, it's flat. Yeah. CB. You know me.
Oh, there we go. Cheers. All right, man. A little quiet around here.
It wasn't quiet. I saw you pop in, so I figured you wanted to talk.
Yeah, I was in and I was watching some shit on BitChute. Man,
I was just playing some music.
I hear that. Your mic sounds kind of funny, or maybe it's me.
No, it's me. I'm at the gym right now, but I was playing music on the live stream, just trying to fill the.
I appreciate it. I'll just sit here and talk to myself for a minute.
We can chat. If you don't mind the music in the background, it might be a little loud, but it's almost 1 a.m. here in Dallas, Texas, and so there's nobody at the gym, so I can talk freely.
Cool, man. Shout out to YouTubers. There's nobody watching. Okay, cool. Never mind.
Still, shout out to YouTubers. Happy Thanksgiving, man.
You too, brother. You too, man. Yep. Cool, man. I was just watching some shit on BitChute. Saw you guys playing music. That's cool. Everybody's over watching Witsit or something. I don't know.
Oh.
Something
you having
like that.
another debate?
He's doing a live stream. It's like 400 people over there or something.
Oh, wow.
So we're a little light over here, I think they're all over there. Maybe. I don't know.
I'm okay with rocking the show over here.
Yeah, that's good, man. Dude, I've done 100 streams or nobody's watching, so it's okay, man. Let's see. What was interesting today?
You watching the World Cup?
We had a nice chat earlier this afternoon, early this evening, whatever.
Okay.
And yeah.
My mic is too much. Let me know, and I'll mute because I know I'm hot micing, but
I want you to. Hey, Giz, man, I want you to hot mic as much as you possibly can. I want you to take it to the new hot mic level because it's just you and me, babe. So
all day, every day, dude. All day, every day.
Hot mic the shit out of this thing right here.
People tell me all the time, "Hey, you're hot micing." Oh yeah, I do that all the time.
I try not to. I have done it. I forget to push a button and something, but
yeah, at least you can hear us hot micing today.
Exactly. I can yeah. I mean, I only have like 2 sites that I can get some really, really interesting videos. One is the BitChute. I'm sure Rumble's fine or something, but I don't know. There's so much shit on BitChute, you gotta kind of dig through it, man.
Oh yeah. They have their own algorithms, but everything is on there. They don't really remove that much content.
Mm-hmm. But it's on there. It's funny. It's like you'll see a video. It's like President Kennedy shot himself, and it's like 3.5 hours long. You're like, what the hell? You're like, I don't have fucking 3.5 hours to watch his shit, man. Give it to me in like a couple minutes or something.
Right.
No.
Kennedy shot first. If it's interesting, I'll see an hour of it. But come on, 3 hours.
Lincoln shot first.
Lincoln shot first.
There you go.
You gotta see Bubba Hotep.
There's a video that came out. I don't know, this week. It's about the thing that the people are getting for free, and it may be not good for you. Anyway,
I got a video for you.
But it's it's making its way around all over the place, man. Too many people are reposting this shit, so I'm gonna disregard that 1 hour documentary made by Stu Peters. Okay, I'm gonna skip that one. Okay, it's too everywhere.
Bah. Bah.
Bah.
Hey, check your DM, dude. Check your DM.
You got to be careful, man. There's some interesting opposition out there, or something, or just a distraction.
Who wants to talk to Ollie?
I do.
Ollie want to talk? Get in on this, Ollie.
Ollie, Oxenfree. Ollie, Oxenfree.
It's Ollie Osborne.
Ollie Osborne. That's even better.
Sorry, Ollie. It's late night, man. Welcome to.
Where's Helio? We're not going to get flagged for that, are we?
Nah.
I think you were barely coming through there. It was okay. All right, Ollie, what's up? Can't hear you.
Oi.
Right.
Oi.
Ollie. Is he? He's unmuted. I don't know what to do. All right, carry on.
I've given him the mic. I've handed the man the mic. It's up to him now to speak into it.
It's his mic, man.
Oi.
You have the power.
Oi. What
Hey,
about
Matt.
that celestial navigation?
Don't be scared. It's only YouTube.
Works every time, man.
Ain't nobody watching on YouTube anyway, so just talk.
Flat Earth, right? Should be easy.
Hey, are you guys talking to me? Do you want me to speak?
Yes,
Are you Ollie? What's up, Ollie?
Ollie left.
Ollie
Yeah, he
left.
bounced.
He gone.
Were you guys being bullies again, were you?
No.
Yeah.
It's only
Like, no, we were good, man. I cracked the
and there
code.
ain't nobody watching on YouTube.
I did say Ollie Oxenfree. Maybe that made him mad.
He may not be old enough to remember that.
Oh, definitely not. Few of us in here that can get that one. Mm-hmm.
And kick the can. You remember kick the can?
Do you
Barely.
remember don't get hit in the head with the rock?
That was an unofficial game.
Good old days.
I'm sorry about the mic.
Oh, I told you, man. I want you to hot mic like nobody's business. I want you to be the best hot micer ever. Please start talking about your bank accounts and your wife and your kids, and your social security number.
Mm-hmm.
And just go
Which
for it.
one?
Yeah, which one?
It's like your job, your boss. Yeah, go for it. That's funny. Most people that start doxing themselves get muted pretty quickly around here, man.
What salami are you getting today, Timbo?
That was funny, mate. I'm at the deli. I forgot to turn off my mic.
Yeah, I'll have 200 grams of pastrami and 200 of mild Hungarian salami, and then I'll just eat it.
That's awesome.
I'll take some of that and give me some of that mustard. It'd be good.
Sounds like you're having a good feed anyway.
Yeah, that was for my sandwiches today. Not all. Hey, I didn't eat 400 grams of meat, but you know.
I had so much hope for Australia against France.
Oh, really how have you been? It was been good,
soccer.
man.
Was it rugby?
Soccer? No.
Yeah, World Cup.
Stop.
We were up 1-0 and then we lost 4-1.
France's passes were so crisp, man.
Oh, mate, they're so good. But the England game was good.
Oh, did you see Spain?
Oh yeah,
7-0, dude.
Oh yeah, that was last night. Oh, maybe today for you guys. Oh, this morning.
This morning.
Argentina was amazing. Can't believe
Are we talking about New Zealand?
They're not in the World Cup.
Or Australia. Okay, Australia. Yeah.
Australia.
I was trying to figure out the international date line. My bad. Please excuse me, guys. I wish I was funny. I'm a fucking
Australia's
nerd.
just scared to make up the numbers, mate. We're not going anywhere.
Hey, I got a number I can make up for you. It's called 3959.
Yeah, I got one too. 8 inches per mile squared.
I got you all beat, man. I got 93 million miles, Mongos.
1.2.
Hey, let's do 24901. I'm adding the extra one on there. I'm
gonna raise you. I'm gonna raise you 95 million miles. Yeah.
I've got 63 billion light years. Beat that.
Oh my goodness. What about 26 trillion miles, Mongo? Take that.
That's so ridiculous, isn't it?
What is it? 10 to the negative 26 power? What about that?
Oh man, the power. The power.
That's how much cosmology's off by.
Is it 128 or 126? Which one is it? I think it's 128, right? 128 zeros behind.
That's sure you have to ask Michio Koku.
Oh, gigawatts. That's a good one. 1.1. How am I going to compute that?
21.
What the fuck is a gigawatt?
Gigawatts?
88 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Man.
What the fuck is a celestial unit?
An astronomical unit?
Astronomical unit.
Okay.
It's whatever the fuck I want it to be.
Yeah.
Well, according to the round spinny
Anything
space,
larger than the galaxy?
round flat spinny space thing that we live in, it's one astronomical unit is about 93 million miles.
Sure it is. Of course it is.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
I just posted a link of a glober. It's a clip of a glober saying that distances in space is a lie.
What?
They can't measure distances in space.
The double speak. It's the fucking double speak, bro. It's got us all.
Mongos.
I gotta watch. How do they expect to measure distances in space when they can't measure distances over water?
Can't really measure distances.
Hold on.
For short distance,
They couldn't even measure tree rings and carbon dating. That was
How long did it take a shit to fossilize?
I watched a video yesterday, man. The guy was pouring water over like a stuffed animal, and after like a month, it was already fucking fossilized, man.
Well, dude, I used to,
It was crazy.
They got fossilized shit, bro.
It goes quick, man. It's a lot quicker than the power.
How long does it take to fossilize? About 3 or 4 days.
The right conditions.
Exactly. Fossilized turds, man. I picked up a lot of them.
Hey, dude, did you check your DMs?
Not yet, no, man. I just been so lazy, bro. Sorry.
You got to watch that video, dude. You're going to laugh so hard.
All right. I'm going to catch up on that in the morning. I'll
watch it right now while you're talking to it.
The
How long
dude.
is it?
You don't have to listen to nothing. It's self-explanatory.
All right. Fuck yeah.
It's worth it.
I'm in there. All right. What do we got here? Giz. What do you got there, Giz? Oh, yeah, I've seen that one. Oh, yeah. I actually probably sent that out to a couple people. Dude, that was like 2 years ago I was sending that shit out. I like fuck yeah.
Funny, dude.
2020! Shout out to 2020. What's up? That was fucked up.
2020 was gone. It never happened.
It never happened. Exactly. Helio sent me some shit too, man. Damn it. Now I gotta look at my DMs.
You can doubt that just happened, but you cannot doubt the fact that you're doubting.
There you go. That'll work.
We're in here.
We're here 24/7. 24/7, man.
YouTube, get your butt in here.
Can't
24/7 philosophy channel.
Dude, it got super philosophized this afternoon in here, man. Woo, it was going on.
Man.
Oh yeah, it was good.
I missed it. I was over at Tartaria, asking them to explain what the difference is with the Black Swan being refracted and the Stanley's bridge being curvature. No one could explain it.
Refracted.
Yeah. Which one's refracted and which one's curvature? And how do we tell the difference?
Great question, brother.
I think I got that from you.
Maybe it could have been. I was in here. We were talking about it maybe a few weeks, a month ago or so.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That guy, Rev29, REV29, I'll remember him. He's always asking a whole bunch of questions.
Is it in here? What's his name?
Yeah. Rev.
And then you go in?
Yeah.
Yeah. He was.
He's asking a lot of questions. I think he's trying to get us. I think he's trying to play us for getting us popped.
Oh, maybe that's what Indio sent out because he kind of put himself in there quite quickly, didn't he?
Hey, I just saw he's over at Earth Awakenings.
Oh, is he?
I just saw him over there like half an hour ago. Let me see. Yeah, he's over there. He's in there. He's in there.
I bet he's a chill, dude.
Let's keep an eye on him, yeah? Not give him
Yeah. He was a little kind of he was playful. I'm pretty playful, man. I got him laughing and shit. So
I think he got enough information to understand what we all have been thinking and what we've all known. So any other questions that you might ask him that is probably a no-go.
He was like too forward, and then he started controlling the room. I was like, hey, what's going on here? Who's this guy? Why is he saying who can talk, when we can talk?
Yeah. He
I was just going, hey, mate, just let me talk, I don't need you to moderate.
Helio tries to moderate. He's really bad at it, but I'm
He's
okay.
a nice guy. He wants everybody to talk.
But there's some great moderators in here, man. And
Hey, Justin's a great moderator. Jemsy's a good moderator.
Miggy's fucking awesome.
Miggy's awesome. I like Miggy. He jumps right on it. Elijah is very, very patient. Sometimes I wish he would jump on it a little quicker, but he's a good moderator too.
I mean, it's a fair room, man, to come into.
It is.
Whatever side you're on, you get a warm welcome if you come in here. But if you turn out to be a shill, Mongo, fucking troll or something, you're going to get exposed pretty quick, man. You don't last too long. That'll
Well,
be that.
that one guy, he went pretty for a long time. Like when I say long, like long on minutes, long on hours in his conversations.
Mm-hmm.
I think I got a beat on him. I hope y'all do too.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I was just in a really good mood the last couple of nights, and yeah, I was just having fun, pissing around with NASA and all that. But I had a really nice chat, Jamsy last night, man. That was cool. We checked the guy in, and then we just hung out in there for a while.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Haven't seen the guy we checked in yet, but maybe he'll show up. But he seemed pretty legit. We'll see. I've blown it, dude. I've sent him in here, man, thinking, yeah, it's gonna be good, and then they just go off, and I was like, damn,
you proselytizer. You fucking proselytizer.
I got fucking burned, man. I'm like, I got burned, man. Fuck.
They get scared. They actually realize, like, wow, these guys actually really are smart. Like, they really know what they're talking about. And I haven't done any research. And then they found out.
I forget who was telling us recently. He's like, dude, I remember coming in here and like trolling you guys. Like, and then they ended up like hanging out so long. They're flat earthers now. They're like, fuck, man, I can't believe I was trying to troll you guys. What was I thinking?
It's hard. It's hard trolling flat earthers.
Yeah.
We keep getting stronger and sharper.
So sharp, man. It's like needlepoint at this point, man. Watch out. We're getting close to razor blade sharp, man. You know, samurai sword. We ain't got there yet, but we're close.
Sharp
as attack, man. Sharp as attack.
CH. Yeah, sharp.
So yeah,
street sharp.
Anybody out there on the YouTubers? You're welcome to come on in. We got Jason's out there, Flat Sabbath, Shadow's out there.
Shadow
Flat
Sabbath.
Flat Sabbath. That's a great name, man.
Yeah. Justin Incredible. If you're out there, get in here.
Just Incredible.
Jason.
Yeah.
ECW.
Here we go.
ECW.
We were really crushing it. We went up 120%. We're up. We went from 1
not just the best.
Wow.
That's not just the greatest. That's Justin Incredible.
Crushing Flat Sabbath. We're crushing the internet. Shut it down.
I want Kyrie Irving to come in.
After they're retired, they'll come in. Give them some time. Well,
Mike Tyson, come in here.
I mean, I think this place, I mean...
Hey, man, what's up, Peacebo? What do you want to know, man? Man, why you guys laughing at me? I'll kick the fuck out of you, Smith, man.
Nice.
Oh my God, I didn't even think that was Timbo. No way in hell.
Mike Tyson, man.
That was fucking awesome, dude. Oh, dude.
Anybody know who the toughest opponent Mike Tyson ever faced was?
You got to
say that again?
The toughest opponent Mike Tyson ever faced?
I wasn't.
No.
The letter S.
And then it was Evander Holyfield's ear.
The letter S.
It's fucking crazy.
Hey, of course it was.
I learn something new every day. Yeah, awesome. It's awesome. I'm just pissing around now. Fuck. Hey, big Turkey Day tomorrow. Turkey and football in America. Yeah, America. Fuck yeah. Come to save the motherfucking world. Yeah, America. Fuck yeah. Come to save.
Forget watching the National Freemason League. Watch the World Cup. Cheer your country on. Have fun.
Hey, man. I want Mexico to win it all. Is there a chance that they could win it all? Anybody?
Oh,
yes, they're in the World Cup.
All right. I want Mexico.
They're in the World Cup right now.
Root for Mexico. I live really close to Mexico, so I go Mexico because
USA, Mexico, Canada.
USA is kind of dicked, man. They're not very good, and that's not gonna happen.
They're good this year. They're the best I've ever seen them.
Really?
Yep. And they're young too.
All right. Well, I
they're
might
playing
watch.
on Friday against England. So if you want to watch a good match, watch Friday.
Is it tennis?
yeah.
Is that tennis?
No,
Are y'all talking about
no
tennis?
chance, mate. No
Hey,
chance.
UK,
England's going down, dude.
England, fucking game.
What is it? Badminton? What the fuck are we talking
England's going down 2-0, dude.
Oh, England going down.
I don't
out.
want fucking bowling.
Crack villain's gonna be pissed.
This is billiards.
Football.
World Cup, baby. US
All right.
is gonna win the whole thing.
Dude, I gotta work Friday, man. Fuck, I don't know if I'll catch it, but I might catch a replay, like highlights. I like highlights. They're quick.
If you Google USA versus England, right now it'll tell you what time they're playing on Friday in your local time.
I'm probably not gonna catch it, but
Yeah.
I'm probably not gonna catch it. But I'll catch the highlights. I'll get caught up.
Right.
It's like the highlights of Flat Earth. What happened today? Oh, this guy came in. He thought reality was all in a computer, and yeah. Oh, okay, cool. What else? You never know. You want to get caught up quick and move along to my next project, right? And
Holy shit.
ain't gonna be sitting around watching a fucking soccer game, dude. Unless I might watch a championship game at a party with a bunch of people, that are really into it. I'll laugh at them and laugh with them and go, yeah, fucking, that was awesome. But I can't watch fucking soccer, man. I don't know what it is. I'd rather watch tennis or bowling. I like bull riding. Do you guys like bull riding? Anybody?
Fuck
into
yeah,
bull
bull
riding?
run. That's a real
the
fucking sport,
shit,
bro.
man. It's the best.
I mean, that's right up
sport.
there with horse racing.
Yeah, it's up there, man. It's intense.
We need
man.
chariot. Has anyone been to a good chariot race lately?
Not lately, but back in the
Fuck.
day.
Fuck,
a lot
keep
of
an eye out, guys.
Chariot
Hey,
race.
Gizbo, did you check out the Aussie rules football?
No, I haven't looked that up yet. I'll have to look that up when I have time.
Got to check out Aussie rules football.
That's a good game.
I'll watch videos on it.
I played in a tournament, man, a Day of the Dead tournament in San Antonio. I played 4 fucking games. We had to forfeit the 4th game. But we made it to the championship. It was 4 fucking rugby games in one day. It was terrible. It was fucking terrible.
No, this is different again.
You played
This is
rugby?
different again.
How do you
I played a tournament.
championship, dude?
We played 3 games, bro. We played 3 fucking games. Nobody
I don't care. If I'm in the championship, I'm going out there and dying on the field, dude.
Okay, well, good for you, buddy. You should have been there.
Good luck with that, man. And let's see how that works out. Rugby, that's a cool fucking game to watch. I kind of like that. It's a lot like American football. Yeah. I always love the term. It's a rugby scrum. I love that. It's a scrum. Funny stuff, man.
So, is there a difference? Is there a difference between the Australian rules and the and rugby?
Yeah, I
what's
just
the
put it. I just
distinction?
posted a highlight reel in the voice text. Yeah, it's totally different. It's like Gaelic football, but they beat each other up.
Oh yeah. You can. Yeah, there was fights on the field. I mean, yeah, we can have fights. Yeah, there was fights. So I must have played Australian rules. It was 3 Australian rules games. Asshole, who said he would play the 4th game. But I'm telling you, it was like horrible, bro. Nobody could, dude. I never had cramps like that before in my life. If you're substituted out of the game, you're out of the game.
Yeah,
right.
I agree.
Like, I played 3 games that day.
I wasn't giving you shit, dude. No,
Yeah,
we're just giving you shit, man. You're good, man.
No, it's all good. No, I'm
happy you made it to the championship.
I appreciate
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was the day of the dead tournament in San Antonio. It was pretty cool.
That is wicked fucking football, man. Those guys are getting wrecked catching that fucking ball, man. Yeah. And they can kick the shit out of the ball, man. Damn. Oh, yeah. That's going to hurt.
Well, throw up tackle was popular when I was a child. We play throw up tackle. You ever played that? You know, you throw the ball up and you tackle whoever catches it. Right?
that was Smear the Queer.
That's fucked up, man. No, we played a game. No. That's just wrong. It's brutal. Dodgeball.
We called it Smear the Queer.
Yeah.
Smear the Queer. Yeah, I remember that. Oh, fuck yeah. That was it. Okay. Same game, huh? Okay, got it. They changed the name, man. It's a fucking Mandela effect. I'm telling you.
It is. It's Mandela. That's Mandela. Who remembers that?
We used to call it Smear the Queer. They changed it to, what'd you call it?
Throw up tackle, baby. It was throw up
tackle. That's so politically. That's so politically correct.
They stole fucking throw up tackle and the rainbow. Don't let them get away with it.
They fucking stealing it. They're stealing it. Oh man, that's messed up, man. Freedom is fun, man. When you can just enjoy language and shit we grew up with. But they changed all the names. They changed the name of a baseball team. Because people were offended. And I'm like, what?
And a football team.
And a football team. There you go. But anyway, so offense is taken. It's not given. I remember that. Remember that, kids.
Nice.
Offense is taken, not given. Yeah. So there's that.
Permission to redress my grievance.
I had a great conversation with some older folks this weekend. They're they grew up in a time that was, I don't know, everything went, man. You could call anybody anything you want. Didn't matter. And it's ruined comedy. It's ruined. Comedy, used to be raunchy and wicked and totally, you could get away with anything.
Dude, they took away Speedy Gonzalez and his cousin Pokey. Or Slowpoke. That's his name. Slowpoke. Cousin Slowpoke.
Well,
you can't kill Speedy.
You guys don't remember El Kabong, man. You guys don't remember El Kabong. But he was a guitar playing horse that was the sheriff. And his weapon of choice was the guitar, and he would just smash it over your head. It was El Kabong. Bong. He bong on the head with the guitar, yeah. Yeah, it was kind of funny.
Sounds like Kung Fu. What was the Kung Fu dog? The fuck was a Kung Fu dog, man? You remember that guy?
Nope.
Oh, shit. Hong Kong Fooey. His name was Hong Kong Fooey.
Hong Kong Fooey. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I remember the name. Oh, fuck. Yeah, Hong Kong Fooey. Oh, shit. That dropped some brains out. Damn.
Fucking Captain Caveman and all that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Captain Caveman was a man, damn it.
An underdog? Where's Underdog at? You didn't even see Underdog.
Underdog.
He buried his dead.
Oh, my God.
He had art and he had religion.
You guys are dropping brain cells on me, man. Stop it.
Bringing back the old brain cells?
Oh, my goodness. I mean, it's like Captain Caveman.
There's a cluster. Speed Racer,
man. And Godzilla and
fucking He-Man, dude. He-Man.
There you go. Another one. Shit, there's so many. Hey, I have a complaint about cartoons. I think they're detrimental to young minds and developing.
Absolutely.
And
Thundercats.
Thunder.
It's really manipulating. It's a total MK Ultra fucking situation, man. 100%. And I want you guys to just, I mean, I got totally damaged by that shit. I know it without a doubt. And I just want to get you guys awareness of the damage that those fucking cartoons can cause, man. And reality doesn't cause any damage to your brain because it's reality. You experience it for yourself, right? Green Ranger.
Are you moderating right now?
What's that?
Are you moderating?
No.
Was that? Okay.
No moderation. Go for it, man. I just blabbing shit, man, about cartoons.
Oh, politics, baby. Politics. And propaganda. The propaganda, man.
MK fucking everything, man. These motherfuckers.
Yeah.
MK.
Ultra combo.
Remember Street Fighter? Y'all ever been in a fist fight over Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat?
Yes.
Yeah. Those were good old days, right?
That's how I learned how to do my leg sweeps, man. Was Mortal Kombat. And my roundhouse kicks.
Perfect.
Fucking roundhouses are fucking deadly, man, when they hit. Fuck. So deadly. I don't think I've ever seen anybody walk away from
what we call a roundhouse, what they call the roundhouse in Mortal Kombat was actually a spinning back heel kick.
Of course it was.
A roundhouse is like a hook, but with your back leg.
Yeah, pugilist. I've been a pugilist. Like I love pugilism. I guess that's my politics.
Sure. Pink racing is a lot of fun. I like pink racing.
You guys
I've never
talking?
met the man.
What the fuck are you guys talking? Chinese?
Look it up. Pink racing. PANKRATIO.
Hey, the underscore dude's back.
What the fuck is pugilism?
Pugilism?
Yeah, man.
You never seen?
It's a politics.
You never seen Young Guns?
Yeah, of course.
Wow.
Remember, he was a pugilist.
He's a pugilist, huh?
Who was Charlie Sheen?
No, the smaller dude, the smaller white dude.
That's the best politics.
His brother.
I think we need to bring back duels also. You know what I'm saying? And also we need to bring back trial by combat. I think it will solve a lot of problems.
Dude, what do we got? Like fucking Running Man you want to do? What do you want to do?
Whatever.
That's,
Look, I don't.
by the
I
way,
don't
that's
even
the shittiest movie ever, man. The Running Man. It's so fucking bad. It did not hold up the time very well, man. It's pretty bad. Back to the Future, it holds up a little bit better than that.
Bro, did you see Back to the Future 3?
Well, of course, I saw the trilogy, man. The 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, did you see at the end when the little boy points to his penis and tells the audience to come in?
What was it?
Say that again.
What did
again.
Go to YouTube. Go to YouTube. Type in Back to the Future 3. Boy points at penis.
Dude, you're breaking up.
Go to BitChute. Am I still breaking up?
Keep talking.
Hello.
Say it again. Say it again,
All right. Go to BitChute. Type in Back to the Future 3. Boy points at penis.
Boy points at
Venus?
what? Venus?
Did you say?
All right, let me go check it out. Hold on. Boy points at penis.
PENIS. And watch the little blonde boy on the far right.
What's the significance of it?
Just gotta watch.
All right.
It's not enough for me to show you. You have to see it for yourself.
Yeah. Syphilis lasts a lifetime.
All right, let's see here. 47 seconds. Here we go.
There you go. That's all you need. 47.
These are our boys. Jules and Vern.
Yep. Right about here, watch.
I brought this.
Start watching the little blonde boy.
Yeah.
Keep watching his hand down at the bottom of the fight scene.
Make it a good one. Okay, the boy and the dog. The boy is pointing at his penis.
And then tells the audience to come here. Or no, he tells them to come here and then points at his penis.
Wow. Nice catch. All right, I'll put that in the voice text there so everybody can watch it. You guys can all watch this. Totally.
All right.
There you are.
I hope it don't get us right.
What's that?
I said, I hope it don't get us right. It's kind of controversial.
Well, it's just a link, man, in the to a little clip. Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Shouldn't be a problem, man.
It shouldn't be.
Well, you never know these days, man.
That's sad. What'd you think?
Very interesting.
Assault. No, I'm kidding. I wish I was funny. Sorry.
Well, back to the cartoon stuff, man. We all know the big, really, really weirdo cartoons is like, Simpsons, Family Guy. That shit's got some weirdo messages and all that cuckery that they put out, man.
Yep.
It's pretty cucky, and
there's propaganda and I think it's all lines of reason, bro. Any line of reasoning, there's propaganda, and it's sad. It's fucked up. It's fucked up world.
I think we're mostly, we're well equipped to try to handle it through knowing that we're stationary and not shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. It helps to
sure,
calm your mind enough to say, hey, wait, man, let me take a look at this. Well, that
geocentricity, bro, it fucking ran me through a loop, right? So because I had to look back at it, I'm sure you guys all remember your fucking teacher or whatever. They're like, oh yeah, we're gonna learn about the heliocentric model now, right? Now I had one. It was an angry little fucking French woman, right, or Catholic, right, little Catholic lady. And she was like, yeah, we're not even going to learn about that other way. And I remember being like, what fucking other way? What are you talking about? We can't even learn about the other fucking thing. You know what I mean?
How old are you?
Going through all this, I learned that there's fucking hundreds of different cosmologies, man, throughout history. Yeah. Why we stuck on this
I'm
one?
pushing 40, kid.
Pushing 40. Wow, they taught. I didn't even know about that. It wasn't even often when I was in school. I'm 42. 40.
Yeah, well, this was This was like the West Bank of New Orleans at the time.
New Orleans had some great. Was very diverse. Let's say that. You learn a lot living in New Orleans.
I've never been, man. When I was younger, man, I thought, wow, I want to go to Mardi Gras and give some chicks some damn beads, man. I want to see some titties. Right? And that was my dream. I'm like, oh yeah, that sounds cool. But I was young and dumb and full of cum, as they say. And that was pretty much my major focus in life for a long time was chicks. Oh my God.
Yeah. Of course it was.
Of course it was. Yeah. That and space, baby. Let's go space, man. Far out.
You know what, though? I think that was the beginning of the end. I think that was part of the empowering of the woman. Give all the power to the woman. The woman says no. You keep chasing the woman keeps saying no, but you keep chasing her.
I mean, there's cosmologies that the universe is a pussy, and you can't argue against it. I'm sorry.
I have heard that. I've heard pussy Earth. I've heard about pussy and dick Earth and ball Earth and tits Earth. I've heard it all, man. There's nothing I haven't heard, man, about how many cosmologies with body parts. Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah.
So we've seen some pretty funny memes over the years. They're like, okay, thanks, assholes. You guys are awesome. Now the memes that come out of this place is just tits, as they say.
They're straight up in the air. Dude.
Tits up, tits up, ladies and gentlemen. Tits up. That's a term, man. Like in England, that's a term. Tits up. I don't live there, but I've heard it used.
Y'all remember Boondock Saints?
It means pay attention. Tits up. Pay attention.
Well, of course.
Of course it is. Yeah.
I mean, who wouldn't get that philosophy?
You guys,
dude.
Tom will back me up on this. He's in the chat. Tom, back me up on the tits up thing, man. Help me out. I think he's over there. He's right there in it, Tom. All right?
Yeah, dude. Like the whole thing behind tits up is like, look, there's tits. Look, motherfucker.
Pay attention.
Tits
up. Oh shit! Tits up. Okay. Salute the titties, man. Pay attention.
Y'all remember Boondock Saints? I'll tip her.
What was the question? Tom, what tits up means? Like, pay attention, right? Tom knows this. Yeah, I have no doubt. He's out there. Tom and I go back. He's fucking OG. Fucker's OG flat Earth, dude. I don't know why he doesn't come in here. Anyway, all right, Tom.
Some people like moderating from out there.
Same with Tom, man. Multi-Tom.
Oh yeah.
He's another one, man. OGer, big time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, tits
what
up.
A world.
Pay attention. Yeah, I got it. Okay, just checking my definitions of tits up, man. Sorry. Now, what does balls out? Now, what does balls out mean in England? Anything? Or is it the same?
That's a great question. I like good questions.
Step the fuck out.
Balls out. That means you're going balls out, or you guys, you're a creepo pervert with your balls out. What I mean,
it's essentially it means pull your socks up.
Pull your socks up. Interesting.
No, I'm bullshitting, bro.
I think it means you want to do your best. I mean, balls out means you want to do your best, right? You're going balls out. I'm all in. It's like you playing like 3 rugby games. You're like, fuck it, man. I'm going balls out in this game, man. Fucking, whatever. So, balls out, yeah, I mean, you got to do it harder. You got to work harder. You got to be more, you're just going to go all out, man. If you ever watch playoffs versus like, I mean, that's what makes the World Cup so great is because everybody's like fighting for their fucking lives on every fucking kick and fuck and, out of bounds, throw in. I mean, they're going balls out 100%, right? There's no like laying back. I'm tired, It's been a long season.
What is your profession?
Ow!
I'm working on it.
That might have been one of your best ones yet, man, for sure. I like it. So, yeah, go balls out means you're going to go all the way and play hard as you can, I guess. I mean, that's pretty much it. But I was confused on the tits up thing, man.
If you're a man, you're not going to hold back.
Yeah, there's another one called tits out, or I don't know, maybe.
Ass up, head down. Is that a thing?
It is now. Ass up, heads down, Mongo.
Hey. I thought it was a thing.
Mm-mm.
All right.
I think it might have been a thing. I don't think you're the first one to say that.
What is that, Rick and Morty? Head bent over, raised up posterior.
Is that a cartoon?
I probably don't know. Yeah, Rick and Morty. They had this song on there. It's called Head Bent Over, Raised Up Posterior.
No, I'm not a Rick and Morty. I haven't watched the Rick and Morty. But yeah.
There's a lot of like.
Are you fucking Canadian?
No.
Yeah, he's fucking.
I'm a
Texan.
I was hoping.
He's
touche, man. I'm a Texan now. I'm over here in Houston, man. Yeah, I'm over here in Houston. I'm from New Orleans, but I'm.
You're in Space City, dude? No, come on.
Houston, bro. Houston.
Space City, dude. Space City, bro. Oh, Houston.
Hey,
I thought that was Seattle.
No, that's the Space Needle. Space City is Houston, bitches. You guys know this, man. I met a bunch of people from Houston, flat earthers, man, over the years. It's like, fuck, everywhere you go, it's like Space City Donuts, Space Donuts, Space...
Astrodome.
Astrodome.
Yeah, Astros.
Space. It's everywhere, man. So it doesn't matter. There's space barbecue, space burgers. Yeah.
The fucking needles in Seattle, whatever.
Dude, I've been up top, man. I've been up to the top of that bad boy, man. That is one cool structure, man. Thanks. Elvis played there. That was cool.
Oh, man. Elvis, rest in peace. Everybody, moment of silence.
Moment of silence for Elvis and the Globe.
All right. So, also, anybody ever seen Bubba Hotel?
What?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
What is
it? You need to see the movie Bubba Hotel.
Bubba Hotel.
Bubba Hotel. Bubba Hotel.
Oh, fucking send me a link there. Fine.
Whoa, Tucker and Dave was better, bro. Tucker and Dave versus Evil. It's a good movie.
Was it? I just like the whole idea that John F. Kennedy had a pigment change, and that's how he survived his assassination.
Dude, I don't know anything about that. I'm going to leave that one alone.
You got to see the movie, dude.
All right, you got to send me a link. When you
it's like Ash versus Evil Dead or something.
Bro.
Right.
All right, we got some cool people out in the chat, man. We got, that's the same people that have been out there all night, except for Tom. Multi-Tom, Flat Sabbath.
Multi-Tom?
And Multi-Tom. And then Shadow.
Shadow
Feather. That's an American Indian kind of name, man. Do you know about the chair? All the American Indians are flat earthers. Everybody knows this. Huh? All American Indians are flat earthers.
Who knows? The shadows.
The shadow knows. Yeah.
All right. Oh shit. We got Coco is fake out there. Coco is fake. And we got Nathan. What's up, Nathan? Showing up. Cool. Hey man, you guys jump on in, man. It's a cool night to come in. It's the night before a holiday here in America.
I wonder if we can still going.
It's a good time to jump in, man, and take over.
It's hunting season. Guys, let us know what you're going to be fucking shooting in the morning.
Yeah, but jump. I want to hear your voice. I want to hear your laugh. I want to hear your smile. I want to hear your I'm pissed off or whatever it is. I want to hear it all.
I want to hear about this 14-point buck that you have never been able to see.
Yeah, bring it in, man. All the cool stuff, man. Bring your curve and your calculations or whatever, man. It's all good.
Bring your math magic.
Bring your math. Whatever you got, man. Come on in. All right. Coco is fake said you can't download. That sucks, man. I get it, man. some people's tech is really shitty, and all they can do is fucking be in the YouTube. That's the way it is.
No, he don't have to have the app. He can go on the in the actual web browser. You can load the web page. I've done it before.
I think some people only have phones. They don't have computers. They don't have fucking browsers.
No, you can do it on the. I do it on the web browser all the time.
Really? Oh shit! Yeah. There you go. See?
You don't need the app for it.
We got confirmation you can do it on a web browser on a phone.
Now you got to get permission for your web browser to access your microphone, but you can go on the web browser.
He says he's going to try it. Cool. Right on, Coco. Coco is fake, man. We can't talk about that shit up in here. That's not our place to do that, but we can talk about Earth and all the other cool shit that's stupid on our fucking world. I mean, there's so much stupid shit to talk about, man. We'll never run out of shit to talk about. It might be their plan. I don't know. It might be part of their confusion distraction program. I don't know. Right?
Man.
I'm not sure anybody says every day there's more people waking up.
Every day, man. More. Dude, I saw some legislators in Australia standing up like in the courts going, man, this shit is fucked, man. And you guys are going to be fucked, man. You participated in the worst thing you could possibly ever participate in. Welcome to your fucking nightmare. Thanks.
Yeah.
And
what you sold, bitches.
Yeah, man, I'm a big believer in that, man. If you're out to do harm, man, harm will come to you. If you're out to do good,
yeah, man. The Senate grilling the politicians at the moment.
Right? Did you see that, man? I saw some videos before I came in tonight, man. I was like, "Oh shit, bitches!"
They're asking some really serious questions at the moment.
Yeah, and they're showing some pretty hot data too, man.
Yeah, about we've had a child a pregnancy decrease of 70%.
Yeah, ouch. That's a big dip.
Terrible. 2020.
It's the Big Dipper. The Big Dipper, we call it. The Big Dipper.
And they're asking why.
Why? Yeah, it's good, man. Keep that going. We'll move on from that subject, but yeah.
Yeah, true.
Well, we should definitely support that kind of behavior. If you're going to get out there and call people out on the carpet, they call it. You're being called out on the carpet.
About a year ago, I was talking to one of the leaders of the Maori tribe out there in New Zealand, and man, like they were all upset because we were trying to like tell people and wake people up to that and say no, don't do it, and they were telling us to like leave us alone. I ended up reading that they had like a 98% success rate, and I was like, oh my gosh.
Ouch.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, let's cruise away from that. At least on anywhere near.
I can't believe we can't.
Yeah, no, I get it, bro. It makes you nauseous to think about evil in the world.
Yeah.
We got to super code the fuck out of our language, and it kind of sucks, man. I totally fucking hate it, but we used to be able to just get on YouTube and talk about whatever the fuck we wanted to, man. It was great, man. It was so fun. Hey, I used to ride in the back of pickup trucks with 12 other people on the freeway.
And the only thing strapped down was the cooler.
With a cooler and a beer in my hand and smoking a cigarette, okay? I was fucking...
cigarette?
Yeah, and with a beer in my hand. Anyway, it was called Freedom, man. It was a long time ago. I enjoyed it. Short period. But it's been slowly chipped away, man. And everybody said, yeah, that's a good idea. Hey, how about you stay at home while we flatten the curve? Okay, yeah, no problem. Okay.
Honestly, we have no idea how much we have lost.
Oh, I do. I know exactly how much we've lost, bro.
Yeah,
and
but
it's wicked, man. And
damn, do we? You know what I'm saying? Do we really know? All the shit that was lost.
I know,
lines, bro.
for sure, man. Without a doubt, I know. Dude, when I got my first car, man, no insurance required, no extra fucking nothing, just $10 registration, $6 for your driver's license, and the bye. See you, have a nice day. You know, it was like
sounds like slavery.
I didn't have to register. My car could be totally unregistered. Nobody gave a shit, man. As long as it drove, man. That's all that they cared about. And it was wicked, man. $10. Just pay them $10 a year, and you're good. You're good. Okay, thanks. But now it's like, $100, $200, $300 a year to register your car, and you have to have insurance, and then you got to have inspection of your vehicle, and smog, and all this, it's all this shit that we didn't have to have in 1980, bro. We didn't have it. It wasn't there. It was just like get in your car and go. You paid the registration, you're good. You got a driver's license, yeah, okay, bye.
Bro, the regular seat in the car was safer than the car seat.
Dude, we had no seatbelts. We could pile.
Hey,
like
God
20.
bless Ralph Nader.
Hey, he wrote a book called Unsafe at Any Speed, right? And that's what kind of made him famous, But he turned into a cock, man. That guy turned into a cock, man. What a
Of
bummer.
course he did.
He's a cock. Yeah, thanks, Ralph Nader. Cock bastards. Anyway,
we all should
shout
have
out
known
to-
that with his name.
We got Dale's out in the chat. He just showed up. Cool, man.
Come on, Dale.
You guys come on in, man. Jump in. Tonight's a good night to come in, man, because, it's like tomorrow's a holiday.
What's up, Resolve?
We can
What's up,
hang out.
Kovac?
Have a laugh. Have a laugh. Take a piss. My friends in the UK. Let's go take a piss? And I was like, oh, dude, I don't have to pee right now, man. I'm good. All right. No, man.
You fucked up.
We want to go have a beer. Want to go have a beer? What? Taking a piss? Oh, fuck. Oh, okay. Let's go take a piss. All right. We're drinking. I like that. Hey, I'm in, man. Count me in. Let's go take a piss. Anyway, that's a fun term. There's so many of them out there. Got to enjoy the language.
Mongos. Fucking Mongos. How come you
Fucking
haven't said
Mongos.
anything about Mongos yet? You know what I'm saying?
I've been holding
What about
back.
the fucking Mongos?
You can't just throw Mongos.
Hey, kid, do you remember? Do you remember
we
that
say,
family
oh, we-
of Mongos in the Jetsons?
We go, oh, we're going to go and drink some piss.
I love that.
And when we get drunk, we say, oh, mate, he was so pissed.
Right. Dude, I got fucking pissed.
Yeah, we'll go and have a barbie, drink some piss.
I love that.
Fuck yeah. Get to the point.
You know what? You got to pee it out later anyway, so you might as well drink it.
Get to the point,
That's
baby.
the point, right?
Yeah.
It's funny, man, how different terms in different places. Hey, I met a customer, man. Was way older than me, man. He'd probably be 100 years old today. But anyway, when he was in the Army, he told me that when he was like, they would sit around and talk with the guys, is that when they talked about going and scoring some chicks, they said, I want to go get me some cock. I swear to God. That's what the customer told me.
That's double entendre. Wait, what's going on?
There was a term like in the 1940, mid 40s or something. Is that the chicks? I'm just telling you what I heard with my own two fucking ears, man. I was just shocked. I had to like stop him and go, "What did you just say?"
That's some
And he
pre-programming stuff right there.
He repeated it to me, man, and he goes, "Dude, man, that's what the pussy was called. It was called the cock." And we want to get some cock.
What the fuck?
Yeah, look it up, man. Don't
Are you
believe
sure?
me. It was a fucking term,
All
like
right,
in
all
the like the Korean War, like the after maybe might have.
Holy shit,
dude!
I
You sure they weren't after, like? You sure they weren't after like some alternative, like third gender or something like that?
No, man, this guy was straight. Man.
You sure about that?
Well, I'm not sure about it.
It was the darkest spot on your lily white ass.
I'm like, shit, man. You talk about flipping the language, you know, and oh shit. I was like laughing my ass off. I'm like, I can't believe I just fucking heard. What? I mean, my buddy, man, we left the house after, you know, doing the job. I'm like, what the fuck was up with that? We laughed about it for months, man. Like, want to give me some cock?
Like, it's almost as bad as flat means curved.
Exactly, same thing. So yeah, it's an old term. It was a term, and I have to talk to some more Korean vets, but they're all dying off, so it's hard to talk to them. And hey, they locked all those vets up in the fucking, you know, old folks' homes for like 2 years. Oh, fuck. Ain't that a bitch? Wow, I don't get to talk to them.
Are you saying the Korean vets wanted cock?
Maybe. Yeah, you know, that's what I heard, man, from my customer.
We're still laughing. We're still laughing about it.
I remember his name. It was Bob Dennerson. Good luck. He's dead by now, I'm sure, but
yeah, man.
Funny stuff. I'm gonna leave some nuggets behind before I go too, man. And like I said, man, back in 1980, man, you wanted to drive a car. You only need 2 things, man. Well, you need 3. You need a car.
You don't need a driver's license, man. That's an old lie.
Gas.
That was it, man. You go. And it was great, man. We piled people in the car all the time, man. Hey, where you guys going, beach? Okay, can we go? Okay. You know, we pile like 8, 10 people. We're just going to the beach today. Cool, man.
What shocks? What shocks?
Shocks, fucking shocks.
What suspension?
That shit was American steel we were driving. Come on, kids. Yeah. Those shocks, man, they were like fucking made out of fucking, I don't know what, but pool steel or some shit, man. Crazy. That shit was so fat, man. Yeah. It would drag the back end a little sometimes, but you know, hey, you know what? It looked kind of lowriderish, so that's cool, man. You know what I mean? You guys don't know the Southern California lowrider people. Do you guys know the essays?
That low. It's that low.
You guys ever see the movie Up in Smoke?
You talking El Gato? They call me El Gato Volador.
You're a bull fighter?
The flying cat.
Flying? Oh, get the fuck. Flying cat. I made a couple of cats fly over the years in my life, but that was, because they were attacking me.
El Gato.
It's like, you are going flying, Mongo. Fuck off.
You're a serial killer, Flat Earth.
Have you ever had psycho cats? My buddy had the worst psycho cat. He'd be in the shower, and the cat would jump through the shower curtain and attack him. I was like, oh, fuck off, man. Yeah, he was ripped up, man, by the cat. So,
I'm going to pray for you tonight. I'm just kidding.
So, yeah, be careful. Those cats can be kind of vicious, man. I think that, what is it, those dogs that get all the attention for being mean, what do you call those dogs? The
American Pit Bull Terriers?
Pit Bulls. Yeah, those. Yeah, they get the reputation for like ripping children's heads off and shit,
Yeah,
like,
awesome
dogs, shit, right? Yeah, I mean, they're so strong, man.
Yeah.
My buddy had one, man, and I used to kind of wrestle with it. And I was like, fuck, that dog is strong. And I was pretty strong. I'm like, fuck that dog it can move me around pretty good, you know?
My brother used to have one. His would get on the roof.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're going to jump down on your ass.
It was badass.
Take your ass out.
Yeah.
So, yeah, dogs are crazy, man. Some of them cats too, man. Cats. Crazy cats. You ever heard that term? Crazy cats. I've heard it. Stray cats. That's so 1982. Somebody's making noise. Giz.
Yeah, we hear you.
I told him to totally hot mic tonight. I gave him the hot mic. What do you call it? The hot mic tag tonight. I told him to hot mic his ass off, man. I want him to totally dox himself and the whole bit, man. I want him to go full fucking hot mic on us. Full hot mic. Thank you, Giz. Giving us the hottest hot mic ever. Woo. I think the hottest hot mic would probably two people having sex. What do you guys think? That would be pretty hot.
It's a hot mic. I mean, it's hard to argue.
Hey, I'll be here all weekend. Remember to tip your waitresses. Hey.
Your conversation with a Vietnam vet might be hotter.
Might be.
Or fucking or Korean vet.
Korean War vet. Talking about, yeah, man.
Shit.
I laughed about that shit for years, man. With my best man, we fucking laughed and like talked about it and always bring it up from time to time and thought it was pretty funny. It was like, oh shit. Just put a smile on our face going, how they fucked up our language and they twist it and they use it and they, oh shit.
It's man, the double speak's got us all, bro. For real, like the double think. The double think, the double speak, like,
yeah,
propaganda. Yeah, we're infected.
Machine, man.
Yeah.
We're up against the machine. And they got all kinds of outlets for their information. We don't have a whole lot for ours, man. We're kind of limited.
Nah, we got all we need. We were created for such a time as this, bro.
Dude, that's what makes this place cool, man. Is like, I've seen things come through here, man. I'm like, damn, that's so fucking good. I can't believe it. That is like divine good shit coming out of here. I'm like, whoa, that's fucking hot. Oh my God. Like, every day, man. You never know. You come in here and you get, late night, I'm laughing. But you come in here in the morning, somebody else is talking about, physics or something cool. I'm like, damn, good. Keep it up, man. Let's keep going.
That other night when we were talking about how to beat speeding tickets, that was epic.
It's epic. Exactly. Flat smack the shit out of the guy, man, as soon as he hits your door, man. Say, hey, man, why are we going so fast? Well, let me talk to you about, how much do you know about Earth? You just go, like, okay. Well, the reason I, was moving at such a velocity is because the Earth is spinning.
It wasn't me. No. Yeah, there was the Earth rotating beneath me. I was actually stationary.
I was trying to catch up to the spin, man. You follow me? Are you tracking? No, you're not tracking. Okay. Let's start from the beginning.
I was doing negative 900.
You just keep talking, man, for the next 40 minutes about Earth curvature and 8 inches per mile squared, and the sun is 93 million miles away, and it's going around the galaxy, and we're shooting around the sun, and we're going through the Milky Way.
Or you could be like, here's my passport. Kiss my ass.
Well, you can try it.
There's patriots that still do.
There's so many times when I was younger, when I got pulled over, that either I or my buddy, man, we would have more fun with the cops. We would laugh and try to get them to laugh, and a lot of the times, man, they would let us slide because we were cool. We weren't dicks, or we were kind of.
It's a different time, bro.
they
didn't treat you like a terrorist.
It was a different time. I think humans are humans. I mean, humans are humans, man. Whether if you can make them laugh and say shit, man. Dude, I was speeding. First thing I would say to him, like, dude, I was speeding my fucking ass off, dude. Fuck yeah, I was. And he'd be like, oh, okay. Well, at least he admits it. I'm not going to lie to him. It's like, dude, man. Yeah, fuck yeah, I was speeding.
That's not. You're not. So give us the disclaimer. You are not giving legal advice right now, right?
This is what's happened to me in the past, man.
Because we got to be
ran
clear,
that light. I'm like, I go, dude, I did run that fucking red light. I thought I had it, man, but I just missed it by like a second or two. But he's like, well, then you don't need a ticket to remind you not to do that. And I'm like, yeah, no, I really don't, man. I'm good, man. I'll be careful.
You ran that red light. I thought it was going to turn green. I really did.
And
I'm sorry, I didn't know I wasn't supposed to do that.
Somebody just own it sometimes, man. Just own it and say, look, dude, if you really did run it, man, just say, yeah, fuck yeah, I did. Or if you were speeding, you're like, yeah, fuck, I was speeding. Yeah.
That's not good legal advice.
I'll tell you what, man, try it. Just try it once next time.
No.
And just
no.
I'll do you one better.
Because the best way to train an idiot is through experience. I will not be trying that. Don't say anything. You don't have to answer any questions.
Yeah, that's legal advice.
Running a fucking red light is not a crime.
I get it. That's why, but you did run it. The facts are the facts.
It's not a crime.
I get that. I'm totally with you, man. It's not.
It's a violation of regulation, and you're on
code. Some fucking code.
The fucking code, right? So that's cool, but yeah, it's not. It's a victimless crime.
It's not a crime. It's an infraction.
Victimless. And if you can have fun with a cop, make him laugh, he'll probably let you go, man.
Yeah, run that red light in the rain. That way, when he says, "Do you know why I pulled you over?" you be like, "Yeah." Do you know why I ran the red light?
There you go. Exactly. Exactly. That's a good one. I like that.
Look, I'm all for this kind of they intrude on our life a little bit too much, but I think society has to live within some type of rule. And the rule for red lights is you stop, because if you don't stop and you go through it and you kill someone, you'll regret it. You'll regret it for the rest of your life, and you'll never recover, and that family will never recover either. Sorry to be morbid, but you know what I mean? Like,
and two cars are fucked up.
Yeah, some laws are stupid, but some are there for a purpose. Like some you just go, yeah, that's fucking stupid, but others you go, yeah, okay, that's fair enough. You got to kind of take one. I lost my saying, but take some goods with bad. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some video from like Thailand where they don't have any like road rules and shit. And they all drive around their little scooters and shit, right? And they're just fucking, they're everywhere, man. And I met somebody that lived there. And was like, fuck, dude, I was so afraid to like cross the street, but he figured out that if you just walk across the street, everybody will miss you. They'll just go around you or whatever.
Yeah, that's awesome, dude. Yeah, that's awesome.
That is fucking awesome, right? Yeah, you learn to just.
We go on holidays in Bali and places like that, and what you do is you get these little motorbikes, and you put on your indicator, you start tooting, like it's not rude to toot. You toot, and then you start turning, and everyone will start stopping, and then when you're through, they start moving again. And no one gets angry with each other. No one, everyone just goes, yeah, you got to go, and then I'll go. Yeah.
But if you look at it from the outside, it looks like total chaos, right?
Yeah, but it's like organized.
Like, oh, wow, this is fucked up. Really cool. Yeah, it's absolutely out of control looking. But
watch those videos of India.
Oh yeah, they're the worst, right?
They're crazy. But and then someone will die. Someone will die on the road, and no one will stop. But as soon as a cow comes on the road, everyone stops. You go, oh, you can't hurt the cow because it's sacred.
So, dude, Just haul cattle, and you'll be the safest fucking driver in India.
Just ride a cow.
Make yourself a cow suit. Make yourself a cow suit that fits over your scooter, right? And you're like, it just looks like a cow coming down the street instead of the scooter.
Get you some Texas license plates. Get you a big fucking Ford pickup truck and a cattle trailer, and you'll be fine.
That's hilarious, man.
Did y'all ever see that Chick-fil-A skit where cow was holding up the sign that said "Eat more chicken"? And the chickens came over and they started fighting with the cow.
It's been a while.
Tell me y'all saw that.
I remember that.
Chick-fil-A, right?
Yeah, it was hilarious.
It was Chick-fil-A, yeah.
That's Jesus' chicken.
Hey, they're closed.
I don't
on
even know what
Sundays,
Chick-fil-A
man.
is.
They're closed on Sundays. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a restaurant. They serve chicken except
It's a
on
McDonald's. It's a McDonald's in America. For chicken.
Okay. Like a fast like a KFC or something.
Yeah.
Like Oscar Wendy's.
Except it's Jesus' chicken.
It's they only chicken. Yeah.
It's a cultural thing. It's just a business in America. Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
All right.
Chick-fil-A. Yeah.
There's a lot of yelling going off in the YouTube chat. From Flat Sabbath. He is totally.
I didn't know you could yell and type.
He's yelling. I swear he's yelling. I don't.
Is it all in capitals?
When I see all caps, it doesn't bother me. It bothers other people. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah. No, I can read it clearer.
I can read it better. Yeah, exactly. So that's fine.
All caps and exclamation marks. And you go, oh, he's angry.
Oh, you pissed. My offense is taken. I'm so offended.
That's the same thing. Like we say, oh, we're going to go and drink some piss and get pissed, and then we say, oh, mate, don't do that. He'll get pissed.
Yeah.
Okay, which one are you talking about, mate?
I love that, man. Somebody needs to put that on a T-shirt, man. Don't do that. He'll get pissed.
He'll get pissed.
I'm gonna go drink some piss and get pissed. Oh, don't do that.
He'll get pissed. Yeah.
She'll get
That's
pissed.
funny. That's
She'll
good.
get pissed. She'll get pissed.
She'll get pissed for sure.
For sure, she will. For sure. Fuck. Yeah, I've had many women getting pissed at me for getting pissed. Fuck.
Oh yeah, too pissed.
Too pissed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've even
done
got
that.
my ass kicked a couple times, man. Like beat downs. You know, like,
Damn, dude, that's awesome.
Hey, girl's fucking wicked, bro.
That fucking
Shit,
girl
yeah.
loved you, bro. She fucking loved you.
She was mad. I was pissed, man.
She beat the shit out of you, yeah.
She did,
fucking
man.
loved you. You know what I mean? She fucking loved you.
She did. I loved her too, man. But she was pissed. I get it. Emotional damage. Emotional damage. So
I've woken up a couple of times and gone, oh fuck, how did I get home? What have I done? And then I go and I see my missus and she goes, "You're an idiot." I go, what did I do?
No shit.
What did I do? Oh, you were being an idiot.
You were being
okay,
Good for you, buddy. Good for you.
Like a
That's a
dog.
good story.
It's normal.
Hey man, I want Dale and Tom to come in here and Flat Sabbath. Take it up
They
in
got
here,
some
man.
real ones out there.
We could go for a big fucking to do up in here. Yeah, it'd be cool. That would be cool. All right. Maybe next time. Guys, keep at it out there in the chitty chat. The chitty chat.
Are they still yelling at each other?
Yeah, they're going back and forth. Yeah, they're ripping it up. Thank you guys.
There's a.
Don't you find it weird
all
that those
types of
guys
stuff
are all,
moving?
don't you find it weird that they're always in that YouTube chat? The same people that are anti-flat earthers?
Well, there's a lot of flat earthers out there too. So, but the anti-flats, yeah, I don't get it why they're sticking around, man. And I mean, if you really want to make some headway, man, come in here with some, diagrams, some links, some pictures, whatever you got.
Just show me the fucking curve. Just show me that the horizon is the fucking curve, bro. That's all you got to do.
That's all you
just show me that the horizon is the fucking curve. That's it.
Boom. I love
like if you disagreed with something and you thought it was so stupid, would you go and hang out in someone's room that you thought was an idiot? Like,
right.
It's pretty desperate, isn't it?
It's like this. I explain it to people. I'm like, if I'm like, I don't believe in Bigfoot, man. I think it's just a big fucking joke. But if I was to go to like the Bigfoot live streams, I'd be like, well, I can't believe you guys believe in Bigfoot, man. What's wrong with
why?
you?
Yeah, why? Yeah.
What
Flat
the
Earth
fuck?
dude would never find himself there. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go like, hey, I'm gonna go troll the fucking anti-foot. I'm gonna go troll the Bigfoot believers. Okay, or even UFO believers. Whatever.
I'm not gonna argue with fucking squats, bro. You know what I mean?
What time am I
Even though,
man?
yeah, whoop whoop. The guys speak like Texas A&M, right? These guys, it's whoop whoop, whoop whoop. And Bear Bryant, you guys remember Bear Bryant, Alabama football coach?
Of course I do.
He left Texas A&M. And the reason why he left is because them fuckers in A&M, they only speak Bigfoot. Whoop whoop.
There you go. That's pretty. That's an inside joke, kind of. I think.
Is it? I mean, I wish I was funny. Fuck. But I get your point, bro. You wouldn't go. You wouldn't.
Close, man.
But you're not gonna argue with me whether or not A&M speaks Bigfoot, are you? Like we're not gonna spend all night arguing whether or not Texas A&M speaks Bigfoot. Exactly.
Why would we do that? No.
You're right.
How you going to prove him wrong anyway?
And the cool thing about what we talk about around here is Earth. Guess what? We live on Earth. That's a good thing to talk about. We live here. Hey, check it out. Don't believe me. We live here. And if they want to like come in here and go, no, you don't live where you think you live. We got some math over here and some refraction here and a little bit of gravity there, and you guys are totally wrong that you live.
It's relative.
It's all relative to the. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. I dated Morgan Fairchild. Yeah, she's my girlfriend.
You sound like a Jew, bro. Are you? Is that your Jew voice?
No. You want to hear my Jew voice? Now, hold on. I gotta tell you guys something. Listen, real quick. Okay, I'm being interviewed in jail, and I said, "Why are you in jail?" Well, you know how like organic foods you can charge like 10% more, 20, maybe 100% more. Yeah. You can charge a lot more money for organic foods, right? Just as long as it says organic on it, right? It's good. So I was selling this stuff, but I came up with this new idea. It was called transgender organic foods. Okay. I could charge 1,000 times more, and people were buying it. Well, why are you in jail? Well, that's the problem. That none of it was organic at all. Right? You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to be funny with it. Yeah, that's my Jew voice. Yeah. That's about the best Jew voice I got there.
No, you get that Jew whiny voice down really good.
Hold on.
Somebody did. Somebody. One of those.
I gotta do a poo poo. Hold on.
They did a Catholic voice, or an Italian voice, right? So, what do you think? You think Catholicism is Judaism for Gentiles?
Interesting.
And if it's like Italian, like you know how Italians like they have a superiority complex for everyone except for the Jews. Like, you ever ask yourself why is that?
It's an interesting question. I'm going to keep that one on the burner, man. Hold on. Put it on simmer.
Ah,
I need to smoke that one for a minute.
I heard a salami. Somebody said something about salami earlier. It inspired me.
My
yeah, that was me. I was at the deli yesterday, hot micing.
My ex-wife was Italian and a quarter Jew. Oh man, because she saved money. My goodness, she's a money saver, and she could cook some pretty shitty. She actually did okay sometimes, but most of her food was it's pasta shit, kind of crap. But anyway,
nice.
So yeah, I've seen. I've seen a lot of skills out there. Everybody's got one. Let's use it.
Fucking California, bro. Yeah. Ain't nobody doubts that, man. You've been around the block. You're up there in the surf, bro.
Surfing.
My man.
Let's go surfing. The dude's surfing, man. Who do we got in here? Anybody? Now a little light crew tonight. Hey, I get it, man. Tomorrow's a big holiday in America. Everybody's going to kill a damn turkey and eat it and poop it out. That's just the way it goes. I'm going to lay around watching football. I'm going to lay around watching football, man. Drink some beer. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to drink some beer.
Absolutely, yeah. Football and beer. And
got me a case of Budweiser and some turkey legs.
Go Giants.
I'm going to eat some Cowboys for lunch. Hey,
a lot of shit's going to get shot tomorrow.
I shouted this at my wife tonight, man. You'll dig this. I go, what? The Cowboys need to change their name if the Indians had to change their name, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Come on. We got to get rid of the Cowboys too, man, because that's the only proper. If you got rid of the Indians,
they can keep the Cowboys name. They're just not America's team anymore. They all do drugs and buy prostitutes.
Man, I'm gonna start a new petition to get rid of the Cowboy name as well as the Indians, because we all grew up playing Cowboys and Indians. Did we not?
Mm-hmm.
Did we not? Come on, that's so offensive. I'm so offended.
Are you?
I am. Well, offense is taken. So I guess I'm really not offended.
I'm not answering any questions. I'm asking
I'm not answering shit. I did not have sex with that woman. I did not.
It depends on what your definition of is.
It depends what your definition of is. I love that. That is classic fucking mongoloid fucking double speak shit.
There it is.
It's so bad. You guys in the chat are laughing. I know you guys are laughing your ass off.
Maybe
so
not,
we live in some funny times. Some funny times right now. If you have the right perspective, it's pretty funny. If you have the wrong perspective, man, it can be kind of terrifying. I mean, there's some kooky shit going on. It's just like blows my mind. I'm like, damn, I thought I fucking was, invincible, man. I'm like, holy shit. I saw something today. I was like, oh, wow, man. These Mongos are playing for keeps, man. They're going for it. So they put all their cards on the table. They put them all on the table. It's crazy. They're laying out every single fucking card they got, man. It's crazy.
Abraham Lincoln shot first.
Keep it up, yeah. Please, right? Yeah, exactly. Well, keep your head low, man. Keep your head low. You'll be all right. Keep it low.
Invest in fertilizer bomb stock, boys. It's going to explode.
Hey, I'll be here all week.
These are the jokes, people.
Remember to tip your waitress. I'll be here all week.
Yeah, they ain't got no damn fertilizer in Australia. I've been wanting to ask a fucking Aussie. Oi, oi,
He
oi.
left.
Pay attention. They ain't got no
He
fucking
left.
fertilizer.
He left.
Fuck.
He bounced. We lost my Timbo. Damn it. I lost him. All right. Shout out to the YouTubers, Flat Sabbath and Dale. You guys are seeking Starwater. That's pretty cool. Interesting name. Starwater. I like it.
Oh, Seeking Starwater, bro. She's been in the community a long, long time.
All right. OG.
Yeah.
OG.
Yeah.
Lib, what's up? We got Lib. Super Mac is dude, man. Not good, man. Lib. You gotta change your name there, Lib.
If we're gonna assume a community.
It's all good, man. I want you guys showing up. Please hit the link right there in the Nightbot. Just dropped it, man. And join the conversation. Come in here and give us your wisdom about where we live, man. Would love to hear it.
Bad joke. Flat Earth dude, you got a bad joke?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
All right, bro. Lay it down.
Oh, shit. I don't even remember it. Hold on. I know the punchline. I just got to kind of piece together the rest of the story.
All right. While you're piecing that together, how do you know when a joke becomes a dad joke?
A dad joke. How do you know when a joke becomes a dad joke?
When it becomes apparent.
Oh, yeah.
That's so like 5th grade. Good. That's
I heard one about a string, right? A string. I told this to my son the other day about the string. He goes into a bar, and the bar's like, "We don't serve strings here. Get the fuck out." And so he walks out, and he fucking frays himself up. He's pissed, right? He ties himself in a knot, and then he goes into the bar, and the barkeep is like, "Aren't you that string I just kicked out of here?" He says, "I'm afraid not."
Oh. Beer hall week. Tip your wages. So I was out. I got one, man. I got a first-hand account joke. Okay, first-hand. Well, okay, close enough. I was out motorcycle riding over the weekend years ago, and we're riding. I got my friend, his kid, couple other people. And, we're riding way the fuck out there, and we're way out there, man. And like this, 15-year-old kid, he's like, "Hey, man, I got to take a shit, man." Like, all right, yeah, let's go take a shit. He goes, "I don't have anything to wipe my ass with." And I'm like, well, just use your sock, man. That'll work. And he's like, "All right, cool, man." So we're riding back, for a long time, and finally get like halfway back to like where we're going. We stop, we're having some water and shit. And he goes, dude, I can't wait to get back to the fucking camp. I'm like, yeah, why is that, man? He goes, dude, I can't wait to get these socks off, dude.
You're so silly. You're so silly.
And I'm like, oh, dude, right?
Yeah, man. I mean,
That's
every
pretty
once in a while, you gotta sacrifice the sleeve,
Give me like a 6.5 from the East German judge or something. Anyway, that's kind of a first-hand joke, right?
So why do teenagers always hang out in odd numbers?
Why is that?
Why?
Because they can't even.
Ooh.
Yay!
Oh yeah, beer a week.
You know who I wish was still alive? Rodney Dangerfield. So I could hear him talk about his
Oh shit, Rodney, man.
Absolutely. Yep.
He's fucking stupid funny, man. Yeah.
Absolutely.
He's one of the few people that can crack up Johnny Carson, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
My wife's up to 2 packs a week.
Yeah, his
I get no respect.
I need to write down some of his one-liners, man. Damn, they're so good. Oh, fuck. Yeah, he was great.
Should we do like the best of Rodney? Should I make a playlist just for Rodney?
Well,
or does that violate?
Of course you should.
Why don't we read his best list? His best. We can read it. You know, if you just read the text, don't play his shit, man. Because we'll
just
probably
pick a top 10. If you could find a top 10 that he had on,
I'm gonna look right now.
Letterman, that would be cool.
I'm gonna take a look right now.
Rodney had a top 10, on Letterman.
Yeah. Hold on, man. Let me go to Google here, man.
Yeah, I used to love Richard Pryor, right? I used to love Richard Pryor, man. I watched all his stand up. Like, it was the greatest shit. You know, he's like,
he would fucking just like knock people over, dude.
Yeah. His boxing bit is fucking hilarious.
Right.
He's like, I tried boxing. Yeah, I was smooth with it too. I was moving with rhythm and timing and speed. And he said about the third round, I just held my hands over my belly. And then when I was knocked down, there was one asshole in the crowd saying, "Get up, get up." I said, "Fuck you." That's how I got down here in the first place. Oh, it's fucking hilarious. Yeah. It's fucking hilarious. Richard Pryor, bro. Man, everything we lost in the line, we done lost so much.
Yeah,
we lost so much. Yep.
All right, best one-liners. My wife and I were happy for 20 years. Then we met.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, my wife and I, we don't think alike. She donates money to homeless. I donate money to topless. Anyway, God, there's a bunch of them in here. When I came home, I figured let my wife come on, play cool. I'll let her make the first move.
I bought a new Japanese car. I have to turn on the radio. I don't understand the words they're saying.
I asked my man if I go ice skating on the lake. He told me, wait till it gets warmer. That's fucked up, man. Anyway.
I went to see my doctor, Dr. Vinny Boom Bots.
I come from a stupid family.
2 kids, one of each.
Hey, I come from a stupid family. During the Civil War, my great uncle forgot the West.
I have nothing but troubles with my car. Every Sunday, I take my family out for a push.
Oh. My father was stupid. He worked at a bank and I caught him stealing pens. What?
Oh, that's great, dude. That's really good. I'm going to teach my son that shit. That's fucking hilarious. He'll love it.
See the flip side of ridiculousness, right? Yeah. It's funny, man. Yeah.
That's my father was stupid.
My mother had morning sickness after I was born, okay?
Right, yeah. The doctor slapped my mother in the face.
What a dog I got. He found out we look alike, so he killed himself.
Oh, my father carries around a picture of the kids who came with his wallet. That's fucked up.
Oh, yeah.
My uncle's dying wish was to have me sitting on his lap. He was in an electric chair. That's fucking.
When I was a kid, my parents moved a lot, but I always found them.
Oh.
Hey.
One time I went to a hotel, I asked the bellhop to handle my bag, and he felt my wife up.
I was so ugly, my mother used to feed me with a slingshot.
Oh. I was a bad lover. Once I caught Peeping Tom booing me.
Fucking yay. Yay.
My wife only has sex with me for a purpose. Last night she used me to time an egg. Stupid shit, right? A hooker once told me she had a headache. Woo, they're getting better, everybody, and they're fighting in the YouTube chat over Coriolis. I think. I swear to God.
Coriolis, damn.
I don't know.
Damn.
I'm just kidding. What are they fighting about over there?
Are you not? Are you kidding or are you not?
I'm just kidding. I don't know. I'm being fucking ridiculous. Hey, tomorrow's a holiday, man.
Yeah, that's why we're here.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we're here. Have a laugh. Enjoy our little bit of time off.
Take a piss.
Take a piss.
Of course we are.
Drink a piss and then get pissed. It's a cornholes. You guys ever heard of the cornholes? It's cornholes.
A lot of money to be made in the cornholes.
You gotta get the cornholes. It's crunchy. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. All right, you guys want to learn? Yeah, you guys want to fucking get into some deep dive stuff, man? Go over to Witsit's channel. He's
Witsit, bro. I'm not down. See, are y'all down with our like? What do y'all think, bro? So the ether thing, right? So y'all think there's an ether, or what do you think? Like, because I think the ether is.
I'm not gonna.
I think it's like. Yeah, it's a claim, right? For sure.
It's a claim. I'm not gonna stick my pole in and nothing. You can go out and. I mean, it looks good on paper, and. Can we verify it? I'm not.
You know, sometimes you go to a house, like you go to a place, and the fucking doors are fucking like the greatest thing. Like if the doors fall, it'll kill somebody, right? But on paper, like,
yeah,
it looks. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's it. Flat Sabbath, man. A bunch of water sticking to a ball. That's pretty fucking big ass claim, man. Right? I mean, you guys have been around this a minute. If I came to you guys and said, "Hey, man, we got a ball of water that holds like a bunch of water on it, dude, like bunches," and
you can go grab it. Like I don't give a fuck. I don't care what people think, bro. Like I'm at that point. Like I really don't give a fuck. Like,
I get
don't
it.
care what you think.
I get it. You're right at that age, man. Yeah, be pissed. Tell them to fuck off. I love that, man. Nothing wrong with that. But to say, man, if I came to you guys and say, "Hey, man, I can produce a ball of water," that's like just
you can't demonstrate it. You're saying you're claiming
I can't demonstrate it. It can't be demonstrated.
Yeah, they're not gonna. They'll never claim they can demonstrate it because it's not. You can't demonstrate it.
Well, I even asked them to demonstrate it on the ISS and say, "Hey, man, put together a little glass compartment with like a tennis ball, golf ball, baseball, soccer ball."
But that's a place that cannot exist, bro.
Oh, we know that.
It's a place that that's a place that cannot exist. So yeah,
it's Narnia. Oh, Narnia. Yeah, welcome to Narnia.
Yeah.
So Narnia is a place that doesn't really exist, with the water shooting balls through space around the sun and the whole shooting through the galaxy and the blah 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 and the trillions and billions of miles. No,
it sounds a lot like politics. propaganda.
Propaganda, confusion.
Sounds like taxes.
Hollywood, though, man.
Hollywood.
I'm gonna tell you about the Hollywood. Yeah, man.
Your taxes pay for people to fucking say, yeah, Narnia's real.
Isn't that crazy, man? Yeah, shake your head, put your hand to your forehead, rub your forehead, and go, what the fuck? Hey, man, when everybody was wearing like diapers on their faces, it freaked me out a little. It did. I gotta tell you, it was crazy. It was a crazy time.
Of course it did.
And I was like, oh my goodness, everybody's bought in, man. They're all, oh shit, most of the people are bought. They're all buying.
The lambs. Yeah. The lambs always outnumber everybody, bro.
Damn.
There's more lambs than everybody.
There, and we're all sitting here like, going, what the, oh my goodness, it's worse than I thought. But that was a visualization of a I don't know, it was a time warp continuum. I don't know what the fuck. It was a visualization of like, oh shit.
It had to be rough on you, bro. Did you wear a mask everywhere you went or what?
No, man. Fuck. I didn't wash my hands. I used hand sanitizer one time. And my buddy goes, I was fucking fixing a fire pit at a fucking campsite. Got my hands all fucked up. He goes, hey, you want to wash your hands? I'm like, yeah, man, let me wash my hands. And he poured some shit on there. And I was like, oh, what the fuck is this? He's like, oh, it's hand sanitizer. Fuck that, man. Give me some water. Poured water all over that shit. I only used it one time, man. It was like, I'm like, I fucking eating sandwiches and pizzas and drinking beers and hugging people and went to flat earth meetups. And it was great, man. I really enjoyed that time, man. I really did to the max. And
oh yeah, no, people want to sleep on that time, bro. Like that time was awesome. There was nobody at the office.
Man. It was fucking.
Yeah, it was one of the fucking great,
amazing times I've ever had in my life, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, I had a flat earth party at my house, dude, man. It was like 6 of us, man, hanging out, just fucking barbecuing. We were like laughing, having a party, and drinking beers. Yeah, it was great. Drinking wine.
Yeah, a lot to be thankful for, man. That road led us here.
So, yeah, it was fun.
Did you see curvature?
At the horizon?
Giz, your kind of curvature? I saw a lot of that kind of curvature during.
Dude, I'm telling you, man. It's observable and measurable.
You know what? It's also feelable. You can feel the curve. You know what I mean? You can feel it. Feel the curve, people. Right. Hey, I tripped over some curvature this morning on my way to my car. I was so pissed.
Of course you did, bro.
I tripped on the curve, dude. I was like, dude, that's like a millimeter above my foot.
Did the Coriolis catch you?
I went down hard.
Yeah. Yeah. I time my trips with the rotation of the Earth. That way, I'm always fucking vertical.
Right? Isn't it funny how we can sit around and go, "Hey, man, we're making fun of this stuff." They sit around and just say, "Oh, those guys are stupid, man. Fucking, they don't understand. Like, totally, they don't understand. They're just stupid."
Well, they're smart enough. There's a lot of people out there, bro, that's smart enough to commit a logical fallacy and just hope you don't recognize it. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's people to be content, like dishonest and content to be dishonest.
There you go.
Whenever I run, I always run east, so that way I know I'm running 1,000 miles per hour.
That's it. Dude, you were at the gym tonight. When you were at the gym tonight, the Newton's equation for gravity, was that in your mind when you were pumping those weights or whatever?
Oh yeah. So like when I was at the gym, it was because of a consequence of space-time.
There you go.
It was space. It was length, width, depth, in fucking time bending.
Where else in the world can you go and have a conversation about this shit the way we do?
I'm flat smacking people every day, dude.
I get it. I get that. But to sit around with people that already get it and laugh about it, there's no other place. I can't find. If you guys got a better place, man, let me. Hey,
there ain't no better place, bro. We here. We in here.
I was listening to Elijah earlier on live stream, and one of my respiratory therapists was walking next to me. He's like, "What are you listening to?" And I said, "Oh, just my Flat Earth Discord." we're talking about how there's no furniture. He's like, "Really?" I was like,
yeah. Nice.
I'll tell you, Giz, man. I just tell people, man, I'm involved in a research group, and I'm like, what do you do on there? I'm like,
that's cool.
Well, we research stuff, and we do research everything, man. We're not just flat earth, man. We're certainly out there with the cocoa and all the other bullshit that's going on. Federal Reserve, whatever it is. Love, passion, sexism, and we cover a lot of topics around here. I mean,
what's the difference between a Sunni and a Shiite? A clerical error, shit like that.
Yeah.
Keep going, keep going, Flat Earth dude.
No, we cover so many varieties of topics. It's not just flat Earth, man. That's the cool thing about this place, man. We deep dive into all kinds of cool stuff. So. Certainly in the background, there's some other parts of the server that cater to different ideals and stuff. But it's just great, man, to be able to come to a place that's so open and free and pretty much willing to talk about anything, man. On the
absolutely, as long as we are moderated.
It's great. I think it's greatly moderated in here for the most part. I mean, it's like I give it like a 90% success rate at this point because there was that fucking, the first Discord got completely taken over and run over and fucking racked. Hey, we got.
I heard it was a bunch of.
What's up, Rabbit?
Right.
What's up, Rabbit? Rabbit 007. What's up, James Bond? What's going on?
Rabbit. James Bond 007. He's super chatting. Are you going to read a super chat?
Damn, he's not responding.
He did kind of. He's talking low.
Is he low?
007 is about to drop some knowledge, baby. Difference between wisdom and knowledge.
07, man. What do you got? For Coriolis. Space time. What you got? Anything? No. He just asked me a question in the chat, man.
I know. Come on, speak up, dude.
You're welcome, man, bro.
On the moon,
we like
plasma reflection.
We can hear you typing. We can actually hear your keyboard typing.
No, he did. He did bring up an interesting question in the chat. He did bring it up. Hold on. He asked me the thoughts on the moon being a plasma reflection of Earth's land masses. Now,
wait, thought? You said thought?
No.
He's talking about your Ewar and
Well, no, he's not talking about Ewar. He's talking about Cosmic. What the hell is his
Tom Cruise. He's talking about Tom Cruise?
Oh, fuck off. No, he's talking about
Ewar. He said he's talking about Ewar.
Well, Ewar definitely touched on it. He brought it up, but it was actually presented by a different YouTube channel guy. Cosmic something. I can't remember his name right now, but
Flat Earth dude, that's you pecking on that fucking keyboard right now?
No, that ain't me, man. I got my hands on
Rabbit.
it. That's Rabbit.
Rabbit, bro. What's on your mind?
Typing.
Come on, Rabbit. What's on your mind, 007?
Oh my gosh.
It would have been 008 and a half.
Honestly, I don't know. Let's talk about curvature, dude.
At the horizon?
Yeah.
Curvature at the horizon?
Hey, so I've got an experiment that I'm going to go do, Dr. Flat Earth Dude and Matt.
What's your
I'm
experiment?
gonna go to my hospital before I go out to my mom's tomorrow for Thanksgiving. And I'm gonna go up to the 4th floor, which is right above the treetops. And I'm gonna take my E1000 and I'm gonna see if I can see Six Flags from where I'm at. And if I can, it's 24 miles away.
Okay, well, that's not an experiment.
It's an observation.
Yeah, it's definitely an observation. Go ahead with that, man. Awesome. 007. 26 miles away from Six Flags. So where are you? 24 miles from Six Flags.
From Plano to Arlington.
To Arlington. All right. And your elevation. Okay, that's cool. Do it.
So if I go to the 4th floor, obviously I'm going to be 4 stories high, but the treetops are only about 3.5 stories high. So you got to figure I'm probably like 5 or 6 feet above the treetops.
If you don't see it at 4, will you see it at the top of the building?
I mean, from where I'm at, the only next floor up is the 5th floor. I can go to the 8th floor in another part of the building, but I don't know. I guess I could try all 3.
See what you see, bro. Hopefully, hopefully you have the right conditions, to
right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'd be higher up, so it'll be less.
You got an infrared. You got an infrared camera. You got an infrared camera. Man,
no, I got a Nikon P1000.
Nice, dude. That's cool. You should be able to. I guess I would think 26 miles. I mean, depending on the conditions. Like.
Yep. I mean, it's raining, so I mean, there might be a visibility issue. I'll figure it out when I'm driving. If there's any fog out, then I just won't do it. I'll wait until the conditions are better.
That's a good camera.
I'll tell you what, man. I checked it out. I looked across the ocean, and it's flat, man. Check it out.
This is I'm going to post a screenshot in the chat. This is my what my observation is going to see. That's yellow line straight across.
24 miles. I like it. Hey, guess what, man? 24 miles has been done. I guarantee it.
Yep.
And we can do it again and again and again.
It'll be another Black Swan, though, because this will be from a building and it'll see Six Flags.
It's absolutely a Black Swan.
It's another Black Swan. Ain't that a bitch? Those Mongos are going to be really, really pissed.
I can't wait to make this one happen.
I'll piss you.
Guys, as soon as I get visibility, it's on, dude. I'm taking my camera up there.
Well, I'm a sailor.
Where are we
Sonny's go sailing on the ocean.
Oh, yeah.
You can see left to right. I've seen 100 miles left to right. Easy.
Bro, yeah.
And there's no like 7,000 mile curvature hump in the middle, man. It's not there, man. It's not there. So, it's not there, man. There's no
That stuff is flat.
That stuff is flat. Not bad. That's pretty good. Neil. Hey, Neil Grabass Tyson.
Go ahead.
Neil Grabass Tyson. Yeah, there were some allegations about him years ago that said, "Hey, man, he might have been grabbing some ass or something."
Oh,
he likes that pear shape.
That shit went away, man. Boom, ain't gone. Ain't no curvature ass grabbing from Neil deGrasse Tyson, man. That shit's been scrubbed.
That fucking guy. This fucking guy.
That fucking guy. That fucking guy.
Yo, look at the video I tagged you on.
Don't tag me, man. Don't tag me.
Sorry, my bad.
No, put it in the live stream voice text.
007.
It's a video.
Put it in the live stream voice text, man. We put videos in there all the time. Don't tag me, bro. That's cool, man. You can tag me all you want, really, but I'm a fucking Discord fucking Mongo. So what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Discord Mongo.
Fucking Mongos.
Fucking.
You remember the Mongos from the Jetsons?
No, I don't, man.
Oh, fucking, the future's looking bright, bro.
I gotta wear shades, man. That's how bright the future's looking. I gotta wear shades, man. All right, that's in the lobby. That's good. All right.
Bro.
All right. Which one is this? A helicopter of the ice wall? Is that what? No.
Rabbit, you're gonna have to like go outside and talk to us or something, dude. It's no fun like talking to a text message.
Yeah, we don't know his situation, but
Wait, do you see the video?
It says it's late. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's late.
Yeah, do you see the video of how it's like flying and it lands on something?
Well, let me look at it again. Hold on.
What are we looking at? Live stream text or what? What is this?
It's
Well,
a
this
video.
is the lobby. Put it in the lobby yesterday. Yesterday, about this little earlier.
How do you get that video?
I'm watching it.
Some scary shit.
I'm watching the helicopter.
Yeah, lands on a
Watching the
platform.
helicopter.
So what?
It's gonna land here on the cliff. It looks like the cliff, but then there's a building there and a helipad. There's a helipad. Nice. Pretty cool.
It sounds like offshore, right? I used to do that shit. Like, I was working offshore, right? And we would hop on the fucking helicopters from Toadstool to Toadstool.
Yeah.
From helipad to helipad.
Yep.
Yo, this Citizen Z guy uploads a lot of videos.
I don't see the video. I'm sorry, guys. Was it from yesterday?
Yeah, it was yesterday. About 25 hours ago, something like that. 26. All right, cool, man.
Cool.
Well, we want to find out where we live. I mean, that's why we're here. That's why I'm here. I hope you guys. How's it work? What makes it
Only
tick?
crazy people believe the Earth is flat.
I've heard.
I know it's flat.
I heard
know
it
it's
on
flat.
national television that only crazy people are flat earthers, and I was like, "Wow, man!" That's
Only
a big
crazy
claim.
people believe it's flat.
Believers believe in. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. Oh, what? What do you mean? You believe you can fly and touch the sky? Damn.
No, I
that's
can.
big
I know I
fucking
can.
claim.
I'm my caterpillar today, but tomorrow I'm gonna be a butterfly, flat Earth dude.
Butterflies. Hey, man, I'm going to be a rainbow butterfly, man. How about that?
That's right. Don't let them steal your fucking rainbow.
Don't steal my rainbow butterfly. Hey, that is cool that caterpillars do turn into butterflies, man. That's pretty cool as fuck, man. It's one of the coolest things I've ever seen on Earth, man. I was like, oh, fuck off, man. That's bitching. Yeah, it's cool. Butterflies are cool. Hey, butterflies defy gravity. I found out. Just checking, you know.
What gravity? What gravity? Define gravity, flat Earth dude.
2012, man. I was 2013, somewhere in there, man. I was working with this guy who his name is Eric. He's a glass blower, but he was working on some pianos with me. He was working on his piano shop, and we would hang out. He'd play these like different lectures and shit from people while we were working or whatever. But we were standing out front, man. He goes, dude, if gravity was real, man, all the flies would be attracted to your car, and they would just land on your car. It would be so easy to figure out that gravity's real, man.
Like a big ass, like a big woman's ass, right?
Yeah, it's like you're attracted, and
Right? Yeah.
and it was just something he said out of the blue at lunch one day, it's like, but it stuck with me, man. Later on, I figured out what the hell he was already a flat earther.
The guy was sharp, bro. The guy was sharp.
Did you know if you add up National Aeronautics and Space Administration, all the letters, you get the famous letters. What's it called? The 3 letters, the 3 numbers.
If anybody says it, we got a drink. Everybody's got a drink.
All right. Shit. I'm holding on. I gotta get it's 1 again.
666.
Yeah, that's crazy, dude.
All right. So everybody drink.
Cheers.
The devil's real. Everybody drink.
Hey, they do love that number, man. I don't know what it is.
Do you think everyone in their space program is like that, or is it just like the top few?
No, just math nerds.
Just the top few, and the rest of them. The rest of them are
math.
Yeah. The rest of them are just nerding out, man. Going, if I do the calculation, I get paid. Okay, it's a work program, man. Jeranism explained that a long time ago. It was like, it's just a fucking big work program to keep people on the. Dude, if you're gonna go big, man, and really have to sell something, you're gonna gotta go big, man. You gotta hire hundreds of thousands of people to just keep it going, man. It's just the way you gotta do it. You gotta hire hundreds of thousands of people to convince millions of people that this is real. And that's the only way you can do it. You can't do it You can't just hire like Hollywood, a film crew of like, say, 900 people, whatever it is. No, you got to hire hundreds of thousands of people, and they'll spread that information through the neighborhood when they go home. What do you do for a living? Well, I work at NASA, and I turn out bolts. That's what I do. I make the bolts for the spacecraft. Okay, you make the bolts. That's all I do, man. I make bolts and screws and stuff. That's all. Well, yeah, that's what you do. And then it's like, well, of course it's real. I mean, why would they make me make bolts and screws if it wasn't real? And everybody bought it, man. They all bought it, man.
Wait, what's your thoughts on FPV Angel?
The following what? The Angel. What Angel? Angel. From San Bernardino?
No,
he's from England.
From Angel from over in Watts.
What are you fishing for, Rabbit?
What do you mean?
It sounds like you're fishing for like weird information.
Yeah, man. We were talking about the guy that work at NASA that produced bolts that say, hey, man, space is real because I make the bolts for space, dude.
No, I'm saying that FPV Angel, I thought he was controlled opposition, but a lot of people here like him for some reason. I don't like him.
Oh, it's a YouTube guy? It's a YouTube handle?
Yeah.
He's talking about a YouTube handle.
Yeah,
I know Angel. I've been on live streams with him. I think he's an interesting guy. I think he puts out interesting stuff. Am I going to plant my flag in the FPV Angel camp, man? I don't think I will.
How about this? Everybody has their own opinion, and if you do your own research, you can make your own interpretation.
There you go, man. Like I said, man.
No, I'm just trying to bring up ideas. So, do you agree that angels are particle accelerators? Because that's what he says.
Oh,
I don't know what he says.
I mean, it's a theory.
Big-
I'll just say no.
It's a big
I don't claim
ass
angels are particle
unproven theory.
accelerators.
Come on,
No.
dude.
big
No,
ass.
I don't believe that. I'm saying that's what he says.
All right,
So
well,
what? Who cares?
I love that he has a claim. I want to see his evidence to back it up. That's it. I don't care what the claim is.
We talk about facts here.
We want to bring up observable, repeatable observations.
Demonstratable.
Exactly. So we're going to bring that up and kind of stick in that camp, man. That's the camp I'm sticking
Eric
into.
Dubé has his own interpretation. Whitsitt has his own interpretation. Mark Sargent has his own interpretation.
Globebusters.
We all have our own interpretation. Globebusters.
Globebusters.
So, like, whatever you want to ascribe to it. Or you can go out and make your own interpretation.
Yeah.
Guys,
Exactly.
where's the love? Where's the love for FAD? Win some Bitcoin, bro. win some Bitcoin.
Win some
Bro,
Bitcoin.
you can get 3 Bitcoin, bro, tomorrow. Tomorrow,
man.
Yeah, tomorrow morning, bro. It's not a fucking holiday in England. You can
That's
win some
right.
Bitcoin tomorrow. You can go to
win some
Nathan Oakley's
Bitcoin
channel,
today,
bro.
man.
Yeah, today.
Come on in here, man. Win some Bitcoin, man. We got 3 on the table. Come on in here and get 3 Bitcoin.
Yeah.
What do you got, man? I love it, man. Let's start using that like every day, man. Like, come on in, win some Bitcoin. Come on down, win some Bitcoin. 3 of them. Yeah.
Fuck yeah. I always wanted to be a carny. I'm joining the fucking circus. Come on down.
Come on
some
down.
Bitcoin.
Win some Bitcoin. Step right up, man. Shoot your rockets in the hoop, and you can win some Bitcoin. Shoot your rockets in the hoop. Yeah.
I wish I was funny. I wish I was fucking funny.
Oh, shit. You guys are hilarious. I know Tom and Flat Sabbath are laughing their asses off right now.
One thing that we do around here, Rabbit, like, not only do we talk about, like, how flat the earth is, and we show, like, those actual evidential observations that are out there, but we're also very educating on what the globe says. So, like, do you know how big the circumference is of the earth at the equator?
It's
What did they say?
24,000.
They say it's 8,000, right?
24,901
901 miles.
Circumference it goes all the way around. The diameter goes through the middle, and that's almost 8,000. So if you take 3959 and multiply it by 2, you get your diameter.
Yeah, I heard 8,000 from somewhere. Is that the radius?
7,900.
No.
The radius is 3,000.
Who's the what? When did we do what?
The radius is 3959.
Radius of what?
359.
The average radius of the Earth. The average radius of the Earth, because we know that the shortest distance of the radius is 3950, and the longest radius is 3963, and the average is 3959.
In the math or in the measurement?
In their math, in what their numbers are.
Oh, so it was not in the measurement, right?
No, there never was a measurement.
No, of course not, because we get an angle fucking measurement of the
By
celestial. Yeah, that relationship between the sky and the ground, it requires a fucking angle. So you have to assume it's fucking flat, or go to the center of your sphere and cut it in half.
Is it
It's
true
flat.
that the... Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
What were you going to say, Rabbit?
Is it true that the NASA thing is like in Florida, right?
Oh, what?
The NASA station is in Florida, right?
Cape
They're all
Canaveral,
over
yes.
here.
Yes, it's in Florida, yes. Cape Canaveral, yeah. What
So
about
is
it?
that why they like shoot their fucking rockets into the Bermuda or whatever they call it? I think,
They
right?
shoot them down range, buddy. They just go down range.
No, I've seen the videos. So I think it was like Eric or whatever. He's posted. It's just like they just go up and down.
I could show you a picture of the Artemis rocket. Artemis. Hold on.
It's a double speak. It's a double speak.
I've seen the thing that they used to move on the moon. It's like fucking made out of like tinfoil in the moon. It's like so funny how like obviously fake it is.
Well, we call it a homeless tweaker shelter.
yeah, and then people actually believe that they can fly in like outer space with like asteroids and shit with some like aluminum like tweaker drug addicts house.
Rabbit. It's claimed to have gone to a place that cannot exist.
Yeah.
Like, don't let that point. Like, don't let that fucking point. Like, don't forget that point, right? It's claimed to go to a place that you will never experience, that no one has ever experienced, that it cannot exist.
It's not real. It's not.
Yeah.
That's the cool thing. It's to know. It's just in your mind.
We're in here. You can doubt that, but you can't doubt the fact that you're doubting it.
All right. This is the Artemis launch that happened earlier. Oh,
It's your turn. I think I'm going to solve it. All right, go ahead. Okay, the Earth looks pretty flat to me. Yeah, that's it.
Right there, in your face. In your face.
In your face.
Oh, in the face.
It looks like it's gonna go land in water.
You think? You think it? You think that's going up?
Like all of them just go into the water. Like they just like sink them into the Bermuda or whatever. I think that theory is pretty legit.
Booyah.
Now let me ask you this question. This is a good question.
Okay.
Do you think like how much of this stuff do you think SpaceX and like other programs are on, or other space whatever's are on?
What do
I
you
think they're
they're
all
on?
in on it, man. I mean,
he's not listening.
but
They're claiming to go to a place that cannot exist. If that place that they claim to go to exists, then we would not be able to breathe right now.
Yo, Gizbo, I'm not fishing, man. If you don't like the question, I'm just trying to have like an entertaining conversation because, I mean, I always see the same
It's
videos.
entertaining. Yeah. SpaceX,
No,
yeah,
I
they're
mean,
claiming to go to a place that doesn't. Well, SpaceX had the car, right? What do you think about the car? Right, it's circling fucking Mars or whatever.
Hey, Rabbit,
right?
Can you hear me?
The Tesla.
Yeah, what's up, bro?
Yeah.
What's up, Miggy?
What's going on, fellas? Yeah, I don't know if you can see your screen, but you weren't speaking to Gizbo. That was Matt Willie's.
No, it says Gizbo said he's fishing. He said I was fishing earlier.
Oh, I thought you were talking to Matt, and then you responded to him as in he's Gizbo. That's your.
No, I'm just saying. So like, Doc's
point of clarity.
He's saying that like he wants to focus on like stuff that's observable. I'm like, well, I mean, I've already seen like 100 videos of people saying, oh, if you zoom out with the P900, I'm just trying to talk about like more complex subjects that are like more so theories and like
An observation. An observation, yeah, we can talk about observations, bro. That's cool.
Yeah, like I'm saying,
he
like,
wants to talk about theoretical science and what's really going on with SpaceX and what's really going on with NASA.
Well,
they're claiming to go to a place that cannot exist.
It seems like
you know I'm not a globey. You know I'm not a globey man. I wouldn't be up 1 a.m. talking about this stuff.
My man, my bad, bro. Look, I'm a guest too, bro. I'm a guest here too. My bad. Yeah.
Let me say what he was going to say.
Yeah, I'm just gonna jump in here. We didn't give you a role, Rabbit. So like usually in this server, it's hard to tell like what you're standing on. And like usually you go through like an interview process.
Yeah,
and if you've been here for a while, then we usually assign you a role, like depending on what you say, because it's based on what you think, right? So if you think the Earth is a globe, we give you a globe Earth role. If you think it's like concave or whatever, we'll give you the role that is what you believe the Earth to be. So like, I would just ask you the question: what do you think the Earth is right now in your mind?
I think it's.
So I can assign you the role.
Yeah, so I think it's a flat plane. It's kind of like a pizza because the crust is the ice, right? And then the middle is just water, and the different continents, right? And I don't believe in the North Pole. I believe in true north above Polaris, kind of like the same stuff like Eeyore talks about. And I believe that it's on a 12 like a 12 different age of different, what's it called, constellations, and every whatever 1,100 year, or whatever, every 720 years it goes 1 degree or whatever. And then there's a dome that's above, that's probably made out of silicon. And then there's water above that. In the water, there's the main stars, and then there's another firmament above that. And then above that, there's the other planets, or whatever you want to call them, that we don't know about.
All right, I'm going to ask you a follow-up question. How do you know this? Wait, all of the things you just told me.
So this I know that there's flat, because I mean, first, like, there's a lot of stuff that no one ever answered my question about, like, why is the moon? I asked my teacher, like, why is the moon so bright? And she's like, oh, that's because the light is reflecting. I'm like, no, it's not. Obviously not reflecting, because you can tell it's like self-luminous.
Yeah, but we're not worried about what teachers are saying. I want to know what Rabbit 007.
Yeah, so like, for example, when these people say that the Earth goes at like 66,600 miles per hour or whatever, even I can't feel a single. If I jump up, I'll fall back down in the same spot. Like, it's obviously not going around that fast, and like, you can tell the sun's moving.
How do you know that the things you know are true?
That's
and then
exactly what I want to know.
Well, yeah, I'm saying, okay, so I've seen two parts of the argument, right? I've seen people who express
No. Hang on, Rabbit. Okay, so I like, to make it clear, I don't care about anybody else's opinions or thoughts. I only care about yours, because when I assign you the role, I'm going to give you a role in this server depending on what you're telling me from. Like, your response is the only thing I care about. I don't care about what teachers are saying, what your friends are saying.
Yeah, I'm saying
I only care about what you're saying.
In my opinion, what I described is probably the closest to the truth. I don't know. Obviously, I don't know what like the exact 100% truth of everything is, but I'm pretty sure it's flat, dude. I mean, I don't think the Earth's a ball of water that holds like a ball that has gravity, and it holds water of trillions of tons of water underneath it, and people on Australia are like upside down, and all this bullshit. And there's like,
yeah. Okay. So flat earthers don't are not unsure of the Earth being flat. They know 100%.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Every flat earther in here.
No,
and I'll ask them a question. 1 second, Rabbit. Just relax. I'll ask every flat earther that's in here, why do you think the Earth is flat? And if they give me something of like, well, I'm more than sure, or they give me something to where they're not really positive 100%, because the certainty level has to be solid. If they're not solid, then they're on the fence. They're still trying to figure things out, and that's okay.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I'm saying that when I'm saying I'm not sure. I said I'm not sure on like the stuff like about the where the stars are, or the firmament's material and stuff like that. But if you're asking me if I think if it's flat or ball, I think it's flat. That's just my opinion.
What's your certainty level? And then I'm going to ask you a follow up question.
If it being
if
flat,
you're 100, yes,
the 100%. But the other stuff,
so
it's like
we'll get to that other bit later, because those are usually speculations that we have in here when we discuss things about like what else could it be, like, you know, like above us and what the stars are, and that stuff is speculation for every one of us. But I really want to get, because like people are going to ask you questions being a flat earther, and if your response is something like, well, I can't really know for sure, you know, you're not a flat earther. You're just somebody who's on the fence and you're contemplating things. Like I said, that's okay. But when I assign you the role, it's something to where if you're a flat earther and people are asking you questions, you're representing the community. Like everybody in here who's a flat earther can respond as to why they are a flat earther. They would say it. And it's of an intellectual kind of a community. So you're representing that community. That's why it's important to me. And I don't just take it lightly. Like if I hear somebody speaking that they're a flat earther and they don't know what there's like how the Earth is flat, then I'll remove the tag and give them
I do think I know. I mean, respectfully, I think I know more about the flat Earth than most other flat earthers do. Because most of respectfully, because most of the flat earthers just talk about like the zooming in with the P900, and then like the you can see this, like, you know, like all the basic stuff about the P900, about how there's the ice wall, and then like the if you go on an airplane, you can see that if you use the flight paths that's on the flat Earth map versus the globe, it makes more sense on the flat. Like that's what everyone just says. It's just that's been repeated over and over again since 2015 or 2016.
I'm a flat earther, and I'm not going to sit here and talk about the ice wall because I've never seen the ice wall.
Well, I've seen videos of it, and then I've seen lots of people here talk about that.
I've seen sections of high cliffs.
Okay, so yeah, just real quick back to the flat Earth. Why? How do you know it's flat, Rabbit?
Well, I'm seeing it from my own personal observation.
Okay. As in what? I'm somebody on the street, and I want to know how the Earth is flat. So I want to know maybe how you got there.
Well, if you
how did you arrive? How did you arrive to that?
Well, if you go to like what's it called? Well, I mean, it's like a pretty basic answer. Right? If you like, if I build like
It should be. Yeah.
If I build like a Jenga structure, but like it's not like falling down, right? It's not like if like if whatever I'm standing on is going around 70,000 miles per hour, then it would fucking fall down, right? So, but like
but we're talking about what it's not.
Yeah. So I'm saying like you can take the telescope. I haven't done this yet, but if you take a telescope and you can look at stuff in Chicago from like from across, like I've seen the videos across the ocean. You can see that you can still see there's no curvature, like the level plane. If you they say that
I say give him on the fence if you're going to give him something.
Yeah, I think I'm going to give him on the fence.
He doesn't.
This isn't. We're not getting to a final point here.
What do you want me to say? You're telling me that I have to go and take like my own telescope.
On the fence is not bad, Rabbit. On the fence is not bad. Like,
being a glober is not bad either.
No, Rabbit. Rabbit is being honest, bro. I think he's being honest with you guys.
Yeah, exactly. Honesty is different from standing on a point that you
I'm not on the fence, though.
Yeah, Rabbit.
No, I don't think you're on the fence, Rabbit. I don't think you're on the fence. I think you just haven't developed because he talked about. Okay, I'm.
So 1 second. Usually, when people are asked a question here, they respond in a way that people can actually do things for themselves to figure it out, Matt. It's not the fact that he's not saying that he's not a genuine flat earther. It's how you respond in here. This forum is an intellectual discussion forum. And if you're not able to respond to somebody else, if you have a flat earth tag, that is a part of like who we are. We hold intellectual discussions and we're able, like, that's the way you get the flat earth tag. It's not just saying you're a flat earther. And other people like, dude, he's genuine. Like, it doesn't matter. If you can't hold a genuine flat earth discussion and be able to help somebody like know how the earth is flat, then it's like on the fence is not bad until you get to the point where you can actually articulate what you're saying in a way that somebody else can understand how to go about finding out for themselves. Then you get the tag. Like if I was to ask you, I know that you can respond, Matt, because I've heard you before. Gizbo the same, Dr. Flatter did, like all them. Everybody in here has the tag for the reason. You know, nobody's just gonna.
I hear you.
So the forum is different. The forum is different. The forum is different from like us, the way we feel about, like Rabbit. I think he might be somebody who's like a flat earther, but if you can't articulate it in a way where you're not using like other people or other things, so anyway, that's the reason.
So like, give me example.
I was on the fence. I was on the fence for 6 months.
Okay,
and it was just because I had to learn.
I would rather know how it rolled than say I'm on the fence, because I don't think that.
No, they're saying articulate. No. Look, Rabbit, they're talking about articulate. They're just talking about the way you speak about what you know. Is what they're basically asking you for, like the way, like, so they just want you to like refine your enunciation and articulation.
You need to know what a circumference is. You need to know what a diameter is. You need to know what a radius is.
So this forum,
okay.
Yeah, this forum is very.
I took calculus in 11th grade, and I got one.
Yeah, you're very mathematical, and I know, bro. This is a math mind. We're talking to a mathematical mind right now.
Just because
and that's the point that should not be lost. Like it should not be lost. The man has a mathematical mind.
Sure.
Right? And yeah.
And I don't discredit that, and you'd be a boon to the community. But like the thing about this forum is that we get people from all over the world, and so everybody that comes in here is going to ask you like weird questions, and you have to navigate those questions like thoroughly enough to where somebody's able to get your point and not just see it like one particular way. Like if it's just
Right, and-
like
yeah.
you have to be a jack of all trades. Let's say when you're speaking to somebody, so you can relate to them. If you're just speaking on your point alone, like what you know, then you're not going to relate to like the variety of people. And so like we try to be like inclusive to everyone. Like we have to, like if somebody's coming from a different perspective, it's not mathematical. You have to relate to what they're saying. Like if you can't adapt, then it's hard for us to like be a community of people who are genuinely like.
Well, bro, here's the thing though. So I mean, I know what you're saying, but like for example, right? Most people in here, I bet, that are flatties or have the tag or whatever, they probably think the moon is a rock. They probably don't know that it's not a rock. That's
Well,
for example.
No, I don't know. There's.
How do you
that's
know?
A, that's
that
an,
you know that?
that's.
I've
yeah, that's-
seen videos of stars through the moon.
No,
They can't figure it
what
out.
you just said. No, hang on, Rabbit. What you just said was a claim, but I need to ask a follow up on that claim. How do you know what you just said is true? This is what
Because
flat earthers do.
I've heard other people say, like, ask questions about the eclipse, like, oh, it's because the moon goes in front of the sun and the moon's a rock. I'm like, okay, but I know the moon's not a rock, though. Do you know what I mean?
I don't know. That's a blanket statement because I don't know who you.
It's like a
who said that in here.
stereotype fallacy in a false dichotomy.
I don't know who
Wrapped
said
in a
that.
conundrum.
I don't think I've heard
Who
anybody.
said that? Yeah, who said that?
If you
I've
can
seen
point them out
videos
to
of-
me, so I can talk to them, but I don't know who
No,
said
okay,
that.
well, so like, I don't remember. I've seen chats where there's like 30 people, so I don't know who's talking. If I have my headphones in on my phones, in my pajamas,
might
and
have
just
been-
walking around.
No, it might have been a person who thinks the Earth is a globe, but I don't think any flat earthers. If there is, if I heard somebody, I would have been like, "Whoa, wait a minute! Like, why did you say that?" You know, that sort of thing. But I don't think anybody in here would claim that the Earth is a
Also,
rock.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm being respectful, but like, I've also like, I don't like certain stuff that happens in the server. Like, I posted, like, some people in the server really don't like Eeyore Anon for some reason, and they always bring it back to, oh, he steals stuff, people's content. But like, I feel like his content is like probably the closest to the truth. And then I've seen like people always like, I don't know, I just feel like there's something fishy going on with that, where like I would see his content get deleted when I would post like a video that he made or something.
Right,
And
but
then people told me I'm like a.
it's good
People
to-
were
it's-
attacking me, saying that I'm like a shill or something. Even though
No, it's
I
good
just
to
saw
post
videos.
things about. I mean, things that content of people that we follow. That's great, but if the person is controversial to the like, because you got a lot of critical thinkers in here, right? And people that do research, investigate things. So if there's a large group of us that already know that person is like some kind of like shill or he doesn't really jive with what we're saying, he's probably going to get outed. And we'll look into it for sure. But I don't know why that was being deleted. Like certain issues like
well,
that.
I mean, maybe some people in the server are like associated with stuff outside of the server where they're like, okay, we can't go too deep into this or whatever. I don't know. Because
Yeah,
I mean,
there's
it seems
obviously.
Are you Canadian?
No, I'm not.
There's obviously rules that we got to abide by
Why do you
when it
think
comes
everybody's
to
Canadian?
I'm just, that's a code word. Code word, Canadian. Everybody drink. All right.
No.
It's not about, yeah. Yeah. What are we working on? What are we working on here?
We just got to make sure. We just got to make sure that anybody that get like, people just think these are just Discord tags and just give them a tag.
Yeah, all right,
And
so-
that's not what this is, man. Like, this is probably
Yeah.
like a very unique server that you're in, and it's
Yeah.
the people are in here. We guard it. We guard it in the sense of like it might just seem like a fun internet discussion for some people, but this is way beyond that for me. We're actually changing hearts and minds in here because of the fact of how we present Flat Earth to other people. It's that important to me.
All right, so
Rabbit,
yeah, let me ask you
Rabbit,
some
real quick,
questions.
Rabbit.
Yeah.
Real quick. I just want to say we've all seen those videos that you're talking about, and some of them make sense, but like when it comes down to the nitty gritty, like you can only philosophize what those videos are discussing. We want to talk about factual and based stuff that you go out and see and observe yourself, that you've documented through video or just your own personal perspective. It's more than just what Iwaranon talked about and what Witsit talked about or what Eric Dubé talked about or
I've
what
never
Dave
watched
White
Witsit.
talked about. I'm just giving you an example. Like, don't be afraid to go out there and make your own observations, man.
At the end of the day, everybody who's in here, stands to be scrutinized, and so people are looking at you, not just the content you take in, because the content you take in is great. We can share it with each other, but when I ask people certain questions, like if I talk to Matt, I want to know what Matt thinks about the Earth, but his perspective, not a video that he saw from Eric Dubay or something he saw from Mark Sargent. Like that's great. I can look at that stuff too. But if I don't get a perspective from Matt that he knows what he's talking about, then it's just gonna sound like he's just saying things about like stuff of flat Earth that anybody can look at. But it has to be real to you in a very a very good way that you're able to explain it. So, and that's it.
The first question that Gizmo asked was, I mean, he doesn't know the answer either because that's like.
Oh, what did you ask him?
Right?
What did you ask him?
I'm a roast.
What question?
I'm a roast.
What question?
I'm a roast.
What is the circumference? Were you asking what is the circumference of the Earth? I can tell you the answer to all of these, dude.
Well, you can't. How do you know? You haven't measured it.
Guys, hold on. Ninja, no, Rabbit. I heard you ask earlier. You talked about like I'm your advocate here, bro. I'm trying to be your advocate, right? Because you did talk about observations. Because I try to make a distinction between fucking empirical knowledge versus like an observation. And you talked about trusting your senses, like, and I appreciate that. Like, I appreciate trusting your senses because all science is based off of your senses, like, and trusting your senses. So, you talked about observations with a camera, right? And but I think these guys just want you to be a little more specific in your fucking dialect, bro, and your words. So, like, they want you to learn the arguments. Like I think you just need to be able to communicate your arguments a little better. And maybe, I don't know, just listen close, man. It just takes time. Like,
hang out in here more, Rabbit. Hang out in here more. Pop in here. Just listen to conversations. Listen to how people in here are discussing with other new people that join us. And then it'll make more sense to you when you're having your conversation. You'll be able to articulate things better in a way that's more personal, and then not just like, oh, check out Mark Sargent, man. That's how I know the Earth is flat. Like, you know what I mean? Like you can't just pawn things off to somebody else. You have to know why, and so that's different.
Yeah. So
can I just jump in there too, Miggy?
Yeah. What's up, Timbo? Go ahead.
Hey, how are you, mate? So I just when I was listening to you, Rabbit, it was like you were rolling off a lot of stuff, but without any information. Like, it was just you were saying a lot of things, but like I understand what you were saying, but you were just rolling, and it wasn't making any sense. So if you can slow down and explain what you're talking about, that helps as well. Yeah.
Okay. So in regards to Gizmo, I don't know the curvature formula, because there is no curvature, but you can observe the most flat. So I'm pretty sure it's on the ocean, right? I'm pretty sure because water is always level. That's why they always use like those little, I don't know what the tool's called, but they use it for construction where they use water to gauge if they're putting up like a painting on the wall correctly, like level. And if you were to like make I remember in the church buildings, if you like constructing a building, they'd use water to see where it's level. And then you can't see England from New York because the farther distance you are from somewhere else, basically what happens, and I took an art class on this, there's a compression from the surroundings and from the sky and the floor where it kind of compresses down towards the middle the farther away you are from the distance that you're trying to look at. That's why at a certain point you can't zoom in with the camera or the P900 or whatever they use to see stuff that's just too far away. So I mean, was that a good answer? Because I don't know how to explain it, but I've seen the compression where stuff far in a distance away compresses down towards the center from the ceiling or the sky.
There's a black swan argument. You just need to learn it, bro. That's it.
I think you use a lot of key words in your argument, but you didn't make any sense, man.
I understand what you're saying, mate, but
I know what you're saying,
yeah.
but at the same time, it was very.
You want to be
scattered.
hyper specific. Yeah, he wants to be hyper. Everybody wants to be hyper specific, right?
Like I know you want to hit all the key points, man.
We can agree.
Like,
yeah, we can agree with
on the
hyper
conversation.
specificity.
So, like when you talk about the further something gets away from you, it's perspective, and as far as like zoom goes on a camera, functions the same way the eye lens works. The more you widen the aperture and the lens, then you can bring further things into focus because it zooms. Like so from perspective, everything converges into a central focal point, and that focal point is the beginning of the vanishing point. After that, but beyond that, you can't see beyond that because everything has converged into that focal point. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
that's why
you're seeing.
Also, you can't see from England to New York, even if you had a lens powerful enough to. Air's dense, man. There's a density in the air, just like water has a density. Air also has a density. It's not a vacuum. There's oxygen, nitrogen, carbon dioxide, other kinds of gases in the air, and so
I got a new question.
Vision.
I got a new question for everyone. This goes for everyone listening. Can you yourself debunk gravity with a demonstration?
Yes.
Yes.
Not even demonstration. I'll debunk gravity with its definition.
Okay. Is your demonstration better than mine? Pull my finger. Pull my finger. The gas will expand in all directions.
That's not dude.
What?
Wait, I saw a video from the Dave.
Not down. Not down. All directions.
Entropy. It fills the available space, dude.
Not down.
Also, just to talk about curvature formula, it's important to know because it's what debunked the globe. You need to learn the curvature formula, both of them. There's 1.225 miles times the square root of the height of the observer, and there's 8 inches per mile squared. You need to know both of them, and because when you look at things off in the distance, you need to know how much should be obstructed, but it isn't because it's flat. The Earth radius,
1 foot off of the ground.
The Earth's radius and the Earth's circumference, those two right there create an arc. All right, there's an arc. That arc is the curvature formula. As it continues to arc, the curvature formula continues to roll around. You got to understand all that.
Two beautiful minds speaking.
How long did you take? How long did you learn this stuff?
It's different for everybody. Rabbit. It's different.
Yeah,
for
I'm
everyone.
looking at the thing. Well, I watched a video on this stuff when I was 14. I was like, okay, this makes a lot of sense, and then I stopped watching because, most of the people I was watching their videos, they either tried to like promote certain stuff, which I don't agree with, and then I got back into it like last year because I had other friends that were telling me about it.
Yeah, like every forum is different. I'd say this forum is like the best one that you could probably be in for Flat Earth. Of all the forums that you could be in, I would say jump in here, listen to the conversations, listen to how people talk to each other, and then you'll start getting a grip on like how you can present yours. You can shape your own method by the way you could glean a little bit of conversation from everyone and start to learn like how it's being presented, and then you can shape it the way you speak, to other people.
Yeah. I don't really want to have position where I have to where I come in here and teach other people because
you don't have to. You don't have to. You don't have to.
It seems like you guys are better explaining it like
they
verbally.
do that.
But
the
I kind of
guys
just want
get
to come in here
excited.
and yeah, I kind of just want to come in here and ask questions for example, I don't know how more people don't talk about the different stars not even looking like the way that they say that they do.
Oh, the stars, man, the stars. Look, you brought that up a couple of times. So everything in the sky, bro, moves from east to west.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. All of the lights in the sky, no matter where you are, they're gonna move from the eastern sky to the western sky. Okay. That will save you a lot of trouble because I used to be tripped up on that too, right? North and south and east and west, right? But once you realize that everything in the sky moves from the east to the west, it will answer a lot of your questions as far as clockwise and counterclockwise or whatever is your whatever's going to trip you up. That's a cheat sheet. That's just a little cheat sheet I used, and I'm giving it to you, bro. Everything in the sky moves from east to west, no matter where you are.
Is it true that because of the way that if you see it from your perspective, they're moving in the opposite direction above you or something like that?
Apparently. So when you look north, think of it like this: if a car is coming from a specific direction, like it's coming down the street, and you're on one side of the street, right? You see the car coming from left to right, and then you cross the street and you look at that car coming again. It'll be looking like it's coming from right to left. So apparently, when you change your position, like when you're facing north or south, the direction from the car, the way it's coming, it's going to be apparently coming from right to left, and the other side of the street is going to be coming from left to right. Do you understand? Yeah. But it's still coming from the same direction. If you can understand that, then when you're looking up at the sky, you see the stars and they're spinning anti-clockwise in the north and clockwise in the south. But they're still moving from east to west. So apparently, when you change your position, it's gonna look like it's changing directions, but it's not. It's just apparent direction. It's not the actual direction they're coming from.
Okay. Yeah, I got
Does that
it.
make sense?
Yeah, it's from your apparent, from your position, your point of view. I mean, that applies to more than just this. There's I got your example. I mean, but here's the thing though, I just don't like how it's there's so much censorship and I'm seeing videos get deleted on this stuff. It just sucks. And then most people are just so stupid that they believe anything that they read in the textbook.
That's why it's important. That's why it's important that each one of us, every single person in here who says they're a flat earther, be able to carry a conversation because you become the content creator. So everybody that asks you questions, you have an answer for that. You're able to articulate yourself well. That's why it's important for me to have everybody who's in here to know what we're talking about in our discussions. So it doesn't matter if they censor us here in this platform, we go to a different platform, or we can be each and every one of us, or individually, we can create our own content anywhere. So that's why. It's because when we shape the hearts and minds of the next generation of critical thinkers in here, you guys are going to be the ones who carry the torch forward, and you just keep bringing the information to other people. You don't have to be just look at a Eric Dubay video or look at a Mark Sargent video. You just no, I'll tell you why the Earth is not a spinning globe Earth. So that's why it's important, Rabbit. That's why this place is like a academy. I guess I always say that it's like an academy because this place has different levels of people that have different understanding. So
all right, so just don't give me the rule right now. Give it to me. Up to you. A few months from now, whenever.
Well, no, I'll hear you. I'm always listening, man. Whether I'm in here or I'm not, I'm listening to the way people articulate flat Earth. And if I hear something here's one thing I do that people don't understand what I'm doing. I'm always in the shadows. If I hear something coming out of you, I'm thinking the Earth looks like it's concave. Like I'll come in here like a friggin' pit bull. And, you don't want to see the pit bull, Miggy, because I'm like I'm gonna let go. I'm a dog with a bone, bro. Like if those are like I'm listening
what is
for
your
agents.
profession?
Oh,
yeah.
If you're in here and I hear some wording that you're saying and it sounds like you're an agent or a mole or that's the worst place you can be.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by agent?
Well, these people that come in here, they are what's the term when you're pretending to be somebody that you're not? There's a term for it.
Fucking rat.
Wearing a mask.
Anyway, you pretend to be a flat earther.
Masquerading.
You really aren't a flat earther.
What percentage of people do you think are on like your side versus like the opposite side?
I think for the most part, everybody in here who says they're a flat earther, they've gone through like
they've
gone through like a. Go ahead, Rabbit. Finish what you're saying.
Sorry. I mean, like outside of here, like if you were to count everyone in the world and you ask them what do they believe, what percentage of people do you think would say like?
Oh, way less than 1%, man. Like way less.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
it's hard.
Well, and it's because like there's one thing to say. Like anybody, it's just I'll say it this way: anybody can say they're a flat earther, right? Like as far as like how they articulate flat Earth, but not everyone can do it. And it's not a how can I say? It's not just saying, hey, I'm a flat earther. That doesn't make you a flat earther. Just like you being in a garage doesn't make you a car. You have to be able to present it in a way that it makes sense to somebody if they're asking you like all these questions. Because like
I asked someone else in the server and they said they thought it was like 5%.
hold on one second, Rabbit. Let me finish. There's a lot of people in here who would say that they know what flat Earth is, and then when asked the question, they don't know like how to articulate it or say like how they know that. They'll tell us kind of like the same response that you did, and that doesn't qualify. Like people that are in here, like say somebody that comes to the knowledge of the truth of flat Earth, right? They've done the research. They've actually like studied the way people have conversations, and then they come back and say like, I know the Earth is flat, and we're like, show me. And so it's like they tell us examples of what they do, of what conversations they've been in, like, and it makes sense to us. So those are the people that become a part of this community that shape the other young minds or other critical thinkers that are out there looking for the truth. It's important for us to have people that know what they're saying. You know what I mean? Like that's so important.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Rabbit, does any of your family or friends know that you're a flat earther?
Do you want me to give you like a number or what? Like of how many people?
No, your family or your friends. Have you talked to them about the Earth being flat?
Yeah, some of them.
What did they tell you?
Very few. Well, some of them told me about it first.
So you have friends and family?
Yeah, some of them told me, well, bro, what does it matter? Like I had that a lot. I had a lot of people tell me like, why does it matter?
I
had other people get mad at me.
That's a defeat. That's a defeat in the conversation. They're admitting defeat. They're throwing up the white flag, and they're upset because their ball got taken away. That's all.
Well, it's not. It's weird because it's not only that. It's they've never been posed with the question: how can the Earth be something other than what they've taught?
I've heard a lot of people tell me that. Like, why does it matter?
Yeah. 1 second, Rabbit. So it doesn't matter like if they say that because they don't know the need for it. If the need never existed in their life, they don't know the need for knowing that the Earth is what it is because the thing that they know is the only thing that matters to them. So that's the reason why they say, well, why does it matter? Like doesn't matter to me if it's whatever you say it is, because I know that it's not that. All the scientists and all the people believe the Earth is a globe, so that's why it doesn't matter to me. So their idea in their head, when they tell you that, is because it doesn't matter to them because they don't care. They only know that it's been a globe and they're just people that believe that thing, as long as you don't mess with that, they're okay. But the moment you start to be like, hey, have you ever questioned this? They're like, why? They don't know the need for questioning the Earth is not a globe and that. So that's why.
And I'm not suggesting that you go out and tell all your friends and family all that. Because a lot of us have like lost friends and or maybe have relatives that won't talk to us as much anymore because they think we're wacky and cuckoo.
Well,
So
that's pretty
you know,
fucked up. I mean,
do that sparingly. I was just using it as an example to like you know, eventually you're gonna want to have conversations with people because you're gonna come to the realization of what's really going on, and why it's so important. But you got to be careful with your speculations, man. Speculation is a speculation, and facts
well, I
are
mean,
facts.
Gizbo, I mean, if I tell anyone, I would usually just try to show them a video. I won't talk about it. So if that gives like you guys peace of mind, like I don't try to explain it in my own words to people. But let me just say one thing.
Wow, man.
I saw a survey from like some website. I think it was like New York Times said that the 66.6% of people think the Earth is a globe. Like it's just like so obviously how like it's so messed up.
Nobody knows
Oh,
that. That's
wow. That's cool, man.
No.
66.6.
Yeah.
Nobody took that survey anyway.
Yeah, no,
yeah, exactly. No, they just said that just to like
Yeah. Right.
And they
Right.
said 33
Of course they did.
33 was the other one.
It's fake statistic.
That's stuff. That's white noise for me. It doesn't even matter in the grand scheme of things. People throwing numbers out, and it doesn't matter. They can say whatever they want.
But man, if you get out there and you like take a picture of across the lake that's like 12 miles long, and you got your friend standing across the lake, and you can see the shoes that they're wearing, you can see the color on them. I mean, that says a lot, dude.
So what's the distance that they take for it to be like after one? Is there a curvature after 1 mile that's observable according to them?
Yeah.
Yes, you need to learn that,
That's
bro.
ridiculous,
You need to
dude.
learn the black swan. Have you looked at the black swan?
What do you mean black swan?
The 1.2, right? Okay, so if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every distance to horizon could be no more than 1.2 miles at 1 foot, right? We do see beyond 1.2 miles. Hold on.
1 foot tall.
We see beyond 1.2 miles at 1 foot, in excess of 10 times. Therefore, the Earth cannot be a sphere with a radius of 3,959.
Rabbit, I know you like to jump into the conversation, bro, but you gotta let people finish, brother.
Yeah,
you
my
have
bad.
to let them finish.
My bad.
What I just told you, Rabbit, is what what you're trying to say. That's exactly what you're trying to say, bro. I'm gonna, you know what I'm saying? I'm your advocate here, bro. Like, I think you just need to learn that. You just need to learn the black swan. It's a complete thought, like it's a whole thought, right? You're using logic, observation, right? Reasoning, and it's a whole thought, man.
So they're saying that. Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, go. It's. I get the feeling I'm not saying anything slick to a can of oil. You're on this path already, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand the formula. So you're saying that if the camera you're holding is 1 foot above the ground, after 1.25 miles, there's curvature.
Yeah, or at 6 foot, right? If you're 6 foot tall, the fucking horizon should be 3 miles away. However, we see the horizon in excess of 12 miles and 18 miles and much further at 6 foot.
All right, so the illustration that you need to look at is in live stream voice text. Make sure that you're always watching live stream voice text, Rabbit. That's where everybody's posting the information that they're giving you, so you can save it on a.
Yeah, let me just copy this so I can go back to this one comment someone made.
It's even more than this. The way QE, who actually came up with this, it's a logical syllogism. So when you look up at the very beginning, it's a modus tollens, right? If P, then Q. Not Q, therefore not P. And so if you look at the top, that top part usually gets overlooked and it doesn't get explained, but it's a part of the Black Swan argument. And people that were saying it kind of skipped to the numbers bit, which is great. And I don't say that it's not necessary, but like if you want to make it a whole complete thought, you're gonna go run through the modus tollens so that people can understand what you mean and why you're saying it the way you are. So it can be translated logically to them in a way that they can understand. If P, then Q. If not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which is Q. The geometric horizon curve calculators. And it says not Q, horizon distance greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P. So once you learn that argument, it's attached to the Black Swan information at the bottom, which is like the two oil rigs that give a demarcation line to where the observer is on the shore, looking at those oil rigs, and the distance between that person and those oil rigs is it's shown at the bottom of the image where it's 9.41.
And the horizon is beyond that. Yeah.
Do you understand?
The horizon is beyond those oil rigs. Yeah.
So it's telling you there where the observer height is. So it's 1 foot off the ground from like the shore. And it's saying the distance or the max distance to the geometric horizon should be only 1.22 miles away from the observer. 1.22 miles, that's where we should see where the sky meets the ground. We don't see the sky meeting the ground at 1.22 miles because we see it farther than 1.22 miles. We see it past 9.41 miles. Way past that. So then that means...
Why don't you just show this to everyone? Because this is like, I mean, I didn't know that their formula was this shit. Like, I thought they would say that the curvature is like harder to see or something.
Well, no, we do, but it's okay. So the Black Swan argument, if you roll it out the right way, then everybody can let somebody, like, it doesn't matter who says it. Like Matt will say it or whatever. But once you go over the modus tollens and then you start talking about what they mean by if all swans are white, one black swan would disprove that all swans are white. That's the reason why they call it the Black Swan. So it's the idea that all swans are white, right? And how you relate that to the Earth is they're saying that there's no possible way that the curvature of the Earth is beyond like this specific mathematical point, which is 1.22 miles. And if you're able to demonstrate that, that's telling them that it is past 1.22 miles, or at least where the calculations tell where the curvature should be. Then that means that it's not that the Earth has curve, and I'm showing you proof that it's not curving like they say that it is. Therefore, that not all swans are white. This is called the Black Swan because it's the proof that the measurements don't add up to what they say that it does. So it's evidence, right? It's proof that the Earth isn't curving like they say that it is. And not only that, it's a lot farther, a lot farther when they said it was.
Humongous. Like, it would be the implications of the Earth being the size of the observations would make a radius not just 3,959 miles. It would change the whole, it would change the whole distance to the sun, everything. The Earth would have a radius of 264,000 miles. If that observation in that photo, the Earth should have a radius, not just, you're going from 3,959 miles to 264,000 miles. So therefore, the Earth cannot be a sphere with a radius of 2,000 or 3,959 miles. Because there's the observation.
No, but what do they say happens after 3 miles? I mean, according to them, they're saying you can't see the horizon anymore.
Yeah, 1.22 miles. 1.22 miles should have been at 1 foot off the beach.
On the ground.
Yeah, that's where you
saw nothing but Earth and sky at 1.22 miles.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. So I mean,
what does that mean? What do you mean?
That's stupid. That's because I mean, you can easily see way farther than 1 mile.
What do you mean? What happens after 3 miles? I don't get that.
That's for the 6 feet thing.
What do you mean? What happens after that?
An edge.
So they're saying that for if you're 6 feet off the sky, like if you're standing up straight or whatever, if you're 6, well, I mean, you'd have to be taller than 6 feet because your eyes are lower than your head, right? But whatever. That means that you can't see the horizon anymore because you'd have to see the sky because there's curvature and stuff, which is bullshit because you can see way farther than 3 miles.
Apparently, dude, there's a lot of doublespeak, bro. Like, there's so much doublespeak in everything we just talked about. That, like, you have to really think through it, and you have to really think about it because there's a lot of doublespeak in the language, right?
Wait,
We're
what's
talking about a
doublespeak?
parent, like that's all. What you talked about, a parent and actual, or whatever the fuck, like you talked about. Oh, if you're 6 foot, like even you. Fucking even used like a ratio because you're like, oh, if you're 6 foot, your eyeballs aren't going to be at 6 feet, so you know that there's a doublespeak in this conversation as well, right? We're talking about logic, right? Modus tollens. He told you if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P, right? And earlier you talked about the scientific method, which is if A then B, not B, therefore not A. Right? But
do you know
don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Do you know why it's important to state it the way that they are with like the Black Swan? Because they're given an actual measurement. And so it doesn't matter what you change your elevation height to, right? Because right now it's at 1 foot with this Black Swan. Even if you put it to 6 foot or wherever your eyeballs are, right? It doesn't matter. Changing the elevation height is not going to change the fact that the observation that was made at 1 foot is you don't find the horizon at 1.22 miles. So that right there, it's already debunked. You don't have to change the elevation. You can do it. You can change elevation height. You're still not going to get the curvature of the Earth being like what it is with the ball metrics.
Yeah,
so
I've laid down on the ground by the beach. I got like the same way that the kind of video.
But Rabbit. Do you understand what I'm saying? It doesn't matter if you change your elevation height. The height that it was measured at 1 foot is showing that the horizon should be at 1.22 miles. It is not at 1.22 miles. Therefore, it is not what the metrics of the globe are saying that it is for the horizon.
Yeah.
And so if you change your elevation height, it's not going to matter because then
I know. I feel like
so yeah, it doesn't matter if you change your elevation height.
Yeah, I feel like because of the way of my speech is that it kind of seems like I don't understand what you guys are saying, but I do.
Right. So you understand that it doesn't matter if you change. It doesn't matter if you change your elevation height to whatever you say it is. If the measurement that was done at 1 foot doesn't equal to the metrics that the globe is saying where the horizon should be, then it's not a globe. That is just pure and simple. You don't have to go any farther than that. You can, however, do different measurements at different elevation heights. That's okay. But because we've already proved that it's not at 1.22 miles at 1 foot, that just means right there on its face that it's not curving like the way they say they are. The horizon isn't at 1.22 miles. So you don't have to go any. That's fine if you do, but you don't have to go any farther than this example. But you can.
Yeah.
Not saying you can't. You go ahead if you want to do it.
I got you, bro. I got you. I know what you're saying. There's no curvature, so it doesn't matter if your observer level is 6 feet or 20 feet.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's not going to equal. We'll use the globe metrics, but it's not going to equal to the globe being what they say that it is. So we're going against the claim of the metrics. They're telling us what the Earth's size is, the set diameter, radius, and circumference. That's what they're telling us that the Earth is. So we're taking those metrics and applying them to this math here that you see, with the idea that at 1 foot, you get the geometric horizon distance at 1.22 miles, and it's not that. Therefore, it's not what they're saying it is. It's the globe is debunked, and we're trying to tell people that in a way that they can understand. Because, like you said, and Matt was kind of showing you an example, it starts to become, muddled when you're like, well, what happens if you raise the elevation? And you're like, well, people say it's 6 foot. It doesn't matter what you raise your height to. That's not going to matter. Because if you've already disproved it at 1 foot, go ahead and try another elevation. It's going to be the same. You're never going to get the metrics of the globe at all. That's the Black Swan. It's showing you an example that not all swans are white. That means that not all the idea of, these calculations are going to make a globe. You have to be able to measure. And that's what they're doing here with the Black Swan. They're measuring from the point of the observer to the demarcation line, which is those oil rigs. Those oil rigs from the person that's standing on the beach. You can see it's once Platform Hill House is 6.21 miles. Platform Habitat is 9.41. And so we know the distance to those things. So we don't see the horizon at 1.22 miles because we see the oil rigs at 1 foot. And even farther than that, you see the horizon behind the oil rig. And that's what we try to tell people, but they start looking at like, well, what if you're at a 6 foot height? Or what if you're seeing bendy cranes or other things? That doesn't matter. The only thing we're looking at right here is where the horizon is in regards to where they're telling us where it should be at 1.22 miles.
Water being flat and level is proof enough. Really, there's no argument against that.
Yeah, Amen. We could mic drop with that, but
a plumb bob.
There's never been proof of water curving.
I thought you talked about an apparatus earlier. I thought you were going to describe a plumb bob, but you went somewhere else.
I said that usually people use.
Yeah. So okay, hang on. Like I gotta clarify something, Rabbit. Water does curve on meniscus when it's.
Well, I know that, but that doesn't really count though.
No. What we're talking about is surface tension. When you add a whole bunch of drops together, you're gonna get a surface on that water, and that surface on that water is gonna be really flat. Like that's what we're talking about. Surface tension. People usually say water doesn't curve, and you can get like a balloon, rub it on your head, and stick it on a running faucet, and you'll see it curving. Or when you see like I'm being real with you. This is like we've heard all the arguments, we've gone through it, and some flat earthers will get tripped up because they'll say water doesn't curve or doesn't bend in the small form in meniscus.
Yeah.
Well, then you would understand fluid dynamics, which then talks about like. When water at rest, remains flat and level. There's a lot to be understood about that. So please understand, because there's people are like, well, what about a droplet? They'll use their argument like, adhesion or cohesion.
Well,
your whole existence here on Earth only happens because we can measure things using water levels. Otherwise, we would not have houses or anything.
Yeah.
So your whole existence is because water always seeks its own level.
What's your thoughts on how they always what's his name, Neil deButt Tyson?
What'd you say?
I said, what's your thoughts on Neil deButt Tyson? He's like, oh, but I can prove gravity. Look, my pen dropped.
Do you mean Neil deGrasse Tyson? I don't know if you're mispronouncing it or just being funny. Like I don't know.
No, he never said that. You just made a false claim.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, he said no. I should show the video.
He said, I can prove gravity. Watch me drop a microphone. He never said that.
Yeah, that's what he said. He dropped something. He's like, yeah, look, I can prove it. You can search it up.
No, he didn't. He didn't say I can prove it. He just said it made a snide comment about that gravity exists. Something.
I swear
he said, "Oh, by the way, this is gravity." Drop the mic.
That's it.
No, I saw another video. He said I can prove it for. I just proved it for you. We showed him dropping a mic.
No, he didn't say I proved it for you. He just said this is called gravity, and he drops his mic.
It was satire.
Dude, I can go find the video. I'm pretty sure he said.
We just posted the video.
Yeah, just look at the video. He says it right there, Rabbit. And this is called gravity.
Mic drop.
So I said that he dropped his mic and said I can prove gravity. You sent me a video of him dropping a mic and saying this is called gravity. That's the same thing. I don't know.
It's not.
It's not.
Well, guess what? You confusing words and just trying to use them interchangeably like you do is what Globers do. We don't do that here on Flat Earth anymore. So if you want to interchange them, I'm going to correct you.
Yeah, that's true. That's why I was telling you, Rabbit. This forum is different than. It's not. You can't just say things that people are gonna call you. Listen, man. People, even if you're not speaking to Flat Earth people, they're gonna tell you if a Glober comes in here, he's gonna call you out. Nope, they didn't say that. And guess what?
By the way, I never said quote for quote. I never said quote unquote. I just
words have meaning. words have meaning.
You said that's what he said. You said that's what he said, and we're like, no, he didn't say that. You're like, yes, he did. I'm pretty sure he did say that. So we're making sure that what you're saying lines up with what actually is being said. Globers will do that to you, and they're gonna burn you.
Do you
you're
know
gonna
what he
look like
said
egg on
after
your
this
face
is
when you
called
say that.
gravity? Do you know what he said afterwards? He said, "This is called gravity."
I
That was a bit. The microphone was on the floor, dude. The microphone was on the floor, and the guy came in and gave him a high five. That was the end of the conversation.
Okay.
It's in the chat. Watch the video, dude.
I'm watching it, bro. Relax.
It's there's a double speak going on, guy.
You've been trained to double speak and to accept double speak. We are not doing that in this room anymore.
All right, I'm not gonna be insulted. I'm just gonna be myself, dude. I saw you right. He said this is called gravity. All right, my bad.
Yeah, you're doing fine, Rabbit.
Yeah, one thing we don't, Matt. Like I just gotta say, bro. Like everybody has to stand on their own merit. Like we. Sure. I'm very, I'm very adamant about white knighters in here. Like if you start white knighting for somebody else, like I'm gonna wonder.
Well, I mean, to be honest, Astro was kind of attacking me.
1 second. Yeah. You're gonna be on mute now because this is like a 10th time you've interrupted me. So Matt, I'm addressing Matt, not you, Rabbit. Yeah, I'm very cautious about that because I've had advocates for other people, and I start wondering why they're being advocating for the person. I like for people to stand on their own merit in here. Let them speak for what they need to speak of. That's the part about being somebody who's in here, a critical thinker, that they stand on their own 10 toes and not somebody else advocated for them. So that's the only thing I would like caution against it here. Please don't advocate for somebody. So anyway,
well said.
But
well said.
That's the only reason I'm saying that. Rabbit, Rabbit, please don't interrupt people when they're speaking. You've been doing that, and like you're starting to say that people are attacking you. It's not attacking, they're correcting you because we don't do the things that you've been doing in here. So just please be aware of that. If it continues, then you will probably find yourself outside of the server, and I don't want that. Just stay in here, hang out, ask questions, and I'll participate.
By the way, I don't attack anybody.
That's your conscience, right? That's your conscience talking. Yeah, my conscience.
I only correct people. That's all.
Yeah, people that white knight in here, they like I've tossed two people out at once, and the other person was a flat earther. Was advocating for somebody that I know was a known troll, and I just can't have that. If you advocate for known trolls,
that would be frustrating. Yeah,
it is. Like that's the reason why it's like I don't like for right now. I'm just kind of like I got Rabbit at a stance away from like the community at the moment. Everybody has to be in here being their own critical thinkers and stand on their own 10 toes and like say what they mean and all that kind of stuff. But let them speak for themselves and like nobody's like, hey man, come on man, the guys, why are you doing it? Why?
Yeah.
And so
no, you got a point. Yeah, you got a point.
So
I hear you. I'm listening.
All right, bro.
Good job, Miggy. Good job, Miggy.
We're trying to keep the community to where like I wouldn't want that for anyone. You know what I mean? Like
you got a hammer, you got to use it, bro.
Yeah, but I don't like to, man. Like the whole point about it is to make sure that everybody in here is like speaking for themselves and stuff. We do get that from time to time.
Was he a troll? Was Rabbit a troll? Like I don't know, bro. I'm not in the loop. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah.
Well, he was. He's saying things to like kind of like like I'll take the example that he used with Neil deGrasse Tyson. Like he said something actually when he dropped the mic. If let's say he was having a conversation with somebody of the Globe, and the Globe guy was like, no, he did say this other thing that he actually said, he would get called out in front of like all the people in here. What it looks like, right, is a bad look because now it's like Rabbit's not being honest. And the Glober corrected him, and it's like the Glober guy was like now showing the Globe side, like, hey, look, I'm being honest. He's not. And it's a bad look. You don't want that. You don't want it to be you want everybody who's a truther to stand for truth. Like, did he say that? Okay, let's go look at it. Let's go see what the video says. he said exactly this. That's what he said.
Sure.
Exactly.
Sure.
Yo, Miggy,
job,
I
Miggy.
prefer that I have like no rules and have on the fence, if that's okay.
You have on, yeah, I gave you on the fence, Rabbit. Just
No, I'm saying I prefer no rules and have on the fence because I don't think
No,
on the fence.
you need to have some role, or you won't be able to talk.
Yeah, you gotta have.
Well, I haven't had rules for like a long time.
You can just be VC verified if I were you, but you're gonna keep people. Here's what happens with that role in here.
He will get booted eventually.
Yep.
All right, just give me on the fence.
That's what I was telling you. People that are VC verified for like a year, they don't last long because they're gonna be like, why? Because we're gonna be like, why are you just VC verified? How come you don't just say what you think?
All right, just
Why don't you understand? After a year in here, after a year of being in here, how do you not understand things? At that point, you need to be booted out.
Yeah, I'm just saying it hasn't been that way for you, but like that's what happens if you just in limbo.
These guys are in the trenches. Y'all are in
All
the
right,
trenches.
could I please
for
have
real.
on the fence back?
Yeah.
Hey, just stop talking.
Well, he said I would get kicked if I didn't have it on.
I don't know,
say
bro.
that.
If you stop talking, you might be able to make it.
And you think I'm bad, man? If you try interrupting some of the other moderators, you're gonna find it. Your way out of here faster than, and you're gonna be like, wait, nope, and then you'll be like mute, kick. So I'm, yeah. Stupid roulette.
I'm one of the nice earthers, by the way, and you guys think I attack people.
Is that Gizmo? Gizmo was in here. It's good to see you guys. Thanks for having me tonight, fellas. Nobody else would. Shit.
It's Thanksgiving today for everybody in America. I woke up early, so.
Did you get the turkey in yet?
You?
Not yet. In about 1 hour it goes in.
That's what I was thinking about too.
Because they want to eat early, and I don't like eating early, but people want to eat early today, so it has to go in early.
That's a great name. Astrophysicist Esquire.
Dr. Astrophysicist Esquire.
Of course it is.
Because I'm making sure I cover all the shit in this room.
Yeah.
That's perfect. That's a good name.
You can ask me anything about Flat Earth, and I cover it all in my name.
I also go by just
even the legal part of Flat Earth Esquire.
My man,
we won 3 court cases, I think.
What is it? Lower than the Lord, higher than the night? Esquire.
I don't know. I don't know.
You should know.
Lower than the night, isn't it? Esquires are lower than the night.
No, you're just supposed to put that if you're a lawyer.
I think the night is the highest, isn't it?
I don't know. Is the Lord higher than the night?
No, wait.
You guys should get
Lord
break
is higher.
your Freemason books, and they'll tell you the ranking.
I think the Lord is higher.
And they show you the exact rankings in those books. I have a set.
Well, send me a copy
of the Freemason Encyclopedia. Okay,
I'll read it. Come on.
Sure, it's 3 books. I'll send you a copy.
Just send them a science book from school.
It's not a PDF.
Just go to school if you want to.
These books are from 1945, and I garbage picked them. And it always happens because I always have to do this. I live in a really nice neighborhood, so we don't like to buy everything all the time, especially if we only need it for a weekend. So a lot of times we're like, man, we need a table. Let's go garbage picking. You'll go out to see 4 folding tables out in the garbage that day. So it just happened to be that I told her, I said, okay, we have to go wishing. Let's go wishing. It's happened almost every single time. I even said, listen, I need wheels for my lawnmower. Let's go look before I go buy them on Amazon. Going out, there's the exact lawnmower. The wheels are perfect. Bring it home, put the wheels on. My mower works fine. That was like 4 years ago.
Amazing.
Anyway, so
I do the same thing, bro.
I said, all right, this time we're going to go out and I want to get something that I can relate to. She's like, what? I said, I don't know. Something that I just want. Going. Something was in the garbage, a table or something. Let's get out and look at it. And there was a box. I opened the box and there's books down and below. And I just looked at the cover and there was a big giant Mason symbol with the triangle, whatever, the G on it and
Square
everything.
compass.
Yeah. And I said, we can go home now. She's like, what? I said, listen, we can go home now. I've found what I need. And that was how that worked. Now I have my books on Freemasons.
Damn, that's a good story. Yeah.
You can't just go get those books.
No, yeah.
You need to buy those
great
books
story.
from your club that you're in.
One man's trash. That's what they say.
What do they do in those clubs, bro? There's no windows, right? It's just like a strip club. I think they got strippers in there. What do you think?
Of course they do.
Of course
not
they
in
do.
Not in the regular lodge. Go to the big lodges like the one in Washington, D.C. that's gigantic. You'll find a party in there. I used to live in D.C. Go to the Grand Lodge in California. You'll find a big party going on there 24 hours a day.
Let me drop a plug to the Discord. So if you guys are listening right now, we got 18 people watching on the YouTube live stream. If you're in the live stream right now, you're listening to us have a conversation. You guys are welcome to come in here. Click the link that Nightbot has in the live stream. Join the Discord, and we want to have a conversation with you. Whether you think the Earth is a globe, you're on the fence, or you know the Earth is flat, come and join us. Have a conversation. Tell us what you think and why you think it. I think that's important, right? So we can get to the bottom of like, what is it that you really carry as far as the understanding of the world and the paradigm in which you exist, the realm, this reality, if you want to call it. But yeah, we invite you in here. It's important that you guys have a voice. We want you to talk about like what you think. Don't feel that you need to be in your shell about it. This conversation includes you because you live in this reality with us. So if you're listening right now, come in and join. If you have any evidence for the shape of the Earth being a globe, I'd like to hear it. But let us know. We want to know why you think that it is a globe. I personally do.
That's
in 2022.
right. Miggy, well said. Well
I would
said,
like to
Miggy.
bring up something, Miggy, to you about dropping a microphone. Now, this is going to be a biggie here. Because of what he said, what's his face? Neil deGrasse Tyson dropped a mic and said that proves gravity. That right there shows the brainwashing that's going on in media, that he actually thinks that he said that proves gravity. And that is a thought that goes through people's head, that right there, that is not proof of anything. That's proof that you dropped a microphone, really. But people have it in their heads that that's proof of gravity. So this brainwashing is what got all of us right here on this spot. I do not accept the brainwashing anymore. So everything I see and hear sounds like noise and garbage to me, and television, everything. That's why I only watch South Park, Andy Griffith, which is even fucked up back then. Not much more than that. If you come into my room where I work, only thing on television is South Park running 24 hours a day, because I don't really watch it. It's background noise while I work because I can't watch anything else.
I like it. He's
I'm gonna pitch off for both of y'all.
Go ahead, Matt.
I'm gonna pitch off for both of y'all, bro. You can doubt everything that these guys have just said, but you cannot doubt the fact that you're doubting it. We are in here. I wish I was funny.
Most definitely. There's a 96-year-old man that I watch right now. His name is Dick Van Dyke. He's still living, by the way. Guy's still kicking.
Is he?
But
Dick Van Dyke.
The show, Dick Van Dyke Show.
He's
He must
still
have been
alive.
very honorable. He was very honorable to his father and his mother.
Dick
and he
Van
got
Dyke
blessed
is
with a
still
long
alive.
life.
I watch that show too, by the way.
What'd you say, Gizbo?
He's still alive.
Yeah.
I said I think Dick Van Dyke is still alive.
He is.
Okay.
He's like 96 or something, but great guy. I mean, from what it looks like to me, I don't know if he is or not, like behind closed doors, but just on the onset, he does look like he's a pretty legit dude.
Bro, he is like the biggest character player in any movie. Like, I can't tell you how many movies I've seen him in.
Yeah.
And then after I'm watching the credits, I'm like, that was fucking Dick Van Dyke?
He's one of the greatest. He's one of the greatest actors. Like, he is so good at his craft, dude. He knows exactly like how to, like, in the show, in this Dick Van Dyke show, like he was way ahead of his time. That's all I gotta say. Like his professional appearance on it, like it's just everything. He's a really cool actor. You know, like knows how to do it. So,
Gary Oldman is another one. Gary Oldman is one of my favorite character actors.
Gary Oldman.
Yeah.
Is that Charles in Charge? Is that what's his name? Is that the little black fella?
Gary Coleman.
Gary Coleman.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Gary Coleman?
My bad.
Look up Gary Oldman. OLDMA. Gary Oldman.
I'm on the way.
Gary Oldman is one of my favorites.
What you talking about, Willis?
Yeah. My bad. I didn't mean to fucking. I didn't mean. I thought. I heard Gary Coleman, but not. Anyway.
That's what I usually say to Globers that are in here.
Where are the Globers from YouTube anyway?
I have
You just
no
put
idea.
that announcement out there.
Freaking guys, man. They slither around the YouTube live stream text chat arguing with everybody in there. I'm always calling them out.
I go
every
in there.
single
They will never come in Discord when I go in there. I'm the rabbit. You know who I am. I go in there. They just run away.
But you know what they're saying, right? I don't want to go into the into the Discord. You guys are gonna ban me. I'm like, nobody's gonna ban you, dude. Come in here and have a conversation. For
I'm
goodness'
too
sake.
lazy to type in that command,
Guys.
so just be glad about that.
Yo, so do you know how Astro posted the video of people like or whatever they're flying the
I'm not
satellites
answering
with
any
balloons?
questions.
Yes.
Okay.
What about the
So,
satellite?
Do you think they've
That'll
ever
do.
like fall down and like hit someone on the head or something? Or
If you don't
Unlikely,
see something
but-
coming at you, then you probably are blind.
Not likely, but they do fall at times.
They have
They-
planes that catch those things when they're if they're going to fall. They have emergency planes.
Yep, they scramble them. It's pretty quick. Whatever country.
so they don't have.
They know when they're coming down. They have about 10 minutes before that thing hits the ground because they're not coming down at full speed. So they can get a plane up there in 2-3 minutes and just grab it. They grab it with a hook just by its cord and they just bring it to the ground. And whether they bring it down safely or not probably doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So Astro, what's the explanation for the meteorites or whatever they call it?
You are
What
you're
meteorites?
asking a lot of questions. Quit answering the questions. Like, just rabbit, chill, bro.
What? I can't answer his questions?
No, you can. You're a grown ass man.
It was something that I was saying earlier. Like, he's asking a lot of like weird theoretical
Clover questions. I know that. That's why I'm answering them. There's 18 people on YouTube listening.
But I'm gonna stay out of the conversation. I'm just gonna listen.
What meteorites?
No, do you know how they say that there's like a landing or there was an asteroid that hit the Earth or whatever? What's their explanation for that?
When? What? Which asteroid?
Whose explanation for what and why are you asking?
They say that there's an asteroid belt, but we can't see it with a telescope.
Asteroid belt?
Who said that?
They say there's an asteroid belt between, I think it's like I think it's Mars and Jupiter, right? Or
why are you asking? Are you asking him a question where it is, or you're saying?
No, I'm saying why do they say that? How what's the proof?
Because it's a story. Why do people tell stories? Why do people tell stories? Answer that one first. There you go. Can't answer it.
Did we lose him?
Yeah.
Rabbit's not quick on the response, is he? He's like,
no, got to read it.
No, I'm saying that if I can look in I haven't seen actual proof of a asteroid in space from a telescope. So when people are looking in their telescopes and they don't see any asteroids, what do the Globies say as their response for asteroids existing?
Do you have a telescope?
Globie.
Do you have a telescope?
No, but I told you that. I mean, there's plenty of people that have telescopes.
I have one. Have you ever looked through one?
Nope.
Okay, so you can't see shit through a telescope unless you dial in on something that's not moving. So there you go. If something's moving, how are you going to see it? You can't move your telescope that fast. It'll look like a streak of light in your lens. Hey, Donato, I have a picture just like that. I also have a P900, and I take pictures too. And I take pictures of both planets.
Astro, is a P1000 better than the P900?
Yeah.
Why do you keep asking questions, bro? Don't answer. All right, I'm not your advocate anymore.
Sorry,
I'm not getting
I'm gonna let him talk himself out of here. Don't you get it?
Yeah.
Why are you getting involved, Matt?
Yeah, Matt. I don't know.
My bad. Yeah.
Okay.
My
Well,
bad.
I mean, I want to be.
I just want him to shut up. Push the button.
So you want us to sit here and be quiet, and just look at each other with our dicks out?
Push the button.
What the fuck, dude? There's people listening on YouTube. I'm trying to answer some questions here.
Well,
Mute your mic, Matt. Mute your mic like I did.
Do you enjoy answering my questions, or do you think my questions are not enjoyable?
No, your questions are as goofy as all the other Globers. You know that you're a Glober. You're trying to pretend that you're a flat earther. I know that you're not.
I won't ask any more questions, man.
Asking questions that you know you can't answer and nobody can answer is not asking any questions. They're just reiterating stories that have been told.
Dude, I'm honestly not a Glober. I've been in the server for a long time. Well, for like 2 months. I've talked to other people like Helio and Gemsi, and they can tell you that I'm not a Glober. But I don't want to, cause anyone to not
okay, so if you're not a Glober, what would make you ask questions about space?
I'm just trying to think of certain things that could prove that the Earth's a globe. You know what I mean?
So you're not a Glober, but you want to prove the Earth's a globe. Got it.
Yeah.
All right. So let me
try to just see if I can.
Okay, so everybody's tried to prove that unicorns exist. Have you caught one yet?
Nope.
So that most likely unicorns aren't running around shooting rainbows out their asses, right? We would see that. We would see a unicorn standing in your front yard with unicorn farts blowing all over the place, wouldn't they? Because horses smell. I know they blow farts all the time. I have had horses my whole life. I don't have any now. Okay, unicorns would do the same thing, except they would be rainbows and butterflies shooting out, according to the drawings. So we haven't seen any of those. We know it's not real. We keep trying to prove globes are real. Some people are trying to prove it, and it's not real. What is the fascination with wanting there to be a globe in existence? What is the fascination with it? What does it help with everybody's life to think that they're on a spinning planet, that any minute it's going to be hit by a big streaking fireball flying through the sky and kill everybody? That's one option, or it's just not that at all, and you're all been lied to, and nothing is going to kill us except you people that think that things fly from outer space and kill people. You are the dangerous ones, not us.
Bro, I don't believe the Earth's a globe that's spinning in space.
You don't now, especially after that speech.
Well, so what do you think that like Jupiter and Uranus and Mars and all those quote unquote planets are? Because I mean, we do see them through the telescope.
I have a camera and I take pictures of them. They're lights, just like I take pictures of every other light. I could take a picture of a street light and get the same effect.
But I mean, Saturn has like a ring around it, or it seems like two half circles attached to.
Okay. And also Saturn never ever changes at all. It's not like Jupiter, which has lights that dance around it, okay? Saturn never changes at all. It looks like a stamp in the sky. It always looks like that picture Gizmo posted. Never changes. And you need to focus your camera better there. I wish I could find my shot of Saturn.
Are those moons around it? I'm guessing, right? Those four things, or what are those?
I don't know. They look like lights to me, but
yeah, well, moons are self-luminous, right? So,
according to your globe Earth theory, the moon is not self-luminous. It's reflected light from the sun. Theory. So
no, I don't
you can't call things moons if you don't live on a globe. So which is it?
Dude, I don't believe that moons are rocks, man. I've said that like 5 times in the last 2 hours.
Okay, moons are not rocks. Now, I believe that.
Let me ask you this: are Saturn and Jupiter sideways? Are they like moving? I'm not asking stupid, and it might sound like I'm asking troll questions.
Have you ever taken a picture of the moon, like when it's rising? Take a picture. Okay, so go look at the moon. Take your camera, get a nice close up of the moon one day when it's rising, and you can see the whole face of the moon. Okay, and then about 4 hours later, take another picture. 4 hours later, take another picture, and 4 hours later, take another picture, and then put them all side by side, and you'll see the moon rotates like a wheel in the sky. So does Saturn and so does Jupiter. They all rotate that same direction like a wheel. Whatever they do individually, Saturn doesn't do anything but sit there. All the others kind of blink and do shit. Saturn doesn't do anything, by the way, everybody listening. That you think Saturn has rings and does this fantastic shit. Doesn't do anything. It just sits there, looks like a stamp on the sky. Never different. I stopped taking pictures of it because it doesn't change at all.
So what happens to Jupiter? What happens to Jupiter?
What?
Because
Jupiter is a light in the sky. Jupiter has lights around it that blink, and that I can figure out.
Yeah, I mean, this is just really cool to me. I know that they're lying about them being.
If it was really cool, you would probably have a camera by now taking pictures of Jupiter. You're just listening to cool stories from other people.
Bro, respectfully, I'm just asking you because I don't know what this stuff is.
Don't use that word. I just watched the South Park episode with the bro teenagers. Bruh.
You told me that you weren't attacking anyone, but I'm asking you questions. You have the telescope yourself, and you're acting like I'm a globie. And you keep on saying that I'm a globie, and you keep lying and saying that I believe that moons are rocks.
No, you keep talking like you are a globe earther. All you are interested in is shit that's above your head that you can't do anything about, that you only heard stories about, and that you believe those stories. So did I get that wrong at all? Anybody? Call me out on it.
Yeah, Rabbit. When you're asking questions, the same way the globe earthers usually ask questions, they want to be spoon-fed all the answers to everything. So everything that you're asking right now is exactly what globe earthers do. Like, exactly. There isn't anything different. So it is highly suspect that you're asking the same questions that they do to things that, okay, I'll put it this way. You know what you know. You don't know what you don't know. It sounds redundant. I know. But the reason why I said it that way is because it's true. Do you know about what makes... Can anyone... I'll just put anyone in this. Can anyone know what anything is in the sky other than what we can see? Answer that question, Rabbit.
That's a negative.
Rabbit.
No, I don't know what...
No. Yeah, no. You, but like everyone. Anyone on Earth. Can anyone on Earth know what the things in the sky are? Is there somebody out there that knows this information, Rabbit?
No
your
one on Earth knows what it is.
Okay. So then you're asking one person on Earth what it is. Isn't that weird? That you just made a statement
Well, I was
right now?
asking what his theory is on it.
No.
I don't
Yeah,
have
but
theories.
We don't. There's maybe you don't understand this by now, but like people in here, we don't go on theories. Like we could say what it looks like to us. What it is, no one knows. That's the plain simple truth. We can see what, like if you ask me what does the moon look like, I can tell you it looks like a friggin' rock or something. But if I know it's a rock? No, could be something else. Could be immaterial. It may not be something that even what I know it is. So there's the answer to that. What things look like and what they actually are two different things, Rabbit.
Yeah. So Miggy, I agree with you. Miggy, do you really believe I'm a Globey, dude?
I don't know, dude. I can't say anything, but the way you're speaking, you're asking questions like you want people to tell you what their take on the things in the sky are. And that conversation, it's like, it's okay. I mean, you could say what other people, Radwin thinks this or Rabbit thinks this or like, okay, so at the end of all that, where do you feel like is that going to help you any way closer to the conversation of the shape of the earth? Because I think that is more fundamental than going to the sky and speculating, because you don't have a grasp as to like how to present flat earth to anyone. So it's like, maybe just listen to some conversations, man. You don't have
so
to.
I will stop asking questions about.
No, it's not about questions. It's about what you're at, the content of what you're asking. It's different.
You're asking about the sky, son.
Yeah.
You're asking about the sky. We live on Earth where it's flat, and you're asking about lights in the sky that you want us to speculate on. I'm telling you, I take pictures. I stopped taking pictures because it's boring.
Yeah. So, anyways, just to clarify the point is, like he said, things here, you can talk about things on Earth, and it'll make much more sense to you. You could actually go places and do things versus like where none of us know these things, right? You know what you know, you don't know what you don't know. So anyone's going to give you a story about stuff in the sky. Globers are going to tell you what they are based on stories that they've been taught, and flat earthers will give you speculation because they're like, well, this is what I think it is, but it will never be what it actually is. Rabbit.
Miggy, can I ask one more question about the other quote-unquote planets, and I'll stop asking? How does he know where to look to find like Saturn or Jupiter? Is there like coordinates that they give or something, or what?
They're always in the same place, roughly.
The so-called wandering stars or planets, as you would refer to them, they've been known for thousands of years. People have been looking up at the sky, and they're working on a clock. So basically, it's a cycle that they go through, and the path that they follow is always the same, and it repeats. So
if they're the same positions, that means that they're not moving either. I mean, that's.
He didn't say they're in the same position. You just didn't hear anything he said.
Yeah, I didn't.
No, you said that they were in the same position roughly, Astro.
Roughly?
Right?
Yeah. So if I walk out my front porch and I look up and I turn my head slightly to the left, I know I'm going to get, at my time of day, at night when I go out and can see stars, I know I'm going to get Jupiter and Saturn roughly near each other. Jupiter's real bright. Saturn is usually around it, and it's not bright at all. And I know I can pick my camera, pick one of those, and I'm 95% right. It's going to be one or the other. When I say that's Jupiter and I look at it, 99% chance I'm right on that one because I know how bright it is. Saturn, I'm usually 95% right. I don't think I've gotten Saturn wrong either, but I'm just going to call it 95.
And is so they're kind of in pairs? Is like Uranus and Neptune near each other too?
Oh, just Rabbit. I know I don't want to sound like I'm pawning you off to things, but the celestial sphere, right? That's what I'll call it because it's okay to say that, right? If you look at the sky in that form, then because of perspective, the way our eyes work, we see everything in the sky due to perspective. It does look like a like the I want to say dome or like it's a sphere like above us, but that's what it looks like to us in the way we see it with perspective. Not saying it is, but just because of the way our eyes see things, that's the way it looks. So you could look up this information very, very easily online.
Yeah, bro.
The thing about like where the stars are and all that stuff, it's okay to say like an astrolabe can tell you where things are, or you could, they're on a cycle. It's all the heavens, everything that you see, everything's on a cycle. So it's repeated like, every year, every month, every like season. So things in the sky, you can always set your clocks to, and you don't have to be a flat earther to know where things are in the sky. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyone, doesn't matter. Go ahead.
So if I will correct what you're saying is that since the Earth has the firmament, which is a dome, I think around.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say there's a dome. I said it looks like when you look at the sky with perspective, because of the way our eyes see things, it looks like it's curved up and top, like it looks like a dome shape. Like when the sun's rising from the east and setting in the west, it looks like I said the term I'm using is rise, because it looks like it's coming up and over your head and then back down again on the west. But it's not like we could say with all assurance, because if the Earth was looking like it was like a globe, then it would have to measure globe. We don't measure globe because the Earth is flat. So therefore, it can only be working above our heads, like around, however it's working. I can't even say around because I don't know that for sure. It could be doing something else. And I've talked about this before. Some people would say, like on the flat Earth, it goes in circles, and there's other assumptions that flat earthers make. And I'm like, well, how do you know that? If your sky only shows you from east to west, you don't know what it does once it goes away from your perspective. When your vision, you can't see it anymore. What if it's doing something else? I'm not saying it is. But if it is doing something else, how are you then, assuming that it's just going in circles? So even flat earthers make assumptions, I would say.
Miggy, you do realize I'm trying. I mean, he's laughing at me, and then, it's very discouraging. I'm only 20, dude. By the way, I wrote that before, but my question was, I kind of got what you said wrong, but I was thinking that maybe other people will see the other planets as like spheres because the firmament makes it. It's like how you have the fisheye lens. It makes things seem as if they're.
Holy crap! So now you think you see spheres in the sky?
No, I'm saying does the firmament make it seem so like that? Even though
when you look up and you look at the lights, do they look like balls in the sky because of the firmament?
I don't know, dude.
I'm asking you a question. You just said some things, and I'm trying to clarify this.
Well, you said, "Oh my God," as if it was a bad question.
No, I said it like, what road are you wandering down this time?
Okay, so you know how the way that you have a fisheye lens, right? It's like curved.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with anything that's man-made. Go ahead.
All right, never mind. I don't want to bother you, man.
You're asking about fisheye lenses and spheres in the sky, which nobody's ever seen before. So how would you ask about something that nobody's ever seen? And yes, that is a stupid question to ask about something nobody's ever seen before. So now it's time to get mean.
Okay, Astro, I'm not going to ask you any more questions from now on. I just don't want to
ask questions about the Earth, not about outer space cartoons, because that's all that lives there is cartoons. I don't see how looking up at the sky is fascinating to anybody. You know why people don't do that all the time? Because it hurts your neck to just look straight up in the air all the time. Believe it or not, go outside and try it. I bet you've never done it. That's why I had to get a camera with a mount, with a tracker, so I didn't have to sit there and look through my lens and track the objects. I had to get a machine to track it because you can't just look up the whole time. You'll just not want to do it anymore. So we're talking about lights in the sky that have no meaning for anything on flat Earth. You're asking about questions that nobody can answer, which is great because that just shows more for YouTube that Globers have no clue what's going on. We want to talk about flat Earth. We can talk about flat Earth.
Stop calling me a Glober.
Yeah, Rabbit. So the point of clarification is that if we're going to talk about things in the sky, we have to make it like to where it's just about the sky in relevance to us being here. So like the stars tell you what season that you're in, right? The sun tells you what time of day it is. The moon tells you what time of the month it is. There's certain things that are, of course, the stars are also used for navigation to tell you where you're at on this earth. They give you navigational points, reference points. So there's certain things that it's useful for. Outside of that, knowing what they are, that's different. That's a whole other category. That's what the globe Earth side has been talking about. Like what the sun is a star, the star is a sun, all kinds of stuff like that. That doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about in this room. Other than, like I told you, what the sun, moon, and stars are useful for. They're a clock. There's basically a sky clock. That's it. We use them for, telling us what season we're in, time of day, time of the month. That's it. Other than outside of that, what? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying that you could tell that all the stuff Astro keeps saying, he keeps insulting me. He keeps on being rude to me. I don't know if it's because of my profile picture or whatever. It's just
Rabbit,
really bothering me, man.
I understand. Listen, did you hear what I just said, though?
Yes, you said that the sun and the moon work on a clock. I can't tell what the stuff far away from me is in the sky. I should focus about stuff on the earth. That's what you were saying.
Right, but what's important about what I said versus like what the questions you were trying to ask is you're trying to get to what the things are. You're asking everybody for their speculations. And you're probably going to continue. Speculation chat is okay, but to the point where it's like that's all the chat's about. Like we're not getting to like the reason why people are struggling with their known reality is because they don't understand their known reality.
Well, maybe it's because there's people that are racist or they just attack people that ask questions.
Racist? Wait a minute.
I don't know why he keeps.
Whoa.
Wow. I love this conversation.
No, this just got a little weird now. I don't want to say that. Maybe people can get a little bit assertive.
Just because I'm black doesn't mean I hate all white people.
Hang on, Radwin. This is moderation time now. So when you say that word in here, that word means something, Rabbit. It carries a heavy connotation. Like I can't just skip over it. So you called somebody racist. Now I need you to tell me, and this is important, right? This is very important. How is he racist to you? Everybody's got to hear.
Every single time I ask him a question, he keeps on adding insults. He says, "It's time to get mean now." And I think it's because my profile picture is of a black person.
Oh,
that
no.
Maybe be something to do with it.
Sorry, no. I was here. I'm sorry, guys. The Rabbit, that was it. That was a straw that broke the camel's back. We can't have that in here. Nope. He's gone. Ban. Nope. I'm not. I will not tolerate. I have zero tolerance.
That's silliness anyway.
That's zero tolerance for somebody.
He was looking for a reason to get booted out of here.
That's zero.
Bro, I'm so proud
zero
of you,
tolerance.
You got a trigger for a reason.
I will not tolerate somebody calling someone racist. I'm going to call them out on the spot. And if it was that way, then the person gets dealt with, whoever was that way. I have zero tolerance for people that are racist. And if you are making a false accusation about somebody being racist, then you will get dealt with if it's not true. I don't deal with that. Not in this server. Nope.
Okay, speaking of, what do you call a black man that flies an airplane?
What?
A pilot.
A pilot, you racist. Yeah.
Wait. There was another one. Hold on. It's just like that. It's just even funnier. I just wanted you to say it for YouTube, by the way. You guys got to remember, we're talking to live stream when we're in here. Most people don't realize that. I do. I know who our audience is.
You have to, like, especially in here. This forum is always 24/7 live stream, And here's the thing, though. People don't realize if you come in a little bit tipsy and you're not knowing what you're saying, I would log off, because if you start saying things that people they're gonna remind you the next day when you come in and you're sober. You're like, I didn't say that. We're gonna rewind the live stream. We're gonna find out what you said. And
If it's not already clipped, Miggy.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's why it's dangerous coming in here like when you're not sober. Oh boy, like you're treading on like. Because you're a little bit more free with your inhibition, so it's like you could say things, and yeah, you don't want that to be the case. So it's best just to be muted up or log off if you're going to be. And if you can, let's say it this way: if you can hold your liquor, that was a good joke. If you can hold your liquor, you can be in here. That's fine. But if you get to the point where people are like, "Nah, this guy is."
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely. Yeah, that's the rules of the server. I'm in the right bar.
Yeah, I
just couldn't believe all the things that Twad was saying. I'm kidding.
What did Twad say?
It's nothing. He's been muted up for a while now. He was talking earlier. It's been probably at least an hour and a half since he said anything.
I want Timbo. Timbo, get in here.
By the way, Miggy, I was hoping that he would slip up. That's why I kept him going.
Yeah,
you did good.
You know how I work, Miggy. If I get the scent of somebody being an asshole, it's time to be nice about it, and we'll get him to talk. We'll get him to do something stupid.
Yeah. Well, saying that someone's racist when they're not is definitely an accusation I don't tolerate. Like it should have.
Nah, you guys were on it right away. Y'all knew he was a troll. Yeah.
Well.
Or whatever he was.
I'll give myself a little credit. But thanks for coming in, Miggy, and talking because I didn't have much left to say to him. Like I wanted to ask him so many questions and he kept changing the subject.
I'm usually good with that, but I think Radwin took lead on this one. But I'm usually
gotta
good.
Nail him down. You got to nail him to the post. Sometimes you just gotta learn how to do that. You guys don't let them wander around on their conversation.
Yeah.
Hold their feet right to the fire till they pop.
Yeah. Saying that someone's racist in here, can't do it.
Yeah.
I'm not racist. I got a color TV.
Wait, that's a colored TV.
Yeah.
Oh man. This is like Sunday morning because it's Thanksgiving morning. I love the holidays.
It is feel that way, doesn't it?
Anybody thankful for anything?
Yeah, for being in the knowledge of truth and spending as many years as I have, like speaking the truth.
Yeah, I'm thankful I don't live in a mind of not knowing shit anymore.
Word.
If you just ignore everything that's going on around you, the truth will smack you right in the face.
I'm thankful for you guys, bro. Yeah. Keep the good fight, man. And live and die well, fellas. That's all we can hope for. All philosophy is wrapped up in that, bro. Just how to live and die well. So if we can do that, if we can do that, that'd be enough.
We got at least 22 people watching in the live stream right now. You guys are welcome to come in here. A lot of looks like Globe Earth proponents in the YouTube live stream text chat. Why don't you guys get off the text chat and come in here and have a conversation with us? You guys are really just having a banter with each other in there. There's no real reason why. If we got a perfectly good live stream, you guys can join, ask questions in here.
Your friends can hear you then. Instead of just seeing your text, they'll actually be able to hear your voice.
Yeah, for sure. Julius, what up, my man?
And you'll be archived for eternity. Once you come in here and talk, you'll be archived forever.
Like
Yeah,
RC
'cause you're-
Meisty was when he said the sun was on fire.
I remember that day. That was great.
Oh man.
I think I was there commenting on that one.
Oh, you did.
Did you say the sun is actually on fire?
He did. It was so good.
I think that was my comment.
It's moments like those that I live for. I love flat Earth when you hear people say like dumb things.
Yeah,
like
then you break that down into, so you said the sun is actually on fire in a vacuum where fire cannot exist. Okay.
Let's dissect this just a little bit. Let's just get into this. Like, you have to, right? Because it's so good. You don't want to.
I work with vacuum. That's what I do for a living. Work with vacuum pressures. So as soon as you go a little bit below what we breathe, you're in a vacuum. Okay, just technically. As soon as you get below, our air pressure, it starts to become a vacuum.
You want to savor the flavor, kind of like a filet mignon. It's every bite, every morsel. You just want to enjoy it.
Oh, it's absolutely live stream. You got to keep it going. Got to get those. Got 22. We should have a few more listeners here shortly. We're going to talk about the sun being on a fireball in the sky.
Yeah,
sky fire.
Who else out there thinks that the sun's on fire? Please come in here and let us know.
Because I know when I look at it, it's so bright and white. When I look at it, it doesn't look like it's on fire to me. Even when I take a picture of it, I don't see flames shooting off of it. Any Globers out there have any pictures of the sun with flames shooting off of it? Like, it's literally like you could roast marshmallows if you had a big enough marshmallow.
This is great. Or does anybody think that there's such a thing as magnetic west? If you do,
that's a good one.
Magnetic west. But he said it with such veracity. No, you can fly magnetic west because he was a pilot. You know what the crazy thing is? He was a pilot. RC Meisty, and he was a school teacher, I think, also.
Who was that? I forget who that was.
RC Meisty.
Yeah.
Very confused fellow. Very confused guy. But that's the kind of thing, the confusion that the people are in, the state of confusion that they're in, it's almost like you want to hear it, right? It's one of those things, it's like a car crash, you can't look away. Like you have to tell me how the sun is on fire or how we have magnetic west or, like this is unreal, dude, that you saying these things. But they tell you, though. They will tell you.
That was like me cutting Matt off from me not answering the questions, telling me not to answer the questions. Sometimes you got to let those people talk. You got to expose them for who they are. And so what we saw he exposed to be is somebody who came in here to try to call me a racist.
Yeah, no, we're not having it.
And it's recorded forever how he did it. So he won't be able to pull it off on this stream ever again.
What the weird thing is, though, he said he looked at my avatar. He probably looked at my avatar and made it. I was like, oh no, he did. Oh no, he didn't. Like it was.
Yeah, because I don't look at those anyway. So that's really funny. When he said that, I was like, then I had to go look, and I still can't see it because I don't have glasses on. I'm not young, and I'm on a 15-inch notebook screen that I'm carrying portable right now, so I really can't see anything. And I was just laughing at that.
Those Iowans are sketchy.
Well, and here's the thing, man. Can you imagine if somebody was like, I'm not saying Matt was going to keep advocating for him, but if somebody was to keep advocating for them, that anchor would take them down as well. Like,
oh, absolutely.
Oh, I can sense it, bro. I trust my senses, right? So I definitely, I was picking up what you were putting down, And you guys called it right off the bat. Like, y'all sniffed them out. You know, somebody said they sniffed them out immediately. The kid was he was dishonest. He was disingenuous, right? And you guys sniffed it out right away.
He was just all over the place. Like, I swear, he was on the dot. He was just like looking through all of it, asking questions.
Sounded real familiar. Like I've heard it before. I'm trying to think of where I heard it before.
He reminded me of that guy Rev or Rez 26, Rev 26. That guy's been doing that lately too.
I think you're going through your morning routine, bro, and we're hearing you go through it. Like, you know, like old people wake up in the morning.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, we.
I forgot I was unmuted.
Yeah, dude, don't worry.
I unmuted because I was going to jump in for a second, but then I got busy.
Got busy on the bong.
Yeah. Bong it up. Now we're going to dry herb vape today.
But yeah, Matt, like, you got to understand, I'm even amazed at a lot of these people, like Miggy as an example, and Dr. Astrophysicist and Old Dude whenever he's in here, and Timbo and Twad. Man, like, they'll tell these conversations about, like, oh, this is the same thing that happened 3 years ago. I'm like, damn, dude, it's been going on that long.
Yeah.
Bruh, like, Miggy, I know Miggy's in here all the time. And the gift of gab, and not only that, man, what's impressive in this room is the endurance. And the endurance that all of you fellas got to have, bro, because you got to outlast. Yeah, you got to outlast these fucking, what does Flat Earth Dude say? These Mongos. Yeah, yeah.
Truth is only going to outlast everything anyway. You can't. How is it? What's there really to outlast? Me coming in here is not outlasting anything. My endurance is that dude's gone now because I picked him up right away when I got my headphones on and I could hear what was going on, and I heard Miggy talking to him. The first thing I heard when the guy was talking was, "Boom! I'm going to pick him right out of the crowd." So I'm like a little dog when I come in here. If you see me just sitting here not doing anything, I'm usually looking for somebody that's being an idiot, or I'm going to be able to pick out of the crowd. And he was the one because he was asking funny questions over and over again.
He said he wasn't going to ask any more questions, and he immediately started asking questions again.
No, you can ask all kinds of questions, but when you start asking questions about what color is the moon around Jupiter, I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah, but I'm like, he's assuming a place that doesn't exist, right?
That's what I mean by what the fuck.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, sir. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Like, but you're enduring. Like, there's a lot more intelligent people in this community, and I don't like. I just want to say hats off, and I want to tip my hat to you guys out there that really, bro, you have to listen to this over and over and over again. And I really don't know how you guys do it.
Well, I'll say it this way, Matt. I'm not gonna call somebody a brother, like a person who I can be in here speaking truth of, like. I mean, I'll say it, just kind of like in a friendly way, but the ones who I really know that come in here every single day and make it a point to, labor over the truth, like those are the real family that I have in here. Like I could like say I could go visit you and you welcome me in your home. That's the kind of like relationship that I think we have, that the people in here already know me. So it's like, I don't want to just give anybody that, if they're mishandling the way there's like, hell no, man. It's that important to me. No, well, not only that, but it's like we're speaking to hearts and minds like all over the world. So it's like you don't know who you're speaking to. Like you could be bringing up the next person who's going to be the biggest name in Flat Earth, and helping other people know what Flat Earth is. And those are the kind of minds that we like. Just I don't know. I don't got no room for somebody trying to like just being here because it's a fun internet thing. This is more should be. It's a way of life, living in the truth.
What's funny is it's a fun internet thing until they hit this room, and then they get slapped in the face with it's not a fun internet thing, and they get pissed off, and they start doing crazy shit in here to either get booted or to expose themselves as being what they are.
Yeah.
It was a fun internet thing till they caught themselves here, and then one of us got a hold of them. Because once you get on the air and you get that and you go hear yourself again, you'll never come on this again unless you just looking for trouble.
Yeah, can't disagree. That's all, fellas.
I work in physics for a living, so you can't have a gas bubble inside a vacuum. That's the end, folks.
Yeah, we got Callum.
I have nothing else to say to that. So you're breathing air that's inside a container. The end.
Yeah, we got Callum that just joined us. Callum, are you there?
Hey, Callum.
Anybody speak to Callum? He's got a VC verified.
He's got BC. I don't know who spoke with him. Was there anybody in BC up there?
I've seen that name in here before. I don't think I've heard of him.
Yeah, he's been here since December, it looks like. But what was I gonna say? No, like ask questions, like ask all kinds of questions. Like we're not just limited to like what we observe in the sky or like, what kind of measurements you can do. Like, I mean, like you said, you do physics for a living. Like, let's talk about like what the noble gases do when they get charged up. Let's talk about like the different things that water does at different levels, different temperatures. Like there's so many things that you can have a conversation with. Don't come in here thinking we're stupid. And don't come in here and ask us to talk about something that we can't go and verify ourselves.
Word. Gizmo.
Word. I verified that you can't have a gas bubble inside a vacuum. So it's already been verified by me. Now you go ahead and prove how you have a vacuum of space.
Demonstrate it. Yeah.
I don't disagree with that at all.
Okay, so there's like I don't know. I'm in a weird, different kind of an engineering department where I work because I actually collect the data run from these tests. So I see the tests that I see these machines before they're built to the data that comes in after a year they've been running. So I see them from the ground up, and all of them require a vacuum, and none of them can have air inside a vacuum. No gas bubbles, no liquid, no nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Can't happen. So that being said, I saw a thing on C-SPAN. They were talking to NASA was, I think, asking for some more money because our telescope got hit by meteorites, micrometeorites, or something like that. And they have enough propellant in it for 20 years. So knowing that you can't have gas in a vacuum, gas bubbles in a vacuum, how does that propellant work? Can somebody explain that? Any Glober out there willing to explain that to me? Should be simple. I'm not even a physicist or a physics person or an engineer or a janitor. How do you like that? Although I play one at work and I get paid to be one.
I'll drop a quick video that confirms what you're saying. What the hell is it?
Are we talking about negative pressure? Are we talking about pumps? You work with pumps, Doctor Astrophysicist Esquire?
We design helium leak tests.
Helium leak tests.
Yeah.
Here's a question I have.
Detects how much.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. I can talk about centrifugal force after that.
Yeah, but that's man-made. So what do you want to talk about?
Oh, I'm just saying,
man-made helium leak test.
Well, helium's not man-made, and making something. So to keep the helium held in place, you have to have something that passes a helium leak test. So if you want to make sure air doesn't leak out of something, helium is a smaller molecule. So if it doesn't leak with a helium leak test, it will not leak with air. That's why we have
So
helium
are you
leak tests.
certifying valves? Are you certifying
Yes.
valves?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, we're doing the whole thing. We not only certify the valves, we make the valves, we make the steel that makes the valves, we do all of it.
Oh wow.
If they're wrong, people die. That's how bad it is.
Exactly. That's my speech. And It's my speech, and it's a true speech. If our tests are wrong, okay, people will die. That's it. Period. You'll have gases mixing that shouldn't be mixing. That's why they want leak-proof things.
If P, then Q. If not Q, then not P.
Yeah, I've got a question.
Go ahead, Cal.
This out of curiosity, this is just do we have any sort of biologist here or any sort of person who knows the human anatomy to a degree?
I do. I'm a paramedic.
Okay, I don't know how relevant this might be, but like, supposedly I've heard this for a while now. Supposedly injecting blood or new blood into you will supposedly not make you youthful, but help reinvigorate you to a lesser degree. Is that any?
I don't think we should be talking about that subject on here. I know where this is going.
Yeah, I know where it's going to.
Where's it going?
I'm not going to get into that conversation because there's a lot of different things that can be discussed, and it's not for this server.
All right. Just out of curiosity, where would it have headed to if? Because I'm not. What was the end conclusion out of curiosity?
I'll put it to you this way: if you're anemic and you have blood injected into you, you're going to feel alive again.
Oh yeah, right.
But Callum, what you got the VC Verify tag? Where is your stance on the shape of the Earth claim? Usually, I ask people the VC Verify tag since you're speaking. I think I asked earlier, but you weren't here or something. Can you hear me? Callum, are you there? Can Callum hear me? Am I coming through? Hello? Is this
you're coming through. He's muted up right now.
Well, I think he's also ignoring up too.
I think he's probably like doing some Google searches, trying to figure out what his next question.
Well, I don't know. He hasn't told me anything, Gizbo. I think you're the one telling me. That's the thing. That's what Matt was doing for the other guy. It's like, I want to know what he says. So, Callum, if you're there, please unmute, because you were speaking just a while ago about a topic and. Okay, I guess we're gonna go the way of ignoring. So the next question should be something flat Earth related. I would assume.
Yeah.
Callum says, and if we go another direction, then I'm gonna wonder why he said the other thing. Because I basically asked him a question. He was on the mic, so I know he's still listening.
Oh yeah,
So
he
Callum,
was asking about blood.
If you're there, yeah, just let us know what you think about the shape of the Earth conversation. That's what this live stream is about. It's not the 24/7, blood type talk. It's not what we're about.
So, Dr. Astrophysicist Esquire, while we're waiting for Callum's next question, on centrifugal force, whenever centrifugal force is occurring, doesn't everything spin from inward to outward? Or not spin, but move from inward to outward as it's spinning?
I would think so.
I mean, like, so if we're spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, shouldn't I be flying off of this Earth, not being sunk in?
Well, if I go with standard television talk, the faster you spin, the more you stick to the Earth. If the Earth stops spinning, everybody flies off. Or is it if it spins too fast, everybody flies off? They can't make up their minds yet.
I think that's the consequence of space-time. They have too much time, and there's way too much space between their ears.
These are the jokes, people.
Enjoyed it. Where'd Callum go? I wanted to hear him talk some more.
I didn't. I disconnected him because he's not speaking. When he comes back, he'll come back, and I know he's on, so I'll ask him as soon as he comes in. I have my methods.
Oh yeah, no, I think you're an awesome moderator. So thank you for being here.
Yeah, I want people like. The thing is, guys, and I'll say it very clearly. I want the person who's speaking to speak to me. If there's advocates, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but if there's advocates for that person that they haven't even spoken yet, like it makes me wonder. It's like, why would you advocate to let them speak for the? Everybody should come in here with standing on their own 10 toes, and everyone. Like, there shouldn't be any white knighting going on for anyone at all at any time. When there is, then it raises the kind of thing like, why? I haven't said anything to him that was like not something I wouldn't say to anyone else. And it was pretty fair too, because he just spoke and it's like, no, you just said something. I know for certain that you're still on listening. You're ignoring me. Either that or he doesn't really hear me. So either way, we're going to find out if I disconnect him, he comes back and solves the issue. Maybe he couldn't hear me. I cover all my bases, but yeah, I'm always fair. Right. I'm not just going to boot somebody just because I don't like the way they talk or anything like that. It's honesty is always the key.
Did you like my answer
about what he was asked? You know, and I'm not. Honestly, I'll be straight up with you guys. I don't know where he was going with that, but if he was going in a direction where it was, you guys know where it was going. I trust you.
I know where it was going.
You guys, and I don't even need to. You don't even need to tell me. It's just like I'll know about it later on.
I already know where it's. I'm not even going to talk about it because.
Yeah, you don't have to. Yeah, I'm good. You know, like.
Unless you're a comedy show like South Park, you can't even talk about stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we are being live streamed. For sure. It's almost that time, Redwin. You got to put the turkey in.
My wife is walking around the kitchen right now carrying it.
Oh, see? That's about that time. If we're going to do it in...
I got it from the garage refrigerator and got it into the kitchen. Now she's getting it ready.
It's 5:21 the a.m. here in Central America. Coming at you live from Iowa, so
6:21 in Ohio.
Everybody's gonna eat turkey, watch football, probably, or be on here.
Go Giants!
Giants play.
So who's supposed to win that game? Did anybody look that up yet? Because those are since. 2020 when they announced that in court NFL that the games are actually rigged to be the way they are.
It's entertainment.
Yet people still watch it.
It's like pro wrestling, you know.
And people still bet on it, knowing that it's rigged. They still bet on it.
I won't bet on it. I don't bet on it anymore. Now that I know it's all rigged.
It's all rigged. It's all rigged.
It is. It's professional wrestling. That's why I was wondering who's supposed to win today's match. Who won it last year?
$18 people watching and not one person that's questioning the shape of the earth. Very, very interesting. There must be one question you guys you want to ask. Certainly, it's a provocative topic.
I got a question.
What's up, Matt?
If outer space was
if outer space was real, how am I breathing?
You just gotta let that simmer. Maybe somebody will come take that bait.
Okay.
Anybody have that answer to that question? Maybe one of you 18 that's out there listening could come and talk to Matt about it.
Right, because I like when I breathe out, right? So there's like a negative pressure in my lungs, and then the gas fills the space. Like the gas fills the available space in my lungs. So if outer space was real, was it a space for the gas to fill? Then why would the gas fill my lungs instead of outer space?
Yeah, and I'll say it this way because I know that I know Radwin, you probably know about this as well. When they say things like negative 17 torr, that's not below zero. That's still above zero. That's just a super low negative pressure. Well, it's considered negative, but it's not like minus zero. It's, you know what I mean? Because there's only absolute zero in there for pressure. But you can get only to a really low, a super low pressure. Just not going to be like negative in the sense that we're saying like positive and negative. It's just really low. And I don't think there can ever be a vacuum that low on Earth, actually. But I don't know if anybody out there is 21 people now. Some people are waking up. Julius, guess what I ordered yesterday, bro? If you're there.
You talking to me?
Julius J.
Julius.
Oh, you're not there.
Where'd you order?
I got
What'd you
8
order?
pounds. I got 8 pounds of chicken skins, bro.
Oh, from from that place or from?
No, it was another farm, but they're just as good. I mean, everything's
Nice.
raised. Let me check my email.
You fry them up?
Circle C, I think is the name. Circle C Farm. It's a farm. It's a out in like Florida, I think.
Oh.
But dude, you can't find chicken skins anywhere. There's anywhere you can find it.
Yeah.
And I was pretty pissed, dude, because even the carnivore crisps were out. They were out. The big bag, the small bag, and I was like, because I was gonna buy some last week, and it was like completely out. And then I was like, well, shoot, let me just get some. I went to that website, the Wellness Beef.
Yeah.
Wellness Beef.
Yeah.
They don't even have. And I was gonna tell. I was even gonna contact you to go if you can go to the store and buy me up some and then send it to me, and I'll pay you for the shipping and all that. But I ordered some online, so.
Okay. Yeah, I actually saved my box that I got my meat in because it came with a nice like styrofoam box inside a cardboard box. So I saved it to ship something cold if I ever had to get some dry ice or something.
Yeah, but no, dude, chicken skins, baby, it's on its way.
Yeah.
We got eye level 2.0. What's up, eye level? I level up 2.0. Are you there?
Hey, what's up?
What's going on, man? Hey, what brings you to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
Just hanging out. I don't know.
You're just hanging out? Sounds like you just wandered in here, like clicking links or something.
I've been in here for a while.
Oh, have you? Cool.
Yeah.
You don't have a role in here, so obviously it's like nobody's giving you a role. But
Oh yeah, my account. Yeah, I can't get into it. But I'm like a silver on here, but I just got this new
I've seen your
account.
name before. That's why I was asking.
Is this level up?
Huh?
No, I don't think it's. It's eye level up. I think that's your name on the other account too, isn't it? Like you're silver.
Yeah.
Silver.
Yeah, it's the same. Yeah.
I've seen his name, so it checks out. What happened to the other account though? You got it banned or what?
No, I just couldn't verify my phone number on it, so I had to make a new one.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'll give this one Flat Earth because I know who you are. So. I'll just leave that one Flat Earth. Chad, what's going on? How you doing this morning?
I'm all right. Yeah, I just had a coffee. I saw you in here doing your morning rounds. So.
Yeah, I'll probably be doing that more often now. I'm working nights now. I passed orientation, so I'll just be.
All right, well done. Glad to hear you working again.
Well, it's good. Right? Are you going to be dropping by too? Because I mean, it's good to have the whole crew back again.
Yeah, I mean, for the time being, I'll pop in. It's just convenient at the moment. This way my things are going. Pop in at sort of this sort of time. Did you ever hear from Jedi?
He passed away. Yeah.
What? He died?
Yeah, he passed away. Well, he was suffering. He had.
I knew he was ill.
Yeah.
I didn't know that the other day either.
Yeah, he passed away.
Yeah, he's younger than me, wasn't he? He was only in his 40s.
Yeah, but he had like heart surgeries, like crazy.
Yeah.
Like 2 or 3 of them.
And he was smoking a lot too, I think.
Yeah.
Bloody hell! So I mean, I didn't. Obviously I knew him from here. I didn't know him that person. Knew him well enough from here. But,
he's a legend, dude.
Well, we're saying goodbye to a lot of a family. So we got Skiba that passed away. Antonio Subrat passed away. Yeah, a lot of brothers, fell by the wayside. I mean, they're still remembered though. We still talk about them, those guys.
Yeah,
but,
I remember. What's his name? The one who used to post all the stuff. He had a really big list. What's his name?
Flat Smackers. Yeah, he was the first one that I remember. Flat Smackers playlist. Yeah, you remember he used to come in here. Remember and talk to us and. Yeah, the reason why I always talk about this place being something special to me is because we had people like that giving his very best at the very end of his life. Like he was gonna go out like giving his legacy, which was the Flat Smackers playlist. And that's even like if you guys ever want to see that, it's on YouTube live stream text chat. Just go to the text chat and Helio's got it on Nightbot. It'll show up and it's on there right now actually. If you go right now, you could see the link Nightbot has. And that link that he left.
Just like in Poltergeist, remember, don't go into the light. And that's a fact. Stay put. Just to give you guys all a heads up, anybody's going to die soon, or if anybody does and hears this, stay put. Don't go anywhere. They'll come and get you. If you go in the light, you get recycled.
What?
Yeah.
Sounds like good advice to me.
I'm just giving you from somebody who's been there. Not me, but somebody who told me.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll write that down as put it on a yellow sticky thing on my wall.
And on your refrigerator?
On the fridge, maybe. Little note on the fridge. When I'm about to die.
But yeah, so we've had a couple of people already like pass away. Well, I mean, it's the way of things too. I mean, like we're not all gonna live forever, but I mean,
yeah, it's the way of all flesh, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, eventually,
like green grass.
We just try to give it our best while we're here, and do the best we can. But that's the thing too, like thinking about like mortality. You start to realize like, would you rather live a life that's meaningful and just being the best version of yourself, or are you going to be just contributing to nothingness? Just existing. I don't know. I see it like everybody who's like every contribution to the truth is important. It's like it becomes like it's not just insignificant like they tell you, right? That's the agenda, to make you feel like you're just insignificant on this earth and you don't mean anything. It doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. And you start being you don't care.
You just become a very complex rock. Once you become a complex rock, it's over, isn't it?
Technically, we are, according to the DNA testing being done on rocks now.
Yeah. They also resemble DNA of a banana too, like 92% compatible with the banana.
Yeah.
Well, we don't want to get into the giants thing again. That gets people all crazy when you bring up the fact that we weren't the only people here. There were people bigger than us, and there are people smaller than us, and they're still alive. They're called midgets, and that's politically incorrect.
Yeah.
I
want to.
Maggie, you were right. It's above 90% similar DNA between bananas and humans.
That's what I said. We'd like to hear the banana argument.
If you eliminate about 5 billion fucking lines of code, then yeah, we're probably 90% similar.
But above 90% is good enough, right? I mean, you might as well call yourself a banana because that's what you are, what you eat, or I don't know. I'm just being facetious now.
Yeah, man.
Fucking
Neanderthal, right? Respect Neanderthal. Look, man, the Neanderthal, he had art, he had religion, and he buried his dead. He sounded like a fucking man to me. He could have sex with a woman and reproduce after his own kind. Holy shit, he was a man.
The only bad thing was his knuckles dragged on the ground. So that was a flaw. If his knuckles didn't drag, then he probably would have been.
Yeah, the Neanderthal apparently had a 10% larger brain than modern day human on average.
Yeah.
So, if we're to believe modern studies of brain size and correlation with IQ, then it seems they weren't too stupid.
Yeah,
they used to say the Aborigine was not. I'm sorry, Mickey. I didn't mean to step on you, bud. But they claimed they claimed the Aborigine. The Aborigine was less than Homo sapien, right? And they fucking shot them and stuffed them and put them in museums for display. How fucked up is that, bro?
Wow.
Well, considering people these days, yeah, I wouldn't say that's pretty messed up. They have the Thanos attitude, man. Whole depopulation agenda and all kinds of nonsense. It's crazy. I was talking about it the other morning when Chad was here, but yeah, it's crazy. But the globalist mindset is, bent on these strange things that these agendas and things, and we just we want to know
under
why.
Under the guise of science, bro. Under the guise of science.
Science is the easy answer for everything for them.
Yeah, I mean, but their definition of science is just what scientists do, isn't it? I mean,
yeah,
it's ridiculous.
We don't have the level of globalists that come in here anymore, Chad. It's just really just low-level things that people talk about now. It's nothing engaging like with these other guys. You don't have the Xanax coming in here and challenging points of mathematics anymore. They don't do that.
Yeah, but that guy was not sensible. He just used to just rant off things he didn't understand at all. As soon as you asked him questions about it, doesn't know what he's talking about. You used to get a few of them who would come in who knew what they're talking about.
Yeah.
But then they just resorted to just out and out trolling after they couldn't get their own way, with a proper conversation.
It's the American holiday for Thanksgiving over here, Chad. So everybody's gearing up. This morning to throw their bird in the oven if they haven't already.
Excellent. We've had bird flu over here. They've just killed off all the turkeys. Some poor bugger. He had about 10,000 turkeys. They killed the whole lot. He's got nothing left.
Oh
wow, that's too bad. Well, it's over here too.
They probably left them to clean it up too.
Now he's got nothing. That's too bad, mate. Too bad.
Well, I mean, what can we like? Sorry about your luck. Like
he should have never let those revenuers on his fucking property.
Don't raise turkeys. That's the moral of the story.
Moral of the stories: don't raise chickens or turkeys. Stay away from that.
That's correct. Only raise what you can eat, and then you won't get bird flu.
How do those boogers get bird flu anyway? Like, I'm trying to.
I think
PCR test.
Television.
It was just in case they did get to bird flu. I think they killed them off before they got bird flu, so they wouldn't spread.
Yeah. Television.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like,
it's just like the last one. You say something on TV and people believe it, so we better kill everything.
We have a quote unquote shortage of eggs over here. There's in America. So I don't know if you guys, especially in the Midwest, dude. Like, you can't find eggs anywhere. Julius,
you can't just go in your front yard and find a chicken that has eggs in your front yard.
No. I meant because they're not supplying the stores with the eggs.
Miggy, my sister's getting me some duck eggs this weekend. Might be able to make it a regular deal.
I'm looking
for ducks.
Oh, I'm looking for a local farmer that's giving out eggs because that's what I'm going for.
Yeah, I don't know. Might be able to get like a dozen every other week or something. Possibly.
Of duck eggs? That's pretty good.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Yeah, she just like asked if I wanted to try them. I'm like, yeah, I'll check them out. For sure.
Damn, he killed 10,000 of them suckers, huh?
But yeah, that'd be freaking awesome. I've always wanted to try them. I hear just never really, unless you have a duck, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I stocked up yesterday, man.
Sounds like a made-up story. On the Guardian.
Oh, this guy.
Would you remember that in the about 2000 they had the foot and mouth? They just killed off all the sheep, didn't they? And they just said, "Oh, it's foot and mouth." It's just like a flu, and they just decide, right, rather than let you like animals, get over it and put up a tolerance, we'll just wipe the whole.
Who said it's a flu anyway?
Don't know. Whoever wants
I mean, did a turkey speak up one day and say, "I don't feel right"?
No, the guy comes by your place and he's like, "We've got word that this is going around. We know you got a farm, so this is the order coming down from the government, and you got to, you got to comply, man. Like, obviously,
it's for your own safety, health and safety."
I don't really think. Do you think there's a choice in the matter? I don't think the guy's like, well, no, I'm not gonna do that, and they're just like, yeah, there's not really a choice. We're not giving you an option. We're just telling you. We're not.
Yeah.
We're not saying to think about it.
I think the guy
get a warrant.
He's just been building up his.
Yeah.
The guy who's been building up his business for
get a warrant. Do it yourself.
The guy's built up his business for 30 years, and he thinks, well, you know what? I think it's about time I just wrecked my whole livelihood and claim benefits from the government because I've got nothing.
You can't buck the tiger, man. There's no way you can do that.
Terrible.
It sucks, dude, because you imagine how much money he lost in that. So.
$10,000, maybe.
Oh, well,
he obviously loves his job, That's why he's been doing it for all those years since a kid. So,
I mean, what do you think one turkey over there would bring you, Chad? Like one bird, like process and all that. Like,
no. I haven't got. I don't eat much.
Oh, okay.
Oh, how much do you think farmers sell them for?
Yeah, well, you think of overhead. You got to make sure that whatever money they're getting is like costs already extracted, like the feed for the thing and all that, raising it. By the time you actually see any profits, it's going to be real way down the line.
Yeah, they maybe get £5 each for them. Maybe, I don't know. I really haven't got a clue.
Yeah, it ain't too bad. And just on the way of looking at the whole lot that he had to wipe out, that's quite a bit of money,
Well, it's his breeding stock as well, I should imagine. I mean, he's never going to recover that, is he?
Nope. Yeah, he's going to take out a loan from the bank. Probably go to the bank and say, make a loan or something.
No, I think he's going to be going to the hardware shop for a bit of rope.
Yeah. Well, people do that in those
That's
extreme
fucking
situations,
sad.
right?
That's
Well,
fucking
it's like-
sad. But Chad's right, bro. Like, that's a whole season. I mean, that's a year, 2 years. How long do you think it sets him back? That's
hard.
a lot of money, bro. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Yeah, sweat.
Yeah, the hardware store, the rope at the hardware store would be cheaper. Like, it's sad. That's very fucking sad.
Yeah. And what you're supposed to do when you just get everything just taken away from you for nothing? It just crushes you, doesn't it? He's going to be crushed from that.
Maybe he'll get a TV commercial or something soon.
You guys are saying some important things because these guys are in this business. They don't do it just because they just walked into it. It's like a family tradition or it's something they really love to do. I mean, I obviously have to be passionate about it to be in it that way. Like this guy, he's got a farm that big.
I mean, you can see he's raising, by the look of the picture. I mean, who knows? Obviously, the picture's made to look nice, but I mean, you can see he's looking after those turkeys. He's not got them boxed up, has he?
Yeah.
In cages. I mean, they're not. I mean, obviously, they could just be
Not for that picture. He's not gonna have a picture of him sitting in front of some turkey smashing hut. Are you crazy? Nobody would buy his shit. Of course, he's gonna be laying out there in bed with them with rainbows and sunshine around him because he wants people to buy those turkeys.
No, they're all dead, so no one's going to buy them.
They buy shit now.
They're not for sale anymore.
Well, they were alive in that picture.
Yeah. No, but I mean, obviously the picture's taken to look nice, but I mean, anybody could go and check where he lives.
Yeah, but think about this, though, Chad.
There are people in England who go around taking photographs of this stuff.
Well, look, they put the squeeze on this guy, but they're really putting the squeeze on the population of people who depend on the kinds of foods that it's turkeys, it's chickens, it's whatever bird flu. They
put the squeeze on that guy, so the commercial guy that comes in, his prices can now be higher. And they're going to be higher in the store. That's how you do that. That's how you make inflation. It's for no other reason. There's no such thing as a flu, by the way, for birds. But blah, 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 blah.
It's manufactured. Everything's like the problem, reaction, solution. It's always something they manufacture. Because that's a lot of birds, man. Like, are they testing them, or are they just preemptively going and said, okay, let's just get rid of this lot because we can't have the thing spread? And
nah, they're just going in and killing them. And if anyone asks them, they're just saying, look, I'm just doing my job.
Yeah,
the guy's I'm just doing my job. Nothing to do with me. I'm just doing what this is my job. I just get told what to do, and if the guy says kill the turkeys, I kill the turkeys. It's nothing to do with me. I've got this slip of paper which says I've got to kill them all. So you get the order to kill them, and you go out and kill them, don't you? It's as simple as that.
there'll be a lot of those birds gracing the tables of Americans today, for sure. That and
Yeah, I
some.
never. It's a bit too roguey, the
cranberry.
old turkey for me.
Oh, you really never took a liking to them, the taste.
Not really.
I've had a deep fried turkey with peanut oil. That's not too bad. I don't do the seed oils anymore, but yeah, I used to. That was a pretty nice tasting. Oh, turkey legs over here are like. If you ever go to a carnival chat over here, they usually have turkey legs and funnel cakes is what they offer.
Yeah. Coconut oil is supposed to be good if you don't want to eat lard or something. If an oil is solid when it's cold, I think there's something about it which makes it good for you. I don't know, something about it anyway.
Yeah, tallow, bacon, grease, lard.
I don't touch pork anymore.
You gone off pork, have you, Astro?
Yep, can't even think about it. There's a number of reasons, and I'll just leave it at that. But nope, no pork.
Yeah,
anybody see those new movies coming out for the holiday? To the Bone, To the Bone, something like that. Bones and All, and The Menu. Those are two good movies coming out about cannibalism. One's a romantic film about it, romanticizing cannibalism, and the other's a restaurant industry one.
Yeah, there's a bunch
I
of.
guess they have just had that the gay guy who murdered people and ate them, didn't they? What's his name? They've just had him on TV.
Yeah, he tastes like pork.
That. Yeah, no, I started watching the one about I can't think of his name, the serial killer, gay guy.
Jeffrey Dahmer.
I started watching that show, and it's like it turned into like a gay porn show. Like these two gay guys just almost having sex with each other. Like, what the hell? What am I watching? I want to watch this, I don't want to watch gay, it's like softcore porn.
It usually, it's weird, man. But like you start seeing, and some of the movie lines are, they're really good. The way the film is, and you start seeing it, it's like, oh man, not this again. It just ruins the film, and you just like, they don't need to add this stuff in here. It doesn't have any place in the plot, but they put it in there.
Do that quite a bit with a lot of things nowadays.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll pass on the gay porn for now.
Oh, that's
welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah.
And all the gays and stuff complained that in the description it said it was like the ABCQRST, whatever it is, the gay letters or whatever they are, and they said, hey, that's not about gay people. Well, yeah, it is actually. He was a homosexual killer.
Yeah, that's what he was doing. He did that. And it was the reason.
Yeah. And all these gay people said, hey, that's not gay. That's not real gay. What?
Yeah,
no, it is.
They often do that. And they try to make you out to be the bad guy and stuff. You're like, man, I'm just calling it for what it is. Relax.
Exactly.
You guys are too. They're so looking for somebody to like be the victim for it. Like, oh, you're saying this about me? No, shut up, dude. That's what. Then what do you want to call it then? If it's not that, like, you know what I mean? Like, that's what the movie's about. Like, try to play the victim, dude.
Yeah, I was gonna make a gay joke, but fuck it.
Oh man, it's killer.
Matt, you should do stand up, man.
Or sit down. So, Anybody want to address the fact that we've got cannibalism being romanticized now this year? And restaurants that offer it?
What do you mean
Well, they've got
restaurants
this
that
new-
offer it?
They've got this new, what's it called? Lab-grown meat, haven't they?
No, it's not lab grown.
Freaking
No, I'm just saying there is lab-grown meat.
No, but that's what they'd like to tell you anyway. Just Google Cannibal Club, sir. If
They're
you want to
doing
know
air-
what restaurant.
Hey, Radwin, they're doing the air quotes. It's lab meat. Yeah, they do it with their fingers, the air quotes.
Exactly. It is lab meat. It's like lab rats kept in cages. I just don't understand what the fascination is with bringing this kind of movies up. Why two right now at the same time, out of nowhere, come up at being released at the same time? Cannibalism movies. One's a romantic cannibalism movie.
It's just a coincidence. I wouldn't worry about it. You know, these things just come and go. There's no big scheme of things or anything. You know.
So it's not like trying to bring it to light. Like now, every time you look on TV, you have to wonder, is that a guy or a girl, because they dress them on commercials, so you can't tell the difference now. I mean, and that's supposed to be normal. So I'm pretty sure cannibalism will be normal by the year 2030.
I mean, if you're hungry, you've got to eat something, haven't you? So I mean,
Well, we're obviously we can't sustain anything. Turkeys die by groups of 10,000 just magically.
everything's all right. I won't worry about it. I mean, you know, it's just how things go. You know.
Hey,
No
there's
one's-
been many
there's no-
different kinds. There's been many different kinds of flus, right? Like the swine flu, because they killed like what was it back in the 90s? I think the 90s there was a swine flu. That was
In the
first-
70s, how old are you?
Was it the 70s?
There was two of them. In the 70s, there was a swine flu. Oh yeah, we were all gonna die when I was little. Everybody was gonna die. You had to go get the shot. I didn't get a shot. None of us did. But if you didn't get it, you were gonna die.
Was there ever a bovine flu?
I don't know.
Huh.
Yeah, the other one.
There wasn't there?
The one where the cannibalism one. What's
I'm
it
just saying
called?
they wipe out populations.
Mad cow disease is supposed to be that.
Old mad cow, but it was like in the older cows. The people were eating the older cows.
No, I don't know.
No, I'm talking like the food that we like, all the protein like, that we eat was being. They would kill it off. The different flus were killing the stuff.
You live in Hollywood. Speak up. You're live on the air. I want to talk to you, YouTubers.
Anyway, I'm probably gonna head out for a little bit. Catch you guys.
Where did you get it? What are you doing for a job? You said you're in training or something. What are you doing?
I work at a food processing plant here.
Got it.
My area.
You got are you training on what your job is? Is that what you're doing?
No, I mean I've done this job forever, so.
Oh.
How's the fire suppression system?
I don't know what you mean. Yeah, it's
No, you know how a lot of these plants were burning down or whatever, but whatever.
else. I don't know. Yeah, this one is important. The one I'm in. It's like not that would be. Like if this one burned down, they would erect another one that would be Yeah.
That's all coincidence when that happens, anyway.
Yeah. Of course it is.
Because I mean, I know things just burn down. Listen, we have machines that catch on fire every single day. Out of all of our plants, there's at least one machine that catches on fire, and the fire is about 1 foot wide, and it's put out immediately. And they still evacuate the building. So how these places catch on fire and burn down is beyond belief.
Yeah, that is true. There was a machine that caught on fire before I leave. Yeah, they put it out quickly. And nobody left anywhere because it was just put out right there on the spot.
Yeah, unfortunately, in our city or state, when those alarm triggers, you have to evacuate until the fire department shows up. Which now they put the fire department literally is at the end of the street. They built it like within the past 5 years. Now they show up within like 1 minute. The police chief just shows up and says, "Okay, go back inside." So they just got done dealing with all that, sending all the trucks all the time. That's how much pull that company has. They made the city build a fire station nearby.
Most fire departments just deal with overdoses now, don't they? Heroin overdoses or fentanyl.
I don't know. I see that on TV a lot too.
You know what kills more people than anything else is the fucking trees. They're just lining the roadway, waiting to jump out in front of your car.
Maybe we should ban trees. Maybe everybody should cut their trees down, get rid of trees. That would solve that problem. No more trees.
It's just that easy, man. The propaganda is just that easy.
I suppose any of you guys ever played Battle for Wesnoth, did you? Anyone a Battle for Wesnoth player? No.
Not me, Chad.
No.
Is that a Navy game?
Oh no, it's like a Linux game. Came out about 2000. Little strategy game, very good fun. But it was what you said. There was like you had these like tree units, and if they were disguised, and when people went past them, they would jump out on them. I think they're called a woe. So like ambushed by a woes.
Funny.
Does anyone here go along to Geo server? I think he's got all the trolls over there at the moment, isn't he? He likes to entertain them. Oh, Millie's gone.
Not very often, dude. I don't find myself there. You were cracking me up earlier, Chad.
What's that?
I don't know, man. You were talking about the turkey farmer, but you said something else. It was funny. Something on the nose.
Yeah, I mean, it's terrible, isn't it? What these people do, whoever they are, They just ruin people's lives. It's terrible. What can you do? And all you can do is just make a joke of it. I mean, else you're just gonna. I mean, it's just. Well, end up down the hardware shop yourself.
Yeah. It's been a long night, guys. Happy Thanksgiving. God bless. Next time. Later.
Oh, peace out.
Good day, family. How's everybody doing out there?
Oh, I just got up early because we're making our cakes and stuff this morning. So
Yummy, yum. What kind of cake you making?
Hello and welcome to the Roundtable Podcast. My name is Shogun. Joining me today is my friend Hank Hill, an expert in the subject of flat Earth and all the questions surrounding the Earth-shaped debate and the problems, anomalies, and questions around the heliocentric model and its alternatives. So before we get into this and the free discussion and debate to follow, please make sure you've joined us on the Roundtable Discord server. We record special events every day at 9 p.m. Central. You can see upcoming events in the announcements channel and all our hundreds of great past special events in the hashtag RT Podcast channel. Check out the YouTube and BitChute channels there. That being said, welcome, Hank Hill. Thank you so much for joining me. How are you, my friend?
Good. Yeah, thanks for having me on here. I really appreciate the opportunity to get to speak my mind and share information. So thanks very much.
Thanks so much for joining me. So please just take us through this journey in whatever way you think is appropriate.
Yeah, so first of all, I would just ask everybody to be open-minded. Science is never settled. Like, it's not like a religion, right, where you're like a heretic if you're outside of it. In fact, most scientists are supposed to be outside looking at things from outside the box, and that's how new information is found. But not everything is science that appears to be science, and that's the problem with today. We find ourselves in, we're in dire need of a reformation of science, because what is it, right? Is it just knowledge? So can I just say, well, I know how many toes that I have, right? So that's science? That's not exactly how it works, right? So I just want to go over, the basic fundamentals of the scientific method, also known as natural science, right? So the way that it works is that if you have a caveman, he sees a hot spring, water boiling. Well, what causes that? He comes up with a hypothesis. Maybe it's the heat, right? So he goes and he tests it. He adds heat to some water. It boils. It stops boiling when he takes the heat away, and it boils when he does it again. So what did he just show with the scientific method, right? He just showed that you make observe a natural phenomenon, right? The water boiling, right? And then you form a hypothesis. Well, what's the hypothesis? Right, it's the independent variable, that thing that's causing the naturally observed phenomenon. And when you turn it on and off like a light switch, 0, 1, 0, 1, you can see the cause manipulating the effect. Right? So it's kind of like going into a hotel room. You've never been there before, and you flip on a light and you go, oh, that's my side, right? And then you think it's settled, right? But then the other person in the hotel room with you, they flip the switch and it affects the same light. So there could be two causes to the same effect. For example, with the water, if you put in a vacuum, it boils at very low temperatures, right? So the science is never settled for this reason. So we're always like 99.something% sure this is the cause of that, but it's never settled. So what we have here is like a really old argument over the shape of the Earth, but it's never really been settled. And the reason is because it's not science, right? This is geometry. We're measuring the shape of something. So really, I don't think we should be called flat earthers. I think they should call us flat waterers, because what we're doing is we're going out into the natural world and we're measuring over water. And the best way to do it, obviously, is, still water, right? That's, not a whole lot of waves, not during the tides. And what we're seeing is that we can see too far. Now, I would ask everybody to participate in this part, because this is really interesting. You can search right now, what is the radius of the Earth, right? And then they'll tell you, Google, whatever search engine, they'll tell you what it is, right? And then you can go to an Earth curve calculator right after that, right? So it's 3959 miles. You go into an Earth curve calculator and you type 1 foot observer's height, or eye height, and you just look at the horizon distance. And it'll tell you where the horizon should be, because we can work it out mathematically. So if we can do that, then we can actually measure it for ourselves and falsify it. Now, see, here's where science really becomes important. You got to pay attention to this part. If you're not doing the scientific method, then it's not a scientific theory. And if there's no science involved, well, I could just dismiss it as poetry, right? Because anybody can say anything. Any village idiot can describe something and explain why he thinks this is happening, but you don't really know until you manipulate the independent variable and you see the cause and effect relationship. That is where you know something is true. And what I find, a lot of people are just going around committing all these false cause fallacies. So it's like this. How do you know the moon's gravity is affecting the tides? You can't manipulate the moon's gravity to see the cause and effect relationship. So it's just something that's widely accepted that nobody really knows what's causing it. I mean, you could say it has to be the moon's gravity, right? But that's a fallacy. What if it's the sun's energy? Just for example, like we haven't tested it, so we don't know which one it is. Both are equally true. Now, a lot of people will say that, it's knowledge that they have that the Earth is spherical. Has they been out there and directly measured it? If you haven't directly measured it yourself, you believe that someone else has done it. And if you believe that someone else has done it, well, you're just believing what they're saying, right? So it's a belief that you have that it's spherical. It's not an actual knowledge type thing. So what you have to do is you have to ask yourself, how do you know? How do you know these things? How do you know that if you measure the curvature over the water, which it should be 8 inches per mile squared, then you should be able to measure it yourself and detect that. But the thing is that all over the world, people are doing this with different apparatuses like lasers and flashlights and mirrors and telescopes, long zoom cameras. And we're all agreeing that we can see too far, right? So the question is why? Why are we seeing too far? Well, the flat earth is going to say because the earth is flat, or at least it's not the size of the sphere that they told us. Maybe it's much, much bigger. And some of the measurements I've seen with the Black Swan indicate that it could be, the Earth's radius could be the what was it? Like the moon's circumference, 238,000 miles away. Like that would be a really big Earth, and they would be hiding a lot of land. And this whole global warming thing wouldn't really make sense under such conditions. So what we're trying to figure out is if the Earth isn't curving anywhere, well, what is it? Well, you would say that's what you call flat. That's what we'd say it's flat. So you believe that it's spinning because you see the stars in motion, but according to classical relativity, all motion is relative. So how do you know it's the Earth spinning or the stars spinning or the Earth going around the sun and the sun going around the Earth? You don't. You can't tell. It's relative motion. So ever since you stepped foot in kindergarten and they started saying, you live here and the sun is over there and we're spinning, that's not really true, is it? Like, we can't verify that inside the solar system. You would have to have a third reference frame outside of the solar system and observe the Earth from there, and which you can't do. So because you can only observe the Earth from here, well, we all say that it appears geocentric. And that's what we all witness. Sun, moon, and stars make an orbit overhead roughly once every 24 hours. So you might believe that this is settled science and the Earth is spinning, but science has never settled and it's never been proven. So you might believe that someone else has proven it, but that's just a belief that you have because you yourself haven't done any test or experiment, and there's none that you can do to prove it because nobody can feel it, nobody can measure it, nobody can falsify it. And Karl Popper, he was all about if you can't falsify it, it's not science. So he was really into that, it has to be empirical, it has to be testable, it has to be repeatable, but most importantly, it has to be falsifiable. So the third claim is that if you go high enough, you can see the vacuum of space, right? So if you just keep going up and keep going up, you'll see it turn into a sphere. You'll see it start to spin, and then eventually you're in the vacuum of space. And we all know that you can't buy propane without propane accessories. I mean, Hank Hill said that on his show every single time, without fail. Got to have the propane accessories, man, because you can't just take gas pressure, right, and put it in a vacuum without a container. If you got a vacuum, you got some sort of container that you've used to create that vacuum. And we can't have high pressure systems sitting next to low pressure systems anywhere in nature without a container. So if you want to, grill for your mother on Mother's Day, make sure you get your propane in a container, because if you put it in your hands, by the time you get home, your mother's going to be very sad, right? It's not going to work out for you. So here's something I want to illustrate. Like, imagine if you could, okay, this is your 3 beliefs. Here's my 3 beliefs, hypothetically. Now, this isn't actually what I believe, but let's say I go high enough. I believe that you could see like unicorn nipples and Pegasus breasts. And then I believe that if you keep going higher, then you can see, green grass on the dark side of the moon, and that's what's causing the tides. Like those 3 claims are just as scientific and unfalsifiable as the claim of curvature, spinning, and the moon gravity thing and the vacuum thing. We can't verify any of that. So they're all on equal footing, scientifically speaking. They're not even really a scientific theory. It's more like a postulation that nobody can disprove. So when they say, well, you got to prove it, if it's your claim, you have to back up your claim. And then if you don't, they can just miss your claim without evidence. It's easily dismissible without any evidence. So all I'm trying to illustrate here is that anybody can go out and measure where the horizon should be and see if they can make observations that they shouldn't be able to see. All you need is an Earth curve calculator, binoculars, a mirror. I mean, these sort of things will get the job done. And I've been out there and I couldn't detect any curvature at 1 foot above water. I was standing in the water at the ocean. So I'm not asking you to take my word for it. I'm not asking you to do anything but to test it yourself, because it is falsifiable. It is something that you can actually prove. And when you ask globe earthers, they'll tell you to look at the sun, look at the moon, look at the stars, look at the shadows, right? They'll tell you to look at everything, look at a pendulum, all the stuff they tell you to look at, but they'll never actually tell you to go measure the Earth's surface. And I'm not talking about, you know, the Earth is like completely flat, like a piece of paper. Of course, there's topography, right? That's why we measure over the water, because if the Earth is over 70% water, then you would expect it to be curving at 8 inches per mile squared. It would have to be, unless the Earth is 70% flat. Well, that's what we're measuring right now. We're measuring flat water all over the world. And this is what the argument boils down to. And this is where the nitty-gritty part is, so you should pay attention right here the most. So we see an object with the horizon further than 10 miles away at 1 foot observer's height. The horizon should be at 1.225 miles, but it's not. It's somewhere else. And we're saying that this is because it's about weather conditions. It's about how the eye works with perspective. It's about, you know, how far you can see, because you can't see forever if you're in the atmosphere. You can't see forever, period, because you don't have, you know, owl eyes. You have human eyes, and they're very limited, right? They're really good at detecting food or danger, you know, within 100 yards. Not so good at 3 miles away, right? We can't really detect a danger from 3 miles away with our eyeballs very good, because where in nature would we have danger 3 miles away, you know? So when you look at this thing, you have to look at it like, why would the globe earthers tell you to measure the sun, moon, and stars? Why would they tell you to look at everything but the surface of the earth? But the flat earthers, the one that, you know, the dumb ones, they're telling you to measure it directly. Now, if I were to go buy you like a new pair of custom boots, right? They're going to measure your feet, right? They're not going to go in there and measure your head, right? They're going to measure your feet directly. So that's what we're asking. All flat earthers are asking for is show us some curvature over the water, right? And what they do is they show us, you know, partially blocked images or objects, right? And oftentimes they don't even know it, but that itself is still a black swan. And this is how the black swan works. If you have a woman that's 9 months pregnant, and she's pregnant with triplets, and she lays on her back, and the doctor says, "What color are your toenails?" She's going to say, "I don't know," right? So if she can see her toenails, then she's not 9 months pregnant with triplets. So with these observations that we're making, you guys keep showing us white swans and going, no, it's not a black swan, but it only takes one black swan to debunk all the other white swans. And you can show me 1,000,000 white swans. If I got one black swan, then I've debunked you. That's how the black swan argument works. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every observation must be, sorry, I forgot it, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if the Earth doesn't have that radius, we can see too far, which we can, then it's not an Earth with a radius of 3959 miles. So what we're saying here is that we're testing it and it's failing. And this is the crux. This is where it's at. They say light is bending down at 8 inches per mile squared. So I don't know how you would verify that, Because light travels in a straight line until it reaches a different medium, right? So this is what refraction is. Light goes from atmosphere into water, right? You can see the straw bend in the glass, right? Now that's a big bend because that's a huge difference in density of the water and the atmosphere. Huge difference. So what they're saying is light is bending down because of temperature. So the temperature would have to be getting colder and colder and colder and colder and colder and colder every mile for it to keep bending down like that. So if they want to prove that this is what's happening, they have to get a black swan observation, and they have to get people out there, like 10 people every couple of miles or whatever, and measure the temperature to prove that that's actually what's happening. Because so far this is their just so story, right? We're seeing things we shouldn't be seeing in places we shouldn't be seeing them, way past the horizon. And they're saying the light is bending down around the curve. Well, they got to prove it. They can't just use a snapshot of the temperature of that day. They got to measure the water, the air, everything for 10 miles to prove that it's getting colder and colder and colder, causing the light to bend down, down, and down. Otherwise, light travels in a straight path like it normally does. Now, it does bend when it goes into glass, or there's from atmosphere to glass or atmosphere to water or water to glass. It does bend there, right? The light doesn't actually bend. What it does is it changes its angle of attack, right? So it's coming in at this angle, it hits a different medium, and the light slows down, and the angle changes. But then it goes in another straight line until it comes out of that medium. So light usually travels straight. It's not really bending. The light is just changing direction. So if they can prove that light is bending down at all these different angles because this temperature, now I don't really think the temperature does that. I don't think there would be any way for them to demonstrate this, but this is what they need to demonstrate at this point to explain why light is bending down. So I think I just about wrapped it up. So make sure you don't make like the same mistake of putting like a false cause on something. How do they know that's why the light's bending down, or that the light is even bending down, period? How do they even know that? They would have to be able to demonstrate it, and I don't think they can. So, Ronan, I'm going to go ahead and open it up for questions.
Thank you so much. So we are going to open it up for audience questions, but I'd just like to take the privilege to start by asking like a very short interview of maybe 2 or 3 questions, and then we'll go to the audience from that point on, if that's all right.
Yeah, sure.
So, Hank, for someone who is brand new to this, and obviously you just gave a ton of great information, right? But say you had someone who's brand new and you only had the chance to point out one flaw that they could intuitively grasp with the heliocentric model that would make it clear to them that they should look into it further. What would you choose at all the different things you've researched to be that one introductory wedge to get someone to look into this?
Well, I would say the surface of the water, right? But a lot of people are going to say that that's so dumb that they're not even going to entertain it. So let me give you something that you can entertain. Imagine you have all the matter in the universe in one spot before the Big Bang, plus 95% of the universe that you can't see or observe, which they need for their model to work, which is the dark matter and dark energy. So everything you can see, plus everything we can't see, in one spot, that would be a pretty deep gravitational well, wouldn't it? If mass attracts mass and this causes the bending and warping of space-time, or whatever kind of gravity they choose, that would be a pretty deep gravitational well with a hell of a lot of pull, wouldn't it? How could anything escape that gravitational pull?
Right. Well, thank you, Hank. So there's a lot of people here. So let's open it up for questions. Does anyone have a question that comes immediately to mind for Hank? And again, obviously, always being respectful is the name of the game. But does anyone have a question? I have plenty more, but I want to give everyone a fair chance.
Yeah, I got a question. Hank, when it comes to the flat Earth theory, the most striking situation about it is the fact that the UN made over 123 countries signed a treaty, the Antarctica Treaty, and preventing people from going to Antarctica. I've seen flat Earth model, and most of the models states that the Antarctica is basically the edge of the flat Earth, and it makes me curious why the UN made over 123 countries sign that treaty, and it kind of boggles my mind the more I think about it.
Well, the flat Earth isn't a theory. We all observe a natural stationary plane of existence. I don't think anyone here can say that they've experienced curvature or axial rotation, right? So it's not a theory. It's what we all experience. It's what your senses are telling you. So I would say if you believe flat Earth is a theory, what secondary knowledge has convinced you that your primary knowledge that you receive from your own senses is lying to you? So, and another thing, it's not a model either. A model is like a toy, right? It's like, this is what we think is going on. This is what we're going to use to make predictions off of, and they may or may not benefit us in technology and other aspects. But a model isn't reality, right? The dirt between your toes is the reality. And I would just say that the whole UN thing, I think it's a lot like Iceland. They told the Norsemen told the rest of Europe that it was Iceland. So they said tundra, basically, in modern English, right? They said, oh, it's just tundra. You wouldn't want to go there. You wouldn't want to live there, right? Because it turns out that they were ethnocentric and didn't like foreigners. Imagine that. So I think that's what's going on down below, right? They say that down south, it's all tundra. Well, wouldn't it, if Yeti crab can exist, right? And these are just crabs that can live in the deepest, darkest part of the ocean near these geothermal vents. Wouldn't it be possible with these geothermal vents to irrigate that thermal energy and maybe make even places that were livable if they did it correctly? So I think that it's just hidden land. That's what I think it boils down to. Hidden land.
Thank you. If I could ask another question, with the advance of technology that we've had, right, all the different technology like drones and rockets and videos and cameras and so forth, is there anything that's come out in recent times that is sort of like new visual evidence that helps to prove either that the Earth is flat or to debunk the globe or anything like that? Like, is there anything that's come out new as a result of technology that flat Earth has been able to show?
Well, yeah, it's not actually a new technology. It's the sextant. It's actually a very old and ancient technology. And we're understanding that it has to be a triangle, right? When you're triangulating something, it has to be a triangle or it doesn't work, right? So if you're trying to get your position here on Earth, right, and the light is bending down at 8 inches per mile squared, then it's not going to be a perfect 90 degrees at that angle, right? It's going to be some more acute angle, and you wouldn't be able to get they wouldn't work. The sextant it wouldn't work. Now, there's a big misunderstanding. A lot of people think that you have to go up to measure the curvature, but why would you have to leave the Earth, the thing you're trying to, measure, to measure it? You're right here on the surface. Wouldn't it just make a lot of sense to measure it here directly? And because of topography, that's too many variables for the average person who isn't like a mathematician. So we say do it over water, because anybody is smart enough. It doesn't matter who you are. You're smart enough to plug in the numbers in the Earth curve calculator and decide for yourself whether it's flat or it's curved. And that's all we're asking people to do.
Does anyone else have a question or comment? So Hank, you also believe in the firmament? Is that a necessary component in your thinking as well? The solid or semi-solid dome over the planet as well?
Well, we don't know the shape of it, but a lot of us think that it's a firmament dome-shaped. Some of us think that it's a flat top, a flat ceiling. And because of this, think about how perspective works. Let's say you have a drone, right? And you lift off and you stand on the liftoff pad. It's going to be right over your head at the zenith position, 12 o'clock, right? And you start, let's say it's a really good drone. Okay. So you start going west and it gets lower and lower and lower and lower till it kind of disappears into the horizon, but the altitude of the drone isn't changing. It's still, right under that 400-foot ceiling that they give us here in America. And it's still at the same altitude, but it appears to get lower, right? And then let's say that, once it leaves, you can't see it no more. This would be illegal to do. This is not advice. But let's say you could circle back around and come back around from the east. It would appear to rise like the sun, even though it never left that 400-foot altitude ceiling. It's never getting lower. It only appears to get lower. And that's why the sextant thing works so well, I think, is because anywhere in the world, if you know what time it is and where the star's location should be, you can almost pinpoint your exact location on this Earth. And the stars, they don't change. The position of the stars, they never change. Only the wandering stars, the so-called planets, those are the only ones that change. Right? All the other stars have the exact same position for 32,500 years, according to the BBC and the oldest known star chart that they found.
So, what do you consider planets to be? Are they flat as well? Are they there? Are they like? Do they have a spherical shape? What are planets to you? The wandering stars that you mentioned.
So to me, it's a light in the sky. And what it's made out of, what it's doing, how much it weighs, what's the mass, I don't know. It appears to make certain patterns in the sky at the exact same time that you would expect it, over and over again, so well that we can predict where it's going to be for thousands of years in the future. Now, that doesn't sound like a result of a random Big Bang. That sounds more like a Swiss, watch, a timepiece. One of those really high-end, really ornately designed watches. That doesn't sound random at all. So what are the planets? The honesty is we don't know, but they're more dependable than anything else we've ever seen.
So whenever there's like a meteor, right, like something that comes from the heavens or comes from outside of the Earth, and it breaks through our atmosphere, and then it hits the Earth, how is that possible with a firmament dome?
I would say you'd have to show me, because when they've dug and tried to get the iron from these so-called meteorites, they can't never get it. It's like they dig and they don't find anything. They don't find the iron they were looking for, they were hoping to get, and they wasted a lot of money trying to do that. So I would say, because you see a streaking light in the sky, right? How do you know that it's made of ice and metal and all these other, known elements? When you see a light, why don't you assume that it's like all other lights, right? And all other lights in nature is plasma. Fire is plasma, right? Lightning is plasma.
Well, I know I have seen some in museums and stuff, right? And the others are sold for huge amounts of money.
Well, you can also buy Martian real estate. I hope you don't, but
This is true.
so how do you verify that's from some other place? Do you know what other places they're made out of? And if they're made out of the same material that we have here, then how can I verify this rock has been to this place that is supposed to exist out in a vacuum, where there's these gas balls like Jupiter, where all the gas doesn't, do what it normally does and fill the available volume. It's just sitting there in like a big pile, right, of gas that's in a perfect sphere, and it's not doing what it should always do. So I've recently come up with this understanding of the second law of thermodynamics. And this is basically the gist of it. Entropy, right? Hot always goes to cold. So if you got a cup of coffee, you get a phone call, you come back 30 minutes later, it's all the temperature is leaked out and it's reached equilibrium. So it can't get any colder because it's in equilibrium. So the same thing with a charge. If you have two car batteries, one's completely charged and one's completely dead, you hook them up with the cables, 24 hours later, all the high charge is going to move into the low charge until it reaches equilibrium. Then you're going to have two halfway charged batteries. So the gas pressure works the same way. If you have a propane tank with 250 psi, despite all the gravity and bending and warping of space-time and mass attracting mass, I'll give you all of that, it still doesn't contain it. Once I open that propane tank, even though it's facing up away from the pull of gravity, at the surface of the Earth where it's only stronger in the middle of the Earth, but we can't get there. So this is the strongest source of gravity. It's going to spew out until it reaches equilibrium, and you come back 5 or 10 minutes later, and it's going to be 14.7 psi at sea level. Well, I'm going one step further, right? So this is specific gravity. Anybody can look it up. Specific gravity is the only gravity that is actually testable by the scientific method. So let's say you got a pail, right? And you put an apple in it, right? So you pour water in the pail, the apple rises. You take away the pail. You take away the water, and the apple sinks to the bottom. Well, what did you manipulate? The cause, right? So what is the cause in this case? The relative density of the object. That's what I manipulated. And what was the effect? The effect was I proved that if you manipulate the relative density of an object, this is why objects here on Earth go up and down, except for birds and aerodynamics. Every other object in a medium is going to reach its equilibrium, and then it's going to stop. So if you drop a feather and a bowling ball in a vacuum, they're going to go at the same speed until they reach their equilibrium, right? Now, if you do it in an atmosphere, let's say you do it above the Kármán line where there's no atmosphere, allegedly, right? And you drop the bowling ball, it's going to go down really fast, and so is the feather. And then as the atmosphere starts to increase the pressure, right, it's going to reach terminal velocity, which means it can't fall any faster. So that 9.8 meters a second, yes, that happens. Thank you. But it doesn't always happen. And yes, when you drop things, sometimes they fall, but they don't always fall. For example, a anvil will float in mercury. I know it sounds crazy, but we can show you the GIF that you put anvil anywhere on Earth, it's going to fall down, except in mercury. It floats like an ice cube because the relative density is more powerful than any gravity you can throw at it. And they say gravity, well, that's just one definition of gravity, right? So there's Newtonian, there's Einsteinian, there's dark gravity, and then there's specific gravity. So this specific gravity is the one that you can test. It's repeatable, falsifiable, testable. No matter what object you have, if it's in a medium, it'll seek its equilibrium. And think about the water cycle. The water changes phase, it turns into a gas, it goes straight up. I mean, defying gravity. And then people say that you have to have gravity in specific gravity. It's like, no, you can't mix the two. You can't hijack on that word. You can't just get on the gravity train and say this proves the bending and warping of space-time, because the bending and warping of space-time is just a concept. Like, I'm a Texan, so I have this concept about liberty and freedom, right? And governing myself. Like, you can't take those away and bend them. You can't bend my liberty because it's just a concept, right?
How does the concept of gravity, or what you were just explaining, prove that the Earth is flat?
It doesn't. What it does is it illustrates that not every gravity is scientific. There's only one scientific gravity, and that's specific gravity. It's one that you can test and falsify. So if I tell you that iron floats in mercury, this is a test you can do, right? If you tell me that a massive object will cause the bending and warping of space-time, the bending and warping of space-time that happens in space as well, right? So in this near-perfect vacuum where there's no material, there's this bending and warping of this non-material, non-physical space-time, right? So it's metaphysical. It's like talking about God and angels. Like I can't test it. I can't prove it. I can't put it in a jar and take it to the lab. I can't paint it yellow and see what it does. This whole bending and warping of space-time, it's not scientific. Einstein had no hypothesis in his paper in 1915. It was all mathematical and equations and stuff. So math isn't science. Go ahead.
I was just wondering if, with the Earth being flat, what's underneath? Like
the Russian borehole, they dug almost 8 miles, and every step of the way they predicted what they were going to find, and they were wrong every time. And when they got to 8 miles, they couldn't dig any further. So we don't know. And that's the thing about flat earthers. If you talk to a real flat earther, we're all hyper empiricists. if you ask us something we don't know, we better say we don't know, or else you better cite some sources to back up your claim. We're never going to go into speculation unless we say, hey, I'm speculating, what if the sun causes the tides because it has more energy and it would, disrupt the material. Let me think of a better way to phrase that. It would, and this is, hypothetical, this is just an example. Let's say it would perturb the water molecules and cause the tides. Right? That's just a speculation. So I don't have anything to back that up, so don't hold me to it. That's what we say when we're speculating. Any other time we're talking and you ask us to cite our source, we're going to be more than happy to stop what we're doing and cite our source and back up our claims.
That makes sense.
Question, if I can.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
You wanted to say following from that first?
Yeah, I had a couple more questions, but I can wait until after.
Okay, well, if you want to ask a few, go ahead.
Well, yeah. Okay, so first question, on top of all those, were you raised thinking the Earth was flat or as a globe?
Absolutely not. I grew up in Texas, and we have a regular public school system. But when I was in the first grade, I discovered the science books on the bottom labeled space. And my grandmother's sister, my great aunt, she was the head librarian at the public library. So I kind of had free reign with all the space books that I could consume. And I was so into it that I debunked the moon landing before ever hearing someone else say that it was fake. So when I saw the flag waving in the wind, I knew there was no wind on the surface because before 2019, the moon was in outer space and it was considered a vacuum. After 2019, now they say that the moon is in Earth's atmosphere, according to space.com. But yeah, I was raised globe earther, grew up watching Star Trek, Star Wars, space video games, etc., etc., etc. But I was following it so close that I started seeing problems. And there definitely is problems, specifically when you try to reconcile Einstein's gravity with quantum physics. There's this thing called the cosmological constant crisis, or the cosmological constant problem, right? And this says that when you compare what we theorize compared to what we observe, you're off by an incredible 120 orders of magnitude. This is the huge factor, according to Michio Kaku. He said, if you're off by a factor of 2 or 10, oh man, you need a new theory, right? But they don't do away with the theory. They just keep ad hocing explanations where they make up on the spot as to this is why this still works. Now, any village idiot can tell you why it still works. So according to Michio Kaku, the galaxies are spinning 10 times too fast, and there's not enough gravitation to create enough pull for the outer stars because it's the opposite of a solar system. Pluto has the longest year and Mercury has the shortest. Well, in a galaxy, it's the opposite. The stars near the center have the longest year and the stars in the outward arms have the shortest year. So it's like taking kids and put them on a merry-go-round and see what speed they fly off and then increase it by 10 for your next experiment and pray to dark matter that it's going to come save the children and that none of them get hurt. Right, that's what's going on. The math doesn't work out at the galactic level. Now, as far as making so-called predictions, which are actually postdictions, because it's a pattern, the sky is like a clock, like a pattern. They say they're making predictions, but they're all postdictions. But the math works out at the solar system level, but it absolutely doesn't work out at the quantum level, like I said earlier, quantum physics, and it doesn't work out at the galactic level, and that's why they need the dark matter theory, because it doesn't work.
So when you realized at one point in time in your life that the Earth is actually flat, it's not what you were being taught in school or what everyone around you thought, did you find that you were talking to everybody, trying to get them to see that that was the case, and then maybe be ostracized by people or ridiculed by people? And if so, how did that affect your life?
Well, the thing is that I'm backing up what I'm claiming, right? I'm telling people to go do it themselves. So when I tell people, let's say 10 years ago, I told my uncle, yeah, man, look into that 9/11, that Building 7. He's like, oh, you're crazy, you're a conspiracy theorist. And then a couple years later, he'd come around and be like, you know what? You were right. I'd be like, what was I right about? What are you talking about? He'd be like, about, Building 7, about how it collapsed. And then a few years later, September the 3rd, I think, a few years back, Fairbanks, Alaska, did a 4-year study with another college professor from Japan. And this college, it's a structural engineering college. And they nearly quoted me word for word. So this is what the abstract says. The abstract says that in Building 7, it was a near simultaneous collapse of all the columns. Now, a column is what holds the building up, right? So if it was a fire, it would have been a progressive collapse, like dominoes, because the fire doesn't poof the whole building up at once. Only some sort of explosion or timed demolition could do something like that. A fire isn't capable of doing that. So in Fairbanks, Alaska, when they put their stuff out, I could just grab that link and just post it wherever, and I don't have to say anything. Nobody has to believe me, because this is now what the experts are saying. So if anybody ever ostracized me, that's their problem, not mine, because I can look at both sides of the coin on every situation and weigh out the evidence like a sober judge, instead of getting my emotions involved. And then, you got your preconceived bias, you got logical fallacies. Once you understand all these things and you know how to govern your own emotions, then you can look at things more clearly rather than having the cognitive dissonance. Now, the people with the cognitive dissonance, that's their problem. That's something that they have to work through, right? And if they treat me different while they're going through that, I don't really care.
Well said. Thank you.
If I can ask you a question now. So postulating, you said that there's a firmament, whether it be a dome or a ceiling type of firmament. Do you believe, like as the Bible says, that above that firmament is water, that there is perhaps outside of that or above us a watery layer or water beyond the firmament? Is that part of your understanding?
So this is the law of correspondence. It's a natural law. As above, so below. So they say that there's water above, and so there's water below, right? So we know that there's deep underground oceans, right? North Texas, the Panhandle, is connected to one of the largest. They found a whole bunch of them in China, right? So we know that there's water below, and if there's evaporated water above us, then it has to be above us. But when you're talking about on the other side of the firmament, I mean, who could know such things? We could speculate that, there is a firmament, but there has to be a container, because you're breathing right now. So if you got gas pressure, the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is containment. So there has to be something. It's like you can't eat a steak without cow. So nobody's eating a steak and wondering whether or not cows really exist or not. So yeah, there's something up there, but who knows what's above it, or who knows what it's made out of.
So a follow-up question to that: do you believe that the Earth's moon, the moon that's visible from Earth, is inside of the firmament, or is it in here with us, or is it on the other side, or is it part of the firmament?
I would say it's hard to tell the location of the moon. They say that it's 238 miles away. 238,000 miles away, but we can allegedly see a piece of it that's like 50 miles across with our naked eye. So when you do the math, that doesn't really work out. So we don't know where it is. We just don't think that it's as far away as they say that it is. And we don't know that it's made out of, who knows what it's made out of? The astronauts gave petrified wood to, I think, Holland, and passed it off as a moon rock. So we don't know what it's made out of.
Question. If I assume that under the model of flat Earth that you're describing, the South Pole is, not actually some singular point, but spread around in, a circular fashion, where the North Pole is, in fact, more of a representative focal point, correct?
So we don't have a model. Anyone that ever tells you that we have a model, it's incorrect, because at this point we're consolidating facts, right? So we're not free enough to create a model. And the truth is, you don't have a model either. You don't have a scientific model. In fact, your model doesn't work either. So just to be clear, if you've seen concepts of a flat Earth, it's like a disk flying through space, or turtles or something involved, We're not claiming that. Nobody claims a model. If you're claiming a model and you're a flat earther, you're obviously new and you don't know what you're talking about, because what people do is they put out these models that are straw man versions of what we're claiming that we live on, and then they debunk the model. And then they say, oh, this is fact checked. We debunked this. Well, you debunked a straw man. Classic. I mean, so there is no model. Now, I've seen the concept that you're referring to, right? That's not what I'm claiming. What I'm claiming is that you can measure water and it's missing curvature.
Isn't that a bit of a double standard, though? Because you're effectively trying to debunk other models while simultaneously not presenting any to be tested.
Okay, you want a model? I'll give you a model. The water has zero curvature. Go test that. I mean, if you don't mind.
Well, if the Earth is flat in any configuration, then I should not be able to fly around from any point to any other point without crossing over any sort of central place, wherever the center of that flat space is. You know, it would, if it's round, it's wrapped around itself, and I can go without crossing over a path I've already been. Places would be connected two different ways, effectively, in either direction. And so the easiest way for an individual in their own life experience to then test things, you know, would be either to charter a boat or a private series of private planes or so on and so forth to fly or sail from point to point and see what was actually closer to what, and if they could get something from multiple ways to see if, you know, it was wrapped around. This is something you could do in your own individual life, correct?
Yeah, you're talking about making a map. Like, we're not trying to prove where the continents are as relationship to other continents, because all maps are incorrect slightly somewhere. There's no perfect map of the world, right? And what is going on is we have Cartesian coordinates maps. They're all in grids, right? Squares. If the Earth was a sphere, wouldn't the maps be wouldn't they be rectangular coordinates? You know, because rectangles fit on a sphere, right? But they're all flat Earth maps because they're Cartesian coordinates. So if you want to know the shape of the Earth, yeah, you can fly around and go to space or whatever you want to do, but I don't know. I just think that you should measure it directly. I don't know why that makes sense, but like if I wanted to prove to you that I had a 12-foot boot size, wouldn't I just give you my foot instead of, well, you can measure my fingernails, or, you know, you can take a train, right, and ask other people, right, how big my foot is. No, I would give you my foot and say, see, it's a size 12, told you. Just measure it directly. I don't know why everybody comes up with, we could go to Antarctica and we could take flight and we could take rockets and we can go to space. You're not going to space, sorry, but you can go to the ocean. 95% of the population lives near an ocean.
Well, the thing that I am suggesting, it would involve simply chartering boats. You know, you could do this if you had an ocean-worthy vessel. Like I'm not giving you know, saying go become an astronaut. I'm simply putting out the thought process of being able to test if the surface of the Earth is wrapped in some way. Now, you could say that, you know, potentially you could have a cylinder, and that would also be wrapped. But the notion of whether it's wrapped, so you could come from either direction to a similar point in all spaces, that is a testable hypothesis. An individual with a boat could do. They wouldn't have to make any measurements. They would just have to say, can I get from here to here without crossing this? Did you understand what I don't know if I'm wondering if I'm communicating clearly is what I mean to say.
Well, if what you're saying is true, then you should be able to go to Argentina, South America, and take a short flight across the ocean to South Africa or Australia or New Zealand. But what you'll see is most of the flights, they go towards the north, and then they come back down towards the south. Now, it doesn't make sense that there wouldn't be like direct flights. And if there are, I would say that book it, see if you can go on it. So I'm not completely disagreeing with you. But what I'm trying to illustrate is that what's that going to prove? Okay, we don't know how fast they're going up there, right? Nobody has like a speedometer that they could take with them. And you're going to be a lot better off just by measuring it directly, because at 10 miles there should be 66 feet of curvature. So when I was in North Beach, I mean, me and my wife at night saw the lights across the way, and it's like those light poles aren't 66 feet above the water, right? So anybody can do this. You don't have to take my word for anything. I'm just an egghead on the internet, right? Who knows, right? I may be lying. But all I'm asking people to do is just go measure it for themselves and find out. If it's curved, it should be easy to prove it, real easy, because you can't see past a certain point, and it's going to be like that every single time. And you're never going to be able to see further. But the problem is we keep seeing further than we're supposed to be able to see, and we've debunked horizon, and now everybody admits that it's a refracted horizon. That's what the flat earthers are saying.
Well, the comment you made earlier about refraction, you were talking about light coming down through the atmosphere, but the light coming across the atmosphere is different, because the light that comes, conceivably from space, according to a globe model, passes through the atmosphere directly and comes down. Whereas light that is coming, through the edge of the curve that you're looking at, be passing through larger amount of atmosphere, because it would actually be going across in that way, and so it would experience a greater amount of, it would refract more so because it's going through a much larger amount of atmosphere, because it's coming through sideways at a much more a much higher angle.
Okay, so if you got a star right over your head, it's not passing through a bunch of different layers at an angle, right? But if you got a star that's, say, like between 30 and 60 degrees, right, that's going through a bunch of different density layers, and you would actually see more refraction in stellar objects than you would looking across the same medium, because if you're 1 foot above the water and you look across 10 miles away at 1 foot above the water, you're in the same exact medium, the same density. Now, if something is several stories high, the higher up you look at the building, yeah, it might get wonky up there, because now you're looking through different layers of atmosphere. The higher you look up at a building, you're not supposed to see it, and you see it, and you look up, it's kind of wonky and wavy up there up top. That's because you're looking through different layers now. But if you just look at the bottom of the image, that's going to be clear, except for, okay, this is really important to understand. What you know about light is very little. Me too, right? I'm in the same boat with you. Light is incredibly hard, difficult, not easy to understand. So when you're looking at Chicago from Michigan, right, at like 50, 60 miles away, you're not actually seeing the buildings. You're seeing the light reflect off the buildings. So as the light is reflecting off the buildings and headed toward your eye, it's expanding in all directions. It's diverging. The image is stretching like you're zooming in. And you can see this when you're at the bottom of the pool and you look across and you see a light on the other side at nighttime. And the light looks huge, right? But then you get close and you change the bulb, and it's actually a very small, tiny little filament. But the way that light works, it expands in all directions. And if you look at the inverse square law, every time you double the distance, the light intensity drops 4 times. So the intensity is what changes. Light does travel forever, but not at the same intensity. So I guess it could never go down to 0, because it's always going to be a fraction of a fraction of a fraction. So when you're looking at light from that far away, it's like, say you got a cowboy and you want to read his belt buckle to see which rodeo he won or whatever, right? As you zoom in, his feet are going to get cut off on the bottom. Well, the same thing's happening to the image of Chicago. The light is diverging in all directions and stretching, and one of those directions is down towards the water. And when the light bounces off the water, it never hits you in the eye. So this could cause false horizons. And anybody can look up Skunk Bay time lapse with the grids and see what I'm talking about. You can see that as the day progresses, there's a GIF. I'm sure somebody's posting a GIF right now. And you can see how it looks like the other side of the bay is getting flooded out as the day progresses and the sun perturbs the atmosphere, but it's not. It's just the light, or the way it's interacting with the atmosphere, it's causing a false horizon in front of it when the actual real horizon is actually behind it. And you can see it. It's clear as day to see the false horizon come up, swallow the buildings, and at the end of the day spit it back out like it never really happened. But it's really difficult to see this sort of refraction happening where you can notice it, because when we're looking at refraction, it normally takes instruments, right? So in this case, we took a time lapse and we sped it up. Now you can see it, right? But what really happens is that the horizon changes places throughout the day based on interference of the conditions of the atmosphere and the sun interacting with it. Sorry if I went on a rabbit trail on that one, but it's very difficult to understand what light is doing.
I followed what you were saying. I disagree with a little bit of it, but one of the larger points is I don't understand how many of the points you're making actually relate to the differences between a globe or flat model of the Earth. Like, then, for example, you're pointing out many flaws in, institutional sciences and what they pretend to know, what they don't really know. I mean, they've changed what they think the speed of light is on occasion, things like that. And these are true. Fair enough. But there's a difference between, okay, they're wrong about some things, so they don't always admit when they're wrong about some things, and therefore flat Earth. I guess I'm just not following how a flat Earth. It seems like you are looking for things which can't be explained, and then therefore, if not everything can be explained, the Earth is flat. And I'm being critical, but I'm being bluntly honest.
Yeah, I just want to say that, that's not my argument. My argument is go measure the water yourself and falsify or verify it. That's actually my argument. That's my real argument is here today. Everything else about a model, we don't have a model. We don't live in a model. The Earth is the real Earth that's outside. When you go walk around and you get dirt between your toes. That's what the real Earth is. And it presents itself as a flat, stationary plane. And you can all go outside and verify this. So the whole model thing, we don't have that. We're not worried about models. We're not free enough as a population to go test this world and its boundaries and see what it is and what shape it is and what it's doing and where the boundaries are. As far as I know, we have these mandates from governments saying that we can't go to Antarctica and we can't tell what it is. So all we got is what's right here, right? And this is the real Earth, and you can actually go test it and see what it is. Now, as far as the other stuff that I've talked about, gravity is important, right? Because how are spaceballs made? In the heliocentric model, gravity pulls the matter together because mass attracts mass. So if I debunk mass attracting mass, which I don't need to do that, Professor Shankar has already done that for me, Professor of Physics of Yale. And, I can cite my sources for that and show you that mass attracting mass, that's 106 years out of date, pseudoscience. And then the whole bending and warping of space-time, yeah, you can't prove it. So I can just dismiss it because there's no hypothesis test or experiment that we can demonstrate the bending and warping of space-time. So, yeah, all I'm trying to do is let you know that the real shit, sorry for cursing, is the specific gravity. And you can test it with balloons. I mean, all children, like to play with balloons because, this is what the real world is, right? Not everything falls when you drop it. Yeah, you drop your cell phone, it's going to break. Did you expect the atmosphere to hold it up? No, there's not enough buoyant force in the atmosphere to hold up your cell phone. But there is enough buoyant force to hold up the balloon.
So I know you'll say, we don't know and we can't know, but is space travel just out of the picture? Should we not even be bothering? Is that a pipe dream? The whole concept of exploring beyond this realm, do you think?
Well, it's kind of funny because what do you mean by space, right? You're in Canada, I'm in Texas. So there's a great deal of space between us, right? Yeah, we can travel, right? You could come to Texas and I could show you the Gulf, right? But as far as us going to live on Mars one day, I mean, that just seems bizarre to me to think that you could go live on a light in the sky. I would think it would make a lot more sense that, we could go terraform Antarctica. Doesn't that make more sense?
Perhaps, yeah, quite possibly. Do you think that the nature of the Earth as we observe it is explicitly indicating an intelligent designer, like a creator? Like, does that go hand in hand with this understanding that this is some kind of a created realm?
Well, to me, it does, because when I think about what Native American life was like, and the man would just go out early in the morning and just get, fruits and berries and fish and deer from, everything we need is here. It's almost like an ant house for humans, right? And then when you look at the information theory, right, and this is the part that you need to type in, functional sequence specified complexity. When you look into that, I mean, you'd have to have a great deal of faith to find a Rolex watch in the woods and think to yourself, my God, how long did it take for the woods to create this magnificent, timekeeping device? That would require some wow faith that I do not possess. So when I see something with intricate design, specifically functional sequence, right? That's what the DNA pattern is, whatever you want to call it, the code. It's a functional sequence with specified complexity. So we know the difference between a sand dune and a sand castle. Everyone on Earth, every child on Earth knows that the sandcastle has to have had a creator. You're never going to get a letter from the mail from no one, right? If you trace it back, it's always going to go back to the three things that information exchange requires: an intelligent sender, an agreed upon medium, like English, and an intelligent receiver. So if you send an English letter to a man who only speaks Mandarin, no information was exchanged. All three requirements have to happen. And the only way that could happen is with an intelligent sender. So yes, I would agree that this place is special. You are special. You're not mold on bread. You don't need to die. We do need to take a better care of our sacred rivers, water, soil, air, right? I'm not, completely down for destroying the earth, but I think that the climate change thing has been hijacked by people who want to tax the West. I mean, why wouldn't they want to worry about China, right? They got companies over there that produce more pollution than entire countries. But yeah, let's tax the West because that's going to solve all the problems, right?
I see. And you mentioned Antarctica, and you may have mentioned this before, but do you believe, like I've heard some people say that maybe our little ice wall enclosed part of this world is just one of many scattered throughout a wider ice plane, or that there could be other realms beyond the ice wall, but on the same plane? Do you subscribe to that concept?
No, those are called outer ponders. Although I have a few friends who are outer ponders, we don't all agree on all the speculative stuff. But these outer ponders, it does make sense that there could be, hypothetically, other people from other continents that we're unaware of. Whether they're in another container, I mean, that's all speculation. So I couldn't really, definitively say what's going on, but there are a sect of flat earthers that are called outer ponders, that they believe that there's maybe more land outside of this container that we're in. And maybe they don't even believe in a container, some of them. But yeah, most flat earthers, we all agree the water's measuring flat. Like, we all disagree on a great deal of many other things, but we're not really at each other's throat. We just say, okay, you and I, we're not going to agree on the subject. So we're going to agree to disagree, bury the conversation. We're never going to talk about this again because we're not going to change each other's minds. So let's stand on common ground. And that's what we're doing. That's why we all get along, is because we have common ground.
That common ground always includes that the earth is motionless. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't know of any true flat earthers who think we're flying through space upward at 9.8 meters a second squared, which is really important to understand. Vladimir Lenin said the best way to control the opposition is to lead it ourselves. So why is there a controlled opposition known as the Flat Earth Society? They say all the wrong things to make us look like idiots, and none of us are society members. I've never met one in 6 years. I think I'm getting to 6.5 years now. Yeah, that's all globe earthers making it look bad because we're being censored. If you know about truth sorry, Veritas. They was released by a Google whistleblower, and Flat Earth was one of the things on this Google blacklist. So if you'll notice, when you search Flat Earth, you're going to get 100 debunk videos, and you might find one or two videos actually made by Flat Earthers. And this was a request of the government asking the alphabet agencies like Google, Facebook, and YouTube, like, hey, what are you going to do with all this Flat Earth stuff and all this fake? Right? So now on everything that's Flat Earth related, you're going to see that it's an archaic theory about what people used to think the Earth was like. Yeah, like back during the Egyptians lived and we could build buildings that lasted for thousands of years into the future, people thought the Earth... Yeah, that's an archaic theory, but guess what? 2,000 years ago, apparently there were some Greeks back before archaic times who thought the Earth was round. So you guys have a model, just like we do. We don't have a model. And you guys have an archaic thought on what the Earth is. I mean, think about it, guys. If you're a heliocentrist, Helios, well, that's the sun god, and Apollo is the guy from Revelation, Apollyon, right, who comes out of the bottomless pit. And, you know, all this stuff like Jack Parsons, he was a known occultist, and he was like with Aleister Crowley and L. Ron Hubbard, and they were all hanging out back in the day. And it's like the NASA was started by Nazis. So Werner von Braun, like, is a Nazi guy, and you know, other Nazis got tried and, you know, hung, but these guys got to lead like NASA programs and all this other stuff, and the planets are named all these pagan gods. I mean, obviously, it's the Big Bang as a creation. There's no science involved. The first step of the scientific method is to observe natural phenomena. Nobody observed the Big Bang. So if it can't even pass the first step of the scientific method, how can we prove that this static that everybody sees on their tube TVs from the 80s, 1% of that actually comes from the cosmic background radiation? How do we prove that's from the Big Bang? How could you possibly prove that? How could you prove that they're directly related unless you could manipulate the Big Bang, which is the cause, and see the cosmic background radiation as the effect? You can't do it. It's not science. There's no science in cosmology, astronomy, theoretical astrophysics, paleontology. There's no science involved. It's not natural science, to be specific.
Does anyone else have a question or comment for Hank Hill, or in general, will you have the chance?
I have a question.
Go ahead, my friend.
Hey, Hank, it's Matthew. So how do GPSs work in the middle of the ocean? And then also all those big, you know, those big 6-foot diameter satellite dishes that we've seen since the 80s and 90s before we had the small ones. What were they pointing out in the 80s and 90s?
Well, it looks like 45 degrees from what I could tell. Yep.
Depends on your latitude,
So-
right?
Right. Okay. So they appear to be pointing like halfway between the sky and the earth. Right. So if you were to see, what people don't realize that the underground marine cables, it's like over 90% of our communication, right, is these submarine cables that go from continent to continent, right? Because radio signals, anybody who owns a cell phone, they know that the light doesn't travel forever. So you go outside to take out your trash, you start losing the Wi-Fi signal. You go down the block and you've lost connection completely, right? This is because of the inverse square law. So these communications like this, they're not very good. They're not very good over long distances and weather patterns and stuff like that. So the best way to do it was, you know, the cheapest way is to send it from the ground, right? And, you know, it's interesting because you got projects like Google Loon, where Google is going to put Loon satellites so that they could get, you know, internet to rural places. And then you got America came out and admitted that parts of the government were putting out balloons to surveillance the American population. And it's like, why would they need balloons if they got 3,000 satellites up there? I mean, they should be able to see like everything we're doing. You know, we should get like live feeds. And, you know, back in the 90s, they would just like zoom in on nude beaches and show you that this is what they're doing with their satellites. But I don't think we can verify any of that stuff can actually be done. So where does the source come from? I don't know, but it sure would be expensive to send it to space just to send it to Earth when we're on Earth and we could just send it across with cables. And there are wireless communications happening, but they're just not as good or as cheap.
Like the whole thing, we went to the moon and they made a phone call to the president, but we can't fucking make a phone call in Walmart by the milk section.
Yeah, my wife, she's all about the moon being fake. But yeah, if I can't get good signal, and anybody who knows me knows that I can barely get good signal while I'm at work. Like, how come I can't get good signal, but they can live stream from the moon in 1972? When the LEM took off in 1972, you can actually see the LEM taking off, and they say that, you know, that was a robot camera that just happened to take off, lift its, you know, lens at the exact same time that it took off. Like, but I can't get like good signal, you know, on the interstate. Come on.
So there were balloons in the 80s that were stationary, so the satellite dishes never had to point somewhere different. And then there are satellite dishes on the equator that point straight up, or are those fake?
I'm not saying satellite dishes are fake, right? I'm just saying that it doesn't have to go all the way to space, right? We could put balloons up if you need to, you know, get over a great distance, right? But a lot of people talk about you can bounce light off the moon. You can bounce radio signals off the ionosphere. So I really see, you know, no real point in having to send up, you know, a rocket into outer space for us to have signals with each other. We're here on Earth, right? So NASA, I think their budget for helium is like the highest in the world. So what do they need all that helium for? I understand specific gravity better than you do.
So, Hank, for those of us like myself who can't do math and don't have instruments of any kind, what are some of the ways, and you've probably covered this already, but just some of the ways that people can use their own senses and their own intuition to start piecing this together for themselves? And maybe,
well, first of all, you know, a lot of people, the Earth. Oh, sorry, I thought you were done.
Yeah, I am sorry. Go ahead.
First of all, you know, people say that the globe is common sense. And which senses are you talking about when you say that it's common sense? Because can you see curvature? Can you experience motion? Well, they say you wouldn't be able to feel it. Right? So I would say, you know, common sense, number one. What does water do when you pour it out? It seeks equilibrium. Right? Like every time, no matter what. And it's the physics of water. It's very easy to understand that it would be level. That's why we call it sea level. And that's why I'm telling you that you can go out with a mirror, right? Like a dressing room sized mirror, put it in the water and face the sunset or the sunrise and have the other person on a lake, right, a body of water, and have them see if they can see the reflection, or get a spotlight and see if they can see yours when the sun goes down. Right? You can test it very easily because at 10 miles, there'll be 66 feet of curvature. Now think about this. Say I got a 6-story building, right? And there's a deer on the other side of the building. Now I can't shoot the deer with my camera or my rifle because I can't see it. Right? It's a 6-story building. It's blocking, right? That's what kind of bulge of water is going to be between you and the other person at the lake. It's going to be a 6-story building of water. Now, if you're claiming that you can shoot that deer with your rifle due to refraction, I'd like to see that, because I don't believe that's how ballistics work. I don't believe that when you see a target, it's not really there. When you see a target, it's really there. Like it's not because of refraction. You can't see a deer behind a mountain or behind a hill. And all we're saying is what we're seeing is what's actually there. And the globe earthers are going, nuh-uh, what you're seeing is actually refraction, right? But then you ask them what kind of refraction, and, you know, tell me what kind of mechanism is causing this, and how do we verify this? And, you know, nobody knows anything except for the word refraction. They just it with refraction, and that's not quite how it works. It's kind of like saying, you know, if, let me think how to put it. It's kind of like when someone says, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist, I don't have to listen to you. I can just dismiss everything you're going to say. Well, that's two tactics, really. That's stultification, right? And it's another one that I can't remember right now.
But to further expand on your question, Shogun, about how people can get involved with this too, is simple, like camera too. They have these cameras now. You get the Nikon P900 or the P9000. These long distance cameras. You can go out to spots. You can, find objects that should be hidden. Tall mountains that should be hidden by the curve. Tall landmarks or just other things in general too. It's not much. These cameras aren't too expensive, but these are things you can do yourself.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
just with the Earth curve calculator, anybody can do this. I mean, even if, well, I don't know about other states, but in Texas, you can drive on the beach. I mean, even if you just drive up to the beach and turn on your lights at a cove, right? And then someone's in the water, right? Or on the beach, right? If, you do the math, right? It's really easy to plug the numbers into the Earth curve calculator, and they're going to calculate refraction and all that stuff for you. It's really easy to just punch in the numbers.
Can you do the same with binoculars, not just a camera, like a high-powered lens or something?
Yeah, you could use lasers, binoculars, telescopes, high-end cameras, right? There's lots of stuff that you could do, but what you're trying to do is you're trying to falsify or prove that there's curvature. Now, I've already demonstrated with the Skunk Bay time lapse that you can have false horizons due to atmospheric conditions. So if you see a white swan, this isn't like a one-time measurement type deal. What we're seeing is black swans all over the world. People are seeing stuff they shouldn't be able to see. So if you get a white swan, I'd say just measure it again. Just keep going back to the same spot and measure it. And, the thing is that it should be done like over a matter of, in my opinion, as much as possible. You want to test it as much as possible. But I went out there the first try on 4th of July, right? Really steamy day in Texas. And I seen it during the day and I seen it at night. So with or without the sun perturbing the atmosphere, I still seen it with my naked eyes. I could see the buildings. I could see the white paint, right? And then I could see the lights.
Well, this has been a lot of great material, a lot of good information. Does anyone else have a question or a comment they want to get in? If not, Hank, thank you so much for your time and for your knowledge. I was just wondering, do you have maybe like a takeaway message or a parting thought you want to leave with the audience here in the room and also those listening later on YouTube and BitChute?
Yeah. Think for yourself, question authority, right? And if everyone were governing themselves, would they need to be governed from without, from the outside? So if you govern yourself and everybody follows natural law, then people can't stomp the breath out of other people and other people get pissed off and riot and steal stuff and burn stuff down. If everybody would just follow natural law, then, society would be a lot better off. So, take a look at the 10 Commandments. It's pretty easy to follow. I mean, all you have to do is love your neighbor, and if you love him, you won't steal his wife or his car or his life, and you'll be cool to your parents. And, that's all it takes. Love conquers a multitude of sins. So, yeah, don't believe anything that you see, especially if you see it on TV, right?
Wise words from a wise man. Thank you, Hank Hill, again for your time. Thank you to the live audience and everybody who came to listen to the podcast. We do these podcasts every day pretty much. We'll have them usually at 9 p.m. Central Time. We'll have one tomorrow on the subject of distilled water urine therapy and the God Complex with Destrix. But you can see on the announcements channel, there's always new events coming up. And all the past special events, debates, interviews, etc., can be found in the hashtag RT Podcast channel. All the channels have different, YouTube channels have different episodes, so check them all out. Like, follow, subscribe. Thanks so much, guys, and God bless.
What up, people?
Not much. How you doing?
All right. Just making some coffee. Busy day for a lot of Americans. Probably going to be pretty dead in here, half full.
Well, people who got, I guess, supposed families and stuff.
Yeah, well, a lot of people travel to go visit family, or if they're doing it at, their house, whatever. It's a lot of work, just cooking and all that stuff. I just threw my headphones in. Check, you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Y'all Canadians did yours, what? You do yours before us, don't you? Like 3 weeks before us or something?
Oh, I don't know. I guess so. I'm American too. I just don't have any family that I would go to. Or the.
My bad. You actually sound kind of Canadian. You know that?
Yeah,
You
northern
actually
Minnesota.
Okay. I don't know if Chili's listening or not. Thanks for sending that link the other day. It's one disturbing freaking documentary, though.
Problem. Seem like a few people around here that already watched.
Hi there, Sheila. Can you send that link to me, please?
What'd you say?
Can you send that link to me, please? That link, documentary link.
I can forward it to you. I already got it pasted or copied, ready to paste. Let's see here.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, wait a minute. Except for I hate doing this shit on the phone. Here, just type something real quick in voice text.
I got it.